accepted their decision to do battle, but their weapons weren't directed at the general. The aristocrats were their enemy. Every soldier in Lydas, especially those who had served in the war, would give their life for the mad general. The noblemen were unimportant to them compared to him. Hadjar didn't even put his palm on the hilt of his sword, but freshly cut grass swirled around him all the same. Deadly blades hidden inside the wind flew around the clearing. It seemed like just the will of the swordsman was enough to cut and destroy everything around them, as if death itself was here to do his bidding. Nero's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He'd always known that his friend had an extraordinary talent for the way of the sword, but to take even a step toward becoming a wielder of the sword before becoming a true cultivator, it was an unheard-of achievement. Even in the Empire, many schools and sects, even the poorest ones, would have given a lot for the opportunity to train such a disciple. "Calm down," Elaine said quietly and calmly. Nero was once again surprised. His sister had always had a certain authority in her tone. However, the way she'd uttered those words had seemed to make even the wind slow down a little. The people around them lowered their weapons without even realizing what they were doing. Elaine went over to Oneg, who was lying on the ground. He had briefly lost consciousness, but was coming to his senses. Ignoring the pain, he rose to his feet and pulled his blade out. Blood streamed down his face like a waterfall. "For your heinous acts during a duel, putting the lives of my subjects at risk," Elaine's voice was calm and full of cold determination, "I sentence you, Oneg of Boreas, to death. The sentence is to be carried out immediately." Oneg never got to his feet. The white blade flashed, and the aristocrat's head rolled across the ground. Everyone watching was shocked. Even the sun itself seemed to blink for a moment, the scarlet dawn trembling with surprise. "What have you done to my sister, my friend?" Nero whispered in Hadjar's ear. "I fed her some grass," Hadjar honestly admitted. The absolute lack of understanding in his friend's worried gaze was almost worth all the trouble he'd gone through until now. "What have you done?" one of the nobles screamed, holding curved daggers in his hands. "Do you know who his father—" "My subject," Elaine interrupted sharply, "and the same fate will befall him if he thinks that he can do what he pleases in my kingdom. The fate that awaits you, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't sheathe your weapons immediately." After a second's pause, no one dared to even hold their blade outside its scabbard. While the ordinary soldiers had barely noticed the princess earlier, now they were looking at her with profound respect. "Am I the only one who's afraid?" Nero whispered once again. Hadjar just shook his head. He had to give credit where it was due. The test of the Tree of Life had clearly changed something in Elaine's world view. "We're setting off, ladies and gentlemen," she ordered. "It's time to go home. I need to talk to my father." Nero flinched. He turned around and looked at the burned-down village. At that very moment, as if the gods had decided to really make things clear, a fragment from an iron breastplate sporting the emblem of the mine's troops rolled down toward them. "Damn it," Nero swore. Chapter 223. "How much does she know?" Nero asked. For the past few days, he and Hadjar had barely spoken. Nero had been busy organizing everything and trying to relieve the sudden tension. The former wasn't that difficult, but the latter. How could there not be tension if the aristocrats had to look at their friend's coffin every time they came to a halt? As the multicolored roofs of the capital came into view, the need to keep everything under control weakened slightly. Along with that, the tension increased. The nobles, who understood that they could do nothing to the princess, kept glancing at Hadjar menacingly. Hadjar didn't care. He was too busy meditating deeply. His body responded sluggishly to his attempts to speed up the tissue rejuvenation process. After Hadjar had gone overboard and used the 5th step of the 10 Ravens technique, he had inflicted a lot of damage to his body. It was unlikely that he would be able to use more than 90% of his maximum in the near future. It might seem like the difference wasn't that significant. However, in a battle to the death, even the smallest of details could mean the difference between victory and death. Still, even if Hadjar could go back, he wouldn't change a thing. Maybe he was just a bad person. "I didn't tell her anything, if that's what you mean." Hadjar was ashamed for lying to his friend. "It doesn't matter," Nero sighed. "Elaine isn't stupid. Did you hear her say she wants a word with Father? She's definitely going to bring up the mine." Hadjar looked at his troubled friend. They'd lived through hundreds of battles together. They'd stood back to back, protecting each other. Nevertheless, Hadjar had never seen Nero so scared before. "Why did you never tell her about it?" Hadjar asked finally. He had to know the answer. "You mean I should have told her that somewhere in the kingdom hundreds of thousands of people are suffering so that millions can live a little better?" Nero smiled bitterly and filled his pipe with tobacco. "You know, in her childhood, when cats and dogs would wander into our garden, she'd take them to the palace. She considered it her duty to feed, shelter, and save those animals. The maids got tired of sending them back out into the street." Hadjar looked at the princess. She was talking to a common soldier. The chefs and maids were also taking part in the conversation. Elaine was pointedly ignoring the aristocrats. Hadjar could believe that his sister had taken stray animals home. She'd done so practically from the moment she could walk. Maybe that's why she would make a worthy queen, or why she'd not rule for long. She also said that she's never been let out of the palace. "King's orders," Nero nodded, lighting Hadjar's pipe. "I don't remember it, as I wasn't in the capital at the time, but she was attacked by assassins in her childhood. She still has the scars, so our father ordered that the princess be placed under round-the-clock surveillance. Assassins. That accursed Primus had fed the people lies like they were honey, a spoonful each morning and evening to prevent free thinking." "Who sent the assassins?" Nero shrugged. At first, it was thought that Ballium had done it, but the investigation of the generals didn't find any evidence. The king put a few heads on stakes and replaced almost half of the officials at headquarters. Using the pretense of punishing incompetence, Primus had put his own people in charge. A reasonable king maybe even had to do such things, but Hadjar had long since grown tired of being objective. He wanted to become stronger, in order to no longer have to try and justify what couldn't be justified. There was no honor in what Primus had done. To the swordsman, this was enough reason to bear his blade without feeling any remorse. The friend's talk was interrupted by one of Oneg's friends. He was a frail boy of about 20. Hadjar wasn't much older than this young man, but he looked at him like he was a snot-nosed teenager. "Hadjar Traves," the boy said, "for the insult you inflicted upon my friend, to preserve his posthumous honor, I challenge you to a duel." Usually, in these kinds of situations, the challenger then threw something at their would-be opponent. The worthier the foe, the more expensive the object they threw at them would be. For example, precious jewelry. The young man kicked the ground. The muck that had gathered on the road after the rain flew into Hadjar's face. The clearing at which the group had stopped to rest plunged into silence. Everyone, including the princess, turned toward the former general and the noble who had challenged him. "His father is a confidant of the king," Nero whispered. "He's a very influential figure. Please, for your own sake, don't be rash." After he was done talking, Nero looked into his friend's eyes and realized that his efforts had been for naught. His blue eyes resembled a beast's once again. In their depths, a dragon roiled with fury. When Hadjar was in such a state, it was useless to try and talk to him or convince him of anything. "Why are you so suicidal?" Nero sighed, looking at the aristocrats who didn't even hear him. Even if the princess had wanted to stop what was happening, she could do nothing to oppose an official challenge to a duel. It was an ancient tradition. Hadjar rose to his feet. As the person who had been challenged, he could choose the weapons they'd use. He just patted the sheath of his sword, which meant everyone was free to use whatever they liked. The boy took up a small but heavy hammer. It was a spirit artifact weapon, of course. Maybe its level was even higher. Without his neural network's help, it was difficult to determine. In challenges made for the sake of someone's honor, neither a judge nor a second were necessary. Honor knew no convention, and only blood could wash the stain on its surface away. That's why these kinds of fights often ended in the death of one of the duelists. The boy was shifting his hammer from hand to hand. He clearly had experience with fighting. His movements were smooth and calm. He circled Hadjar, looking for weak spots. However, he needn't have bothered. Hadjar stood there, calm and relaxed. He picked up a simple stick, which confused the soldiers and aristocrats. Only Nero and Elaine possessed sufficient knowledge about the way of the sword to involuntarily take a step back. For them, that wasn't a stick at all, but a real sword. Green energy began to spin around the aristocrat's hammer, but before he even managed to use a single technique, everyone felt the cold touch of death. Hadjar waved his stick in a lazy, simple manner. As he did so, the leaves circling in the wind split into fine dust. Deep gouges appeared along the ground, as if someone had struck it with huge, sharp blades. Behind the young man, the trees fell to the ground with a creak. The young noble blinked and tried to say something. Neither his mind nor his soul had had enough time to realize what had just happened. His body fell apart into dozens of bloody chunks. Turning his back on the lifeless meat that remained, Hadjar shot the aristocrats a single glance. That was enough for them to realize a beast had just marked them as prey. No human could exude such raw malice. This time they didn't reach for their weapons. On the contrary, they only raised their hands and took a step back. They were doing their best to demonstrate their peaceful intentions with every fiber of their being. The stick turned to dust, which annoyed Hadjar. Even now, his knowledge of the way of the sword wasn't deep enough to reach the wielder of the sword stage. "Why did fate bring such a psycho into my life?" Nero muttered, covering his face with his hands. "Not a farmer or a blacksmith or a musician even, no. I had to get the damned psychopath." "Whiner," Hadjar snorted. "Lunatic. Pampered little princeling. Barefooted bastard." Hadjar looked at his shabby boots. "I like them well enough." The sight of the prince and the general laughing next to a bloody corpse wouldn't be forgotten by the other participants of the hunt for a long time to come. Chapter 224. The capital greeted the squad with a morning chill and bliss. There were very few people on the streets this early in the day. Perhaps there was activity somewhere else, in other less prestigious districts of the city, but not at the palace. As the aristocrats, the prince and the princess rode ahead of the group, they entered the city through a special royal gate. Nero and Hadjar were slightly annoyed by the soldiers in emerald armor insisting on patting them down. The damned imperial legionnaires were guarding the kingdom's main gates. The most irksome fact was that the rest of the people from Lydus considered this to be normal. "It seems that our country has been occupied," Nero whispered, so that only his friend could hear him. Hadjar felt the same. As they passed by the two huge lions and entered the palace's territory, this feeling only intensified. Every 5 yards, patrols of soldiers in emerald armor were walking along the paved pathways. They looked around at the garden and park as if they belonged to them. The realization that his ancestors' home was being defiled by strangers gave Hadjar a nervous tic. His hand reached for the hilt of Moonbeam, but he restrained himself. He hid his rage and anger deep inside the dragon's heart, ensuring that when the patrols passed by them, no one could notice his bloodthirsty desire to slay them all. Before they reached the palace gates, a carriage intercepted them. More accurately, a house on wheels, drawn by a dozen white horses. 10 guards stood on various parts of the coach. A detachment of 70 warriors in emerald armor accompanied it. "Well, it's begun," Nero sighed. He was the first to notice the heraldic images on the carriage: a parchment, a gold coin, and a lion, the symbols of the Boreas. Realizing that the father of their dead friend had arrived, the aristocrats smiled wickedly and urged their horses forward to meet their ally. They completely forgot about the coffin that was being carried by the soldiers. The cooks, realizing the danger, hurried to move aside. If they could have done so, they would have immediately rushed into the castle. Alas, they had to obey the king's order about the whole group having to return together. Hadjar and Nero jumped down from their horses. They did so none too soon, as the 70 imperial legionnaires moved to encircle them right away. They were like mechanical dolls, moving in unison without a single error. Then, with a loud, "Hey!" they stuck their shields into the ground and moved their spears forward. 2 men got out of the carriage, foregoing the help of their servants. Hadjar was surprised at how much their children had resembled them. It was as if Oneg and his friend had risen from the dead, then aged 30 years. Visibly furious, the Duke of Boreas advanced on the group. He was a handsome, white-haired man with many scars on his face that he'd earned in battle. Wearing black silk clothes decorated with jasper and amber, he didn't look like a fat and lazy official. The wide saber at his thigh only reinforced this impression. Behind him came the father of Oneg's friend. He was a typical, elegant shopkeeper who had risen so high up that he'd been able to buy his noble title. Always hiding behind his more decisive friends, but skillfully moving the figures on the chessboard, he had earned the recognition of the crown. The young aristocrats easily got past the legionaries. They parted for them and then closed their ranks again. Only the prince, princess, former general, and cooks remained in the encirclement. The soldiers who had accompanied the squad during the hunt had been behind them and hadn't managed to join them before the encirclement happened. Now the legionaries were also menacing them. This only reinforced the feeling of occupation. "Princess Elaine," the Duke growled, his eyes flashing, "I would ask that you and your brother leave the encirclement." "And why should we do that?" Elaine asked, remaining on her horse. A vein started throbbing on the Duke's forehead, and his fists clenched. "I don't want to hurt you, Princess," Boreas answered. "Baron Traves killed my son, and needs to answer for his crime with his life. Right now." The legionnaires heard the Duke's cry and took a step forward with another, "Hey!" The circle narrowed. Elaine's horse became nervous. Despite the blinders on its eyes, her horse felt the tense atmosphere and the bloodlust filling the air. No matter how disturbed the horse got, its rider retained her icy calmness. This surprised Nero and Hadjar greatly, because they'd gotten used to Elaine's temper and self-centered lack of perspective. The princess raised an eyebrow. "I'm amazed at how quickly, Duke, the news of your son's execution reached you." Her voice sounded confident and inexorable. "But I'm even more amazed that you don't know it was me who executed him." Boreas frowned, and his hand moved toward the hilt of his saber. At the same time, without saying a word, Nero and Hadjar unsheathed their weapons. They stood back to back as always. Each of them stared at his half of the legionaries. The soldiers in green armor wanted to take a step back, feeling like the sharp metal would be caressing their throats at any moment. Hadjar and Elaine knew perfectly well that Boreas was aware of who exactly had been the cause of his son's death. However, he could send only the former general to his forefathers, and not the princess. Despite all the support the Empire gave him, he would have to answer to the king and the governor if he did. "Step aside, Princess," the Duke said through gritted teeth. "Don't aggravate the situation." Now it was Elaine's turn to frown. "Excuse me," steel sounded in her tone. "Are you giving me orders? It seems you've forgotten something very important, Duke. You are the subject in my kingdom, not the other way around." Her words made Boreas snap. He bared his blade and spat derisively. "Foolish girl! Your father should have kept you locked up in the palace. Well, some proper discipline was long overdue anyway." Upon hearing those words, Hadjar and Nero turned away from the legionnaires and looked at the Duke. Just the energy emanating from the two swordsmen was enough to make the spears of the legionaries bend, their shafts shattering into small pieces, and then all of the soldiers were flung back in different directions, as if they'd been at the epicenter of a powerful explosion. They fell to the ground and groaned miserably. Deep gouges, caused by invisible blades, could be seen on their shields and armor. "Perhaps you're brave enough, Duke," Nero growled out, his eyes flashing, "to repeat what you've just said." "But I must warn you," Hadjar finished. "You'll be repeating your words a second time in front of the forefathers." Behind Boreas, 4 figures in dark cloaks appeared seemingly out of thin air. Despite the fact that they were emanating the energy of a practitioner standing on the verge of becoming a true cultivator, they didn't frighten Nero and Hadjar at all. While they fought together, they were certain that no gods or demons could stop their blades. "That's enough," an imperious voice declared. From the other side of the road, the king was walking toward them calmly. Holding his hands behind his back, he radiated the energy of a heaven soldier. Dark wind blades danced around him in the air. The smiling governor followed along next to him, clearly enjoying the show. "My king," everyone from Lydus said in unison, and fell to the ground. Hadjar, who once again had to touch his forehead to the ground in front of his parents' murderer, kept his rage and anger in check with great difficulty. "My lord governor," the soldiers thundered, dropping to one knee. They didn't bow to the king. "My king," Boreas said happily, "you must—" "Must!" Primus roared back. He didn't move, didn't even utter a sound. Hadjar could detect nothing, as the Duke suffered the same fate as his son. Boreas's head rolled across the grass. Everyone was shocked by the king executing one of his closest allies. No one noticed how the former general stared at Primus, or how Primus kept his eyes on the mark on the back of Elaine's palm. Chapter 225. After Primus executed the Duke, things quickly calmed down. The governor reprimanded his legionaries. Hadjar heard him saying that they'd become too greedy and had sold their blades to a dirty peasant. This is what Darnassus considered Lydus to be, a remote village. The cooks and soldiers were free to go. The latter, after saluting Hadjar, which didn't escape the king's disgruntled gaze, set off for their homes. Hadjar watched angrily as the soldiers of his country were patrolled by the legionnaires. The other people from Lydus considered it perfectly normal. Only Nero gritted his teeth, but that was all. Elaine, gratefully accepting the help of her brother, climbed down from her horse and almost flew over to her father. The princess's intentions were clear. Primus looked at the mark of the sword on Elaine's palm unkindly. Just for a moment, Hadjar managed to spot surprise, envy, and even anger in the king's eyes. Then those emotions subsided, replaced by humility and even love. Nevertheless, the king's first urge had been the desire to possess, not Elaine, but what she'd received from the Tree of Life. Hadjar was surprised. It wasn't difficult to guess that Primus knew what this symbol meant. But how? Their eyes met. The king looked at his best, but already retired general. The former general looked at the king. It didn't last long. It passed by as quickly as the first torrent of Primus's emotions. It ended with Nero standing between them. "I'll go with them," the prince said, returning his gigantic blade to its sheath on his shoulder. "You never know what my sister might do." "Okay," Hadjar nodded. "I'll be in my chambers." Nero squinted at the king, who was giving the legionaries orders. After grouping up, they marched toward Hadjar and stood behind him. They didn't unsheath their weapons, and didn't let their energy flare up. Even then, it was clear that Primus had assigned them to escort the general. "I don't think you have a choice, buddy." Nero shook his head. Hadjar demonstratively moved his hands away from Moonbeam. In his case, his actions were more like a game. If he wanted to, he could draw his sword so quickly that simple practitioners wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, while the king was nearby, he didn't want to risk it. The general wasn't sure that he would be able to defeat Primus in his present condition. The way he dealt with Boreas had clearly demonstrated the current level of the usurper's power. He was much stronger than the patriarch of the sect had been. "You understand that I'm not going to endure being locked up forever?" Hadjar asked meaningfully. Nero looked at his friend and the warriors behind him. The prince was no fool. He knew it was impossible to keep the mad general under lock and key. In the whole kingdom, there were only a few people capable of restraining him. All of them, ironically, lived in the palace. "Don't worry, Hadj," Nero assured his friend. "This is only a temporary measure. Elaine and I will explain everything to our father. He is sometimes stupid and stubborn, but rarely unfair." Hadjar could have argued against the latter, but didn't. The time for that would come soon enough. Nodding to his friend, he headed toward his chambers. The detachment of legionnaires followed him. The aristocrats looked at him with hatred. Hadjar didn't care at all. He was now eager to get to his chambers as soon as possible. The events of the past week had convinced him that it would be worthwhile to try a breakthrough to the next stage. Too long had Hadjar been at the transformation of the mortal shell stage. Too long was just his subjective assessment, mind you. For an ordinary practitioner from such a backwater like Lydus, the transformation stage was almost an unattainable dream. If they even reached it, they would spend almost half a century at that very stage before moving on. Hadjar had reached it only a year ago. Now, even without the help of the neural network, he felt how much his body had changed. He'd become stronger, tougher, faster. Even his bodily rivers, meridians, along which the energy of the world flowed, had expanded. Accompanied by the legionnaires, Hadjar reached his room. The same open spaces, the walls decorated with gold and silver, the huge bed, and, surprisingly, the intact mirror awaited him there. Slamming the door in the soldiers' faces, Hadjar turned to a small mound of clothes and sheets. "How long are you going to sulk at me?" the smiling general asked. The white muzzle with a black nose poked out from beneath the mound. Azria sneered with displeasure and returned to her comfort and darkness. She'd built a cave lair for herself, and not a single two-legged, albeit pleasantly smelling idiot would dare to stick her hairless hand in there. Hadjar didn't know that many maids had almost left their fingers behind in the tiger cub's mouth. In the end, they had abandoned their attempts to feed the general's pet. They'd also cleaned the chambers only when accompanied by the guards. The guards had at first laughed at them because they feared a kitten. However, after one of them had sat down on the edges of the bed and ended up fighting the kitten that had latched onto his face for about 15 minutes, the mockery had subsided. "I hope you didn't have too much fun without me," Hadjar continued. A scornful snort came from the mound, which could be interpreted as, "I don't have much fun with you either." Hadjar took a piece of corned beef from a special niche and threw it on the bed for his pet. A claw popped out, caught the piece of meat mid-air, and soon the scornful grumbling changed to a more satisfied rumbling. Hadjar wasn't worried that the bed might get smelly or dirty. He wasn't going to sleep on it anyway. The last few weeks had made him long to sleep on the ground. So after spreading his cloak out on the floor and putting the skin of the white ape on top of it, the general assumed a lotus position. He closed his eyes and plunged into deep meditation. Somewhere in the palace, a fierce argument raged. Accompanied by swearing, outbursts of energy, shattered bas-reliefs, and crumbling walls. The servants and guards trembled with fear as, for the first time ever, the prince, the princess, and the king kept arguing so fiercely with no sign of stopping any time soon. This lasted for at least 3 hours, until the governor entered the hall where the military and political councils were held. Only then did the storm of emotions and energies die down, as the parties probably managed to come to some sort of agreement. Hadjar didn't know any of this. Such details had no effect on his plan. He just focused on diving deep into the river of energy. He held what was left of Azria's mother's core in his hands. The energy of the wild beast would help him advance to the next stage of the transformation level. Hadjar stared at the shimmering, almost imperceptible silhouette of the simple sword. Hidden within the depths of the waters of the world's energy, it drew him in with new secrets and mysteries, promising so much. Hadjar kept swimming toward it, despite the pain and cuts spreading across his body. Azria came out of her mound. She looked at her stupid two-legged, whose body was being harmed by deep cuts. Blood flowed across his body, right onto the skin of the dead white beast. The tiger cub yawned, jumped down to the floor, and crossed the distance separating them in one leap. Azria curled up on Hadjar's lap, and the general's breathing steadied. He felt better, knowing that he wasn't alone. Chapter 226. "Remind me, please." Hadjar uncorked a jug of wine with his teeth and filled his friend's bowl first and then his own. "What are we doing here?" Nero grabbed the bowl, drained it in one gulp, and put it back down on the oak table with a loud thump. The people around them were drinking and having fun. They were plain folk, not worried about their appearance or manners. To nobles, such behavior was pure savagery, but for Nero and Hadjar, it was a pleasant reminder of happier times in their past. The friends were sitting in a tavern in one of the poorest districts of the capital. The bent coin was well known, albeit in rather narrow circles. Its fame was mostly tied to the contingent of customers who regularly visited the low, two-story building. On the first, most spacious floor was a bar, a door leading to the kitchen, heavy oak tables nailed to the floor, and rotten stools. No paintings, no animal heads, and no weapons could be found on the walls. The furniture was rather modest. This was because mercenaries, soldiers, and bandits mostly visited the tavern, as well as girls of easy virtue, ready to brighten someone's night for a bent coin. Everyone here sold themselves or their skills for money. "We're celebrating my wedding," Nero shouted. The prince raised his bowl over his head and shouted, "Ehegai!" Almost 100 voices immediately echoed his cry. "Hey, barkeep, give everyone some drinks," Nero shouted over the din. After he spoke, the noise in the tavern increased several times. The people, overjoyed by free drinks, shouted and stamped their feet. The owner and his sons, his daughters didn't dare work here, poured everyone a drink from the barrels fitted into the walls, for obvious reasons. "They're shipping out tomorrow." Hadjar finished the verse. "That's a good song, by the way." Nero threw his bowl on the floor, took the jug, and started drinking directly from it. Too much ordinary booze was required for a practitioner to get even a little drunk. "You've never told me where it's from." "From my native village." Hadjar smiled and raised another jug. "To you and Sarah, buddy. May your union last forever. Let the gods hear your words." Nero nodded. They hit their jugs together so that the foam from one spilled into the other, an old military tradition that demonstrated the fact they trusted each other and that neither of them was trying to poison the other. The friends drained their jugs, which elicited genuine respect and surprise in those around them. Then, wiping their mouths clean with the sleeves of their shirts, they threw their jugs on the floor, smiling widely. The other visitors shouted with joy. The owner just shook his head wearily. One of the rules at the Bent Coin was that a guest had to hand over enough money to cover the cost of 3 sets of dishes as they came in. At the end of the week, when there were many fights, this amount could double or even triple. Hadjar glanced around and saw simple, cheerful people. Some of them grabbed girls by the breast. Other girls sat on the knees of half-naked mercenaries flaunting their tattoos. In the corner, there was a fight going on between a female mercenary who'd grabbed a stool and a gang member who had confused the girl with a whore. Behind them, a comrade of the mercenary had lifted another bandit above his head and was about to throw him somewhere. However, most of the visitors were looking at the girl in translucent clothes dancing on a table. Hadjar was among them. He hadn't been with a woman for a long time, and nature was quite insistent. "You'll burn her with your gaze," Nero laughed, grabbing another jug. "Not everyone is as lucky as you, Your Highness." Hadjar looked down sadly. "Not everyone can find a good life partner." "You're right, General." Nero nodded and raised his jug again. "To beautiful women." "And to their no less beautiful but younger daughters," Hadjar added with a laugh. The visitors cheered loudly. The friends drank some more, ate a fragrant hard steak, and continued to talk. Hadjar truly believed that Nero was very lucky to have found the Desert Witch. Practitioners lived a long time, and true cultivators had even longer lives. They often went from person to person. Few people chose to bind their fate to just one partner. The stronger a person became, the less likely they were to find a suitable match for themselves. Hence the myths about only virgins becoming immortals after hiding themselves away in caves for thousands of years. Supposedly, that was the only way they could withstand the temptations of the world and devote themselves fully to cultivation. Nero and Hadjar didn't believe those stories. What was the point of attaining immortality if your sword ended up being your only companion at night? So, Hadjar broke another jug without any remorse. They'd paid so much that they could probably burn the whole tavern down without the owner complaining. "Are you sure that they'll come today?" "Yep," Nero nodded. The spark of fun in his friend's eyes diminished slightly. The excitement of the hunt replaced it, the sort of fire that usually appeared when a hunter was certain that their prey would very soon be falling into the trap they'd set for it. As if fate was confirming the prince's words, Hadjar's sense of danger sounded like an alarm bell. Hadjar grabbed a knife from the table and deflected a metal crossbow bolt. At the same time, the neighboring table was tossed aside, and several figures in black cloaks appeared in front of the friends. Hadjar recognized them immediately. They'd been standing behind Boreas on the day of their return. "What are you—" The man didn't get to finish asking his question. He reached for his face, but was unable to touch it. A scarlet line spread straight across his nose, chin, neck, and torso. The two halves of the once whole body fell to the floor. The bowl which the mercenary had been holding ended up in his insides. An oppressive silence settled over the tavern. Everyone froze. The figures in black unleashed their energy, and the people around them turned pale. There was no one here who could boast a greater power than the formation stage. The auras of the practitioners at the verge of becoming true cultivators were crushing the people like heavy stones. "Get out," one of the figures whispered. He didn't have to say it twice. The people fled through the door and the windows. In just a couple of seconds, the noisy tavern was completely deserted. Only the 4 figures in black and the 2 friends, unsheathing their blades and standing side by side, remained. "Prince," The voice that came from underneath the black robe was unnatural. "You aren't on our list. Please leave." "Leave?" Nero exclaimed in surprise. "What's a bachelor party without a fight?" The figure tilted his head to one side and shrugged. "As you wish." The robed figures drew their weapons in unison. Two of them had classic blades. One wielded a pair of daggers, and the fourth held a warhammer. Hadjar and Nero met their opponents with joyful smiles. It had been a long time since they'd had a chance to fight some enemies together. Hadjar could hardly wait to check how much stronger he'd become after advancing even further down the path of cultivation. The general released his energy, and gouges made by invisible swords appeared on the floor beside him. Chapter 227. "I hope you can keep in mind that this is a party," Nero said. The voice of the former commander of the bear squad trembled slightly, not with fear, but excitement. It had been a while since they'd fought together against a strong and lethal opponent. The enemy even outnumbered them, which was just icing on the cake. While the dark figures circled the friends, they happily continued to discuss the situation. "What are you getting at?" Nero rolled his eyes, swung his blade around, and put it back into its sheath. "We came here to have fun." Nero nodded toward Moonbeam and repeated himself. "Fun." Hadjar understood what his blonde friend was hinting at. "Well," he said at least, "you're not wrong." "Exactly, buddy, exactly." They stood back to back. They each had two opponents. Hadjar got the assassin wielding the daggers and one of the swordsmen. Nero faced the other two. Looking around, Hadjar couldn't find anything good to wield. "You should hold the knife in your left hand," Nero corrected him, defiantly holding up a fork he was holding in his right. "Thank you," Hadjar replied seriously, shifting the knife to his other hand. Their robes hid the murderers' faces, but it was clear from the tense atmosphere that they were annoyed by their target's antics. "Are you mocking us?" one of them shouted. "Mocking you?" The former commander looked surprised. "No! What makes you say that? We are very serious, aren't we, Hadj?" "Yeah," Hadjar nodded. "I, for example, am trying to remember all the prayers I know." "You've never prayed in your life." "Demons. That's right. I don't know any prayers." Nero spat, and after sticking his fork into a nearby table, turned to Hadjar. "Are you serious?" Nero asked angrily. "Our plans were to have a bachelor party, drink some wine, then fight the aristocrats' assassins, and you forgot to learn how to pray?" Imitating his friend, Hadjar stuck the knife he'd been holding into a table as well and faced him. "Do you think it's easy to learn 400 lines of that rubbish?" "Rubbish? Those are prayers, Hadjar, prayers to the forefathers. These lovely gentlemen are going to send us to them." Nero froze mid-sentence, as if an ingenious thought had just occurred to him. He turned back to the assassins and spoke quite earnestly. "Or do you not want to send us to them? I have some difficulties finding my way around, you see, but maybe you have a map?" The hired killers couldn't stand it any longer. Their leader, the one with the hammer, screamed like an enraged banshee. "Kill these fools!" "They are insulting us," Hadjar sighed, giving the men a reproachful look. The friends didn't get to finish their conversation. One of the swordsmen leapt up. He spun and aimed his blade forward, becoming a whirlwind of death. The one with the daggers followed after him. He swung his weapons through the air several times, sending ghostly snakes toward Hadjar. The murderer was clearly well versed not only in the way of the dagger, but also in the way of poison. A most unpleasant foe. Hadjar couldn't see what was happening behind him, but he knew that Nero would handle it, even with the limits they'd set for their fun. In the end, what was the point of life if they couldn't have their fun, risky as it was? The former general, who still wasn't unsheathing his blade or invoking the energy at his disposal, picked up a table with his toes. When the black whirlwind crowned with sharp steel and grinning snakes got close to him, he raised his leg sharply. With a crash, the heavy oak table soared into the air. The sword pierced the heavy oak surface instead of his flesh. It easily cut through it, but there was a metallic chime afterwards, and the table cracked, crumbling into a myriad of long, sharp splinters. The assassin sank to the floor and stared blankly ahead. His blade had been stopped by the tip of a blunted knife that a smiling Hadjar held in his hand. "Didn't your mother teach you not to break other people's things?" Hadjar asked. He pushed his palm forward slightly, and the killer was thrown aside. The simple, blunt kitchen knife had almost shattered his blade. Retreating, the other assassin moved smoothly and calmly. His dark cloak swayed, and from its darkness snakes launched from the tips of the poisoned daggers emerged. "Style of a cleaning lady," Hadjar declared, and smiled wolfishly. He stamped hard on the floor. The sheer force of the action launched the splinters of the table toward the assassin. A whole swarm of razor-sharp wooden projectiles shredded the dagger-wielder's attack and then kept going, aiming for the murderer himself. He spun, and the splinters ended up lodging in his cloak. "Style of a cleaning lady? Are you for real?" Nero asked, genuinely baffled. He sat on a bit of string stretched between a table and the back of one of the assassins. He was blocking the hammer of his second opponent with a stool, handling it the same way he usually wielded his gigantic blade. "I'd like to see you come up with something better," Hadjar retorted. Reversing the grip on his knife, he repelled a sword technique that looked like a swarm of ghostly emerald-colored insects. One swing of his kitchen knife was enough to turn the enemy's attack into a pile of dead insects on the floor. "Sure, easily. Style of an innkeeper's daughter." And then, with a deliberately squeaky "hi-yah," meant to irritate his foes even more, Nero jumped back and launched himself off the back of the other swordsman. Soaring through the air, he spread his arms and legs like a starfish, then, after suddenly twisting around at the last second, struck his foe's cheekbone with the seat of the stool. The man was hit so forcefully that he flew back and his head ended up stuck in the wall. Nero landed on the floor, beaming as if he'd single-handedly seized the capital of the nomads. "And?" Hadjar asked, absently fencing as he did so. His opponent was sweating. His movements were swift and precise. His daggers flickered with such speed that they left green after-images in the air, and Hadjar, leaned on the nearest table, turned toward Nero and blocked all the assassin's strikes using just his left hand, still wielding the same kitchen knife from before. "Think about it, Hadj. Come on. I know you can do that much. Style of an innkeeper's daughter." Nero shook his stool, accidentally hitting the other killer with it. "It's like I slapped him for trying to scam me." "But he didn't try to scam you. But he could have, theoretically." "Theoretically?" Hadjar rolled his eyes. "My friend is an idiot." "That's just hurtful." With a loud cry, the swordsman, who had finally come to his senses, rushed in to help his partner. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to handle two opponents armed with just a knife, Hadjar quickly found a way out. Continuing to repel the deluge of inept attacks, he reached out toward one of the jugs with the toe of his left foot. Hooking the handle, he yanked the jug toward him, catching it in mid-air. Then, a moment before the second foe almost managed to cut Hadjar's neck with his blade, the general jerked his body to the side slightly. The assassin hadn't expected that and lost his balance. Hadjar used the man's own momentum to add to the force of the kick, the jug acting as an improvised blunt weapon. Now there were two bodies, hanging side by side, embedded in the wall. Nero couldn't let the precious drink spill. He quickly dispatched his other foe with a solid kick, falling to the floor and tilting his head up, making sure the stream of alcohol didn't fall to the floor. Now there were three bodies decorating the wall. Hadjar lifted his friend back up and then slammed his foot forcefully into the side of the last assassin standing, or rather, lying on his stomach. He was launched at the same wall, but the hit had been too hasty and thus too powerful. "You ruined everything," Nero sighed. He watched longingly at what could have been true art. The kick had been so strong that all four men had fallen out into the street, along with a piece of the wall. "Assassins are weak nowadays," Nero continued to lament. "Do you remember how it used to be, when the axes would come for our heads every night? That had been fun, but now— Well, they might have more for us," Hadjar offered, his grin bloodthirsty. He looked at their beaten foes as they stood up. They seemed to have one last trump card up their sleeve. Chapter 228. The assassins got up. They tried to maintain their pretentious air. Alas, that was quite a difficult thing to do, given their torn cloaks, trembling legs, bloody limbs, and their supposed targets' mocking laughter. "Prepare yourselves, you poor mortals," the leader said, spitting out blood. "Now you'll be nothing more—" "Wait a minute." Nero dropped his fork, which he'd been holding in his hands that whole time, and put his hands on his hips. "Did you just call us poor mortals?" Silence descended upon the street. Only the creaking of a passing cart's wheels could be heard. "I agree. That is quite an insult," Hadjar sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose tiredly. "They probably don't know who we are," Nero said dismissively. "You've got the wrong people, guys. Could have happened to anyone." Hadjar turned to his friend and tilted his head to the side. "And who are we again?" Nero swore angrily. "Why haven't you learned your lines yet? Well, what are they called?" Nero's next bit of improvised mockery was unfortunately interrupted because the assassins couldn't stand the ridicule any longer. Pillars of multicolored energy started swirling around them, each of which contained some poisonous acid. Hadjar noticed Nero stiffen in surprise and anger. The memories of how fiercely he'd fought against the claws of death after being poisoned by the venom of the Black Gates sect were still too vivid. But such was the life of a warrior. Their courage was often nothing more than bravado, masking their reticence and fear. The hired killer's energies merged to form a lilac haze. It thickened until it turned into a giant scorpion. The hammer blows directed at this technique became its pincers. The two swords formed its tail and sting, and the daggers filled that sting with a poison that was so strong it corroded the pavement. Nero and Hadjar instantly got serious. They stood shoulder to shoulder and drew their blades, the short, classic one and the heavy, gigantic one. The scorpion charged them. Moonbeam flashed, and the spectators forgot how to breathe. It seemed to them like this simple swing had cut off all sounds, the wind, and even a piece of the light itself. Some of them could have sworn they saw a thin strip of energy appear for an instant, illuminated by moonlight, a dragon stirring in its depths. Nero's blade made the tiles on the roofs of the neighboring houses shake. Wide cracks appeared in the oak walls of the tavern. The giant sword stopped 10 inches above the floor. The fragments of the crushed stones soared through the air. A wave of energy cut the floor and tore out stones, scattering them in different directions. A tsunami of destructive force followed the thin and invisible stripe. The people saw a tiger in the wave. The beast's roar shook the walls of the houses. Its paws came down so heavily they tore up the street below it. The tiger's and the dragon's roars merged together. They passed through the misty scorpion with ease. The aristocrats' assassins had no way of escaping or dodging the attack. Using the last remnants of their strength and energy, they tried to defend themselves, forming a barrier in front of them. There was an explosion. When the wind calmed down and the dust settled, only bloodstains and small bits of flesh were left behind on the pavement, along with a deep crater in the middle of the street. Horrified, the spectators turned to look at the 2 swordsmen, but they were no longer near the tavern. Many mercenaries got drunk that day. Some of them decided to abandon their profession. Others, on the contrary, were filled with determination to advance further along the path of endless self-improvement. Regardless of what they chose, they never again witnessed 2 swordsmen erase 4 practitioners at the cusp of becoming true cultivators. It was an unheard-of event, even by the standards of the outer rim of the Empire. After this event, whenever someone mentioned the Mad General or Commander Nero, the bards would be inspired. Soon the city was full of new songs about the exploits of their favorite folk heroes, and yet neither of these heroes would hear them. They sat by the lake in the royal garden and smoked their pipes. "I've missed this," Nero said. "Yup," Hadjar nodded, exhaling a little ring of smoke. "Me too." A wind was blowing. Black and white swans were swimming on the surface of the lake. According to Elaine, they had names. Hadjar couldn't remember them. "Do you ever think about the future, Hadj?" Nero asked suddenly. Setting aside his pipe, the prince lounged on the grass and put his hands underneath his head. His huge sword, covered with numerous scratches, lay nearby. It wasn't as elegant and polished as the aristocrats' own blades. It was clear that this weapon, like its owner, had seen many battles. "The future? What do you mean?" Nero smiled. "You haven't thought about it either," he nodded. "I'm getting married tomorrow, buddy. What will happen the day after tomorrow, or a year later? What about 10 years later, when both Sarah and I get tired of this gilded cage?" Hadjar looked eastward. The sea of sand. Behind its dunes, nomadic tribes, dangerous creatures, and storms were the lands of the Empire. How many of the cultivators there could take Hadjar's life faster than he dealt with the assassins sent by the nobles? What knowledge and mysteries did the libraries of the Empire hold? What could the masters and scholars, whose lives stretched back hundreds of centuries, teach him? What awaited him if he kept going? What was beyond the Empire? Perhaps he could even uncover the secrets of the dragon's shadow there. These possible adventures appealed to Hadjar. The wind whispered to him about the distant horizon. It was just waiting for the general to finally set off on the journey. "Would you want to go on a trip together?" Nero asked carefully, as if afraid of scaring his friend. Hadjar didn't have time to answer. The air suddenly smelled like hot sand and became noticeably warmer. Sarah sat down between them. "I seem to recall that seeing one's bride before the wedding is a bad omen," Hadjar said. "We have our own omens in the sea of sand," the witch replied. They sat there together and watched the moon. "When are we leaving?" Nero and Hadjar exchanged glances. "Don't even try it." Sarah shook her thick black hair. It smelled like the road. It was a nice smell. "I wouldn't have fallen in love with you, Nero, if you'd been an ordinary prince. Moreover, I wouldn't have become your friend, Hadjar, if you'd been an ordinary general. I am also interested in exploring what's out there, beyond the horizon." The trio looked at each other and smiled. They discussed their future journey until dawn, when Elaine came to get Sarah. Only Hadjar knew that these were little more than simple, youthful dreams. Tomorrow, his plan would reach its final phase, and rivers of blood would soon flow through Lydas, not for justice or the common good, but for banal revenge. The revenge of Hadjar Traves, not Hadjar Duran. The story of the prince and the general had come to an end. Chapter 229. Hadjar stood in front of the mirror, trying to adjust his tailcoat. This kind of clothing didn't look good on him. That's why, to avoid torturing himself and others, Hadjar preferred to wear plain, spacious clothes. They didn't hamper his movements, and didn't require arcane magic to sit right on his frame. Alas, he had to wear it for his friend's wedding. Fortunately, the bride had provided the outfit. "Stop nibbling me." Hadjar shook his foot slightly. Hissing, Azria bounced off to the side and continued trying to tear off a turquoise ribbon. Hadjar had warned both Sarah and Elaine that it was useless to try and dress up the little tigress, but they hadn't wanted to listen. 2 little girls had seemingly possessed these strong practitioners. They'd spent the entire evening playing with the kitten. At Hadjar's request, Azria had tolerated them. Nobody, not even the general, knew how the kitten could understand requests, but she'd endured being squeezed and played with. A couple of times the princess, without even realizing it, had almost lost her fingers. Only Hadjar's strict gaze had kept Azria from exacting immediate revenge. Azria had even stoically put up with having a ribbon depicting a tiger in the midst of a majestic leap wrapped around her body. After the girls had left, Azria had started trying to get out of her new, uncomfortable captivity diligently. On his end, Hadjar hadn't been able to refuse his friend's bride's request. Unfortunately for him, Sarah knew that Azria loved to eat, so she'd promised to feed her a hearty meal if she let the ribbon stay on for her wedding. That's why Azria was now focusing her frustrations on his shoes instead, and trying to eat them. After adjusting his bow tie, Hadjar sheathed his sword and, clicking his heels together like a guard, picked the tiger cub up and held her in his arms. Azria, once she was warm and surrounded by a familiar scent, soon calmed down and slumbered peacefully. Hadjar went out into the corridor and froze for a moment. It was too crowded. Many people had come to the wedding of the only prince of the kingdom. All along the marble halls, among the paintings and sculptures, the arrogant nobles swaggered. They were all impeccably dressed, with even their shoes polished to a mirror shine. Guardsmen and legionaries stood in the niches. The latter were here more to enjoy the wealth than anything else. Excessive luxury and indiscretion seemed to have flooded the palace. "The servants' entrance is on the other side," said an old, hoarse voice over his shoulder. Hadjar turned. A tall, middle-aged man stood before him. He was wearing high boots and clean cavalry pants that had never seen the road. They hadn't even heard of a single whiff of battle or a long, arduous journey. His hand, encased in a white glove, clutched the hilt of a thin, ceremonial sword. The man twisted his long mustache diligently and gave a shining smile. Hadjar immediately recognized the person standing in front of him. He was General Burmington, the former commander of the Western Army, and now he was one of the highest-ranking generals. He had signed the order to send the Moon Army to Ballium without waiting for reinforcements or provisions. He was the man responsible for General Lean going to the Forefathers after being killed by the man whom she'd been able to call her beloved. Before Hadjar's hand could drop to the handle of Moonbeam, his shoulder was gripped tightly. Burmington took a step back, and after taking his broad-brimmed hat off, bowed gallantly. "My prince," he said, "I was just about to send this servant away." "Servant?" Nero asked quietly. Despite the fact that his friend's voice was calm, Hadjar felt the rage simmering beneath the surface. Only an idiot wouldn't have noticed that the official of the generals understood and was enjoying the situation. "It seems to me, General Burmington, that your numerous medals are so shiny that they've blinded you, since you can't recognize General Hadjar Traves." "General Traves? Sorry, I can't seem to recall anyone with that name in the ranks of the current army." Burmington straightened, put his hat back on, and pushed his girlfriend forward slightly. She was wearing such a revealing dress that she could have given a heart attack to most men, but not Nero and Hadjar. Both of them were too consumed by their hatred to be distracted by anything. The bureaucrat pretended to look closer, and once more bowed his head gallantly. "Oh, I beg your pardon, Baron Traves. You are difficult to recognize in that outfit. It's too much like the servants' clothes today. Once again, please forgive my bad eyesight. If you'd been wearing your homeless man costume, I would have recognized you immediately. Everything in this world is growing, changing, and evolving. Even—" The general didn't finish his sentence, and only smiled meaningfully. "Burmington," Nero growled. "You—" "Oh, my prince," the official interrupted, and pretended to be in a hurry to get to somewhere. "I'm holding you up before the wedding. I apologize. I must go. I'll find my spot among the guests." Pushing Hadjar aside, Burmington hurried after his girlfriend, who looked like a beautiful but silly doll. At the door, the official stopped and said over his shoulder, "We'll be waiting for you, Baron. Please, if it's not too much trouble, bring some cold drinks with you. The servants are too lazy, and it's stuffy in here." Hadjar held his friend back again. He could tolerate being insulted, but his friend, who had lived among the nobles for so long, sometimes thought like them. He would gladly throw himself at every insignificant wretch that decided to throw out veiled or not-so-veiled insults. Of course, Hadjar was also eager to bare his blade and check Burmington's skill, but for a completely different reason. "Not today, Nero," Hadjar urged his friend. Too many people had gathered in the corridor to watch the show. Don't spoil your wedding with bloodshed. Think of Sarah. This is her wedding, too. The prince took a deep breath, and after a few seconds, exhaled sharply. Adjusting his ceremonial costume, embroidered with gold, emerald, diamonds, and agate, Nero turned to his friend. "Thank you, Hadj." The former, a fact Burmington had so kindly reminded them of General, just smiled and shrugged. What else are best men for, if not these kinds of situations, my friend? Now it was Nero's turn to smile. The friends patted each other on the shoulder in a soldierly manner and spat behind them, shocking the snobby aristocrats, then entered the hall. The guests were already seated on the benches. The king and the head priest stood under a golden canopy. Religion wasn't the cornerstone of a kingdom in this world, but nevertheless it sometimes got its chance to shine. Ignoring Primus's gaze, Hadjar led his closest friend along the red carpet and to the altar. On this day, which was so important to Nero, he was with him, as always, shoulder to shoulder, back to back. The closer they got to the golden altar, the more Hadjar felt that Nero needed his support now more than he ever had in any of their battles. The prince stumbled, and Hadjar, keeping a calm expression on his face, stopped his friend from falling. Nero came to his senses in time, regained his balance, and reached the altar. The priest, who was dressed as richly as the king himself, nodded to Hadjar and handed him a simple leather strap. The best man's duty was to tie the hands of the newlyweds together. Then everyone gasped. All the guests turned toward the main entrance in unison. There, along with the modestly dressed princess, stood Sarah. She looked so beautiful that for a fraction of a second Hadjar wanted to switch places with his friend. When Sarah reached the altar, Nero seemed to let out a sigh of relief, and his smile lit up the room. Then came the ceremony. Hadjar, due to his lack of knowledge, made a slight mistake when tying them together with the leather strap, causing his friends to smile even as the priest frowned in displeasure. Then there was the feast. Hadjar had never seen so much food and wine in his entire life. Laughter and toasts filled the banquet hall. The guests had fun. Sarah and Elaine continued to play with Azria. The kitten didn't care. She was too busy licking the remnants of the meat she'd eaten from her paws. Hadjar and Nero drank and smoked. The people around them were annoyed with the latter. At least a few thousand people sat at the huge table. Bards sang and played on the stage. They sang the same song about Commander Nero and the mad general over and over. Sarah had asked them to play it repeatedly, smugly looking at the gloomy king. A freak show performed next. Hadjar stubbornly looked away from them. He even thought he'd seen several familiar faces among them. The hall abruptly plunged into darkness, and the first screams rang out. It reeked of blood. Human blood. Hadjar looked with sorrow and regret at his shocked friend, who was hugging his scared wife. Hadjar's revenge had begun in earnest, and now he had only one way forward, through mountains of bodies and rivers of blood, straight to the throat of the king and his ultimate desire. Regicide. Chapter 230. The screaming began. Like a tidal wave, it crashed against the cool calm of Nero and Hadjar, and after doing so, washed across the guests, who panicked and fled, hiding under the tables, grabbing the tablecloths and wrapping themselves up in them. The falling dishes rang. Among the flashes of multicolored energy and sparks of steel, their ringing sounded almost like a melody, an ode to terror. The king kept issuing orders. Behind him was the governor, along with 6 legionaries. Hadjar hadn't seen these soldiers before. They were clearly more powerful than the 4 assassins had been. Sometimes a figure would appear from the darkness, desperately trying to end the king's life. However, the many darts, crossbow bolts, daggers, and even a few suicide runs failed to so much as touch the edges of Primus's clothes. Everyone and everything that tried to get to the king was immediately stopped by the blades of the 6 legionaries. They stood in front of the governor and the king like stone statues. They had emerged as if from thin air, armed with very unusual swords, notched, curved, flexible, and wide-bladed. Each of them had 2 pairs of scabbards on their belt. Judging by the way they moved, they were from the same school. What's more, Hadjar could have sworn he'd seen something like this before. The latest assassin tried to evade them, but her head rolled across the floor anyway. Then the body collapsed, a fountain of blood gushing from its neck. Hadjar realized then why their technique seemed so familiar. It was the same one that Primus had used to execute the Duke of Boreas. This only strengthened Hadjar's suspicions about what had happened 15 years ago. After making sure that Nero and Sarah were safe, Hadjar leapt off the table. His movements were faster than a falcon's. His gaze was as merciless as the pits of hell. His sword was like a spring storm, hitting a calm, unprepared bay. Hadjar easily bypassed the defenses of the 6 swordsmen, not because they were sluggish or weak, but because they hadn't expected his attack. Neither the king nor the governor had had enough time to perceive what had happened. Blood flew. Hadjar's plan was going great so far. Primus looked startled and put his hand to his cheek, which had been struck by Hadjar, cutting it open. The king looked at the back of the person in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. The disgraced general, who was still alive only thanks to his friendship with the prince, was holding the weight of a huge axe back with his blade. One of the assassins had managed to slip past everyone unnoticed, gone around the hall in a wide arc, and had then struck from where he'd been least expected, from behind the king and the governor. For a long time to come, the best investigators of the kingdom would wonder how he had managed it. No one would ever know that it had been Hadjar who'd let this assassin into the room the day before and hidden him in a secret niche that no one except him and a younger Elaine would have known about. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Hadjar asked without turning around. He looked into the assassin's eyes, and the man looked back resolutely. Both of them understood what would happen next. Both of them were ready for it. "Kill him," Primus growled, waving his arm imperiously and sending a wave of energy out. Immediately, Hadjar turned his wrist and moved slightly. His sword sailed like a blade of grass carried by the wind, and slipping past the shaft of the axe, cut the fake assassin's head off. Another fountain of blood erupted, and another body fell to the marble, the sound drowned out by all the fighting. The attackers had no real chance. When Sarah managed to suppress the spell of darkness and restored light in the hall, their fate was sealed. A mere 10 minutes later, the 2 remaining enemies were forced to their knees in front of the king. Their masks were then torn off, and the people gasped when they saw that these were young men no older than 18 winters. They were shocked not so much by their youth, but by how many legionaries the assassins had managed to kill. The king looked at them silently. Then, snarling, he snatched his blade from its scabbard and cut the body of the nearest man in half with one strike. The people cried out again. Some of the women hid their faces in their companions' shoulders. Even Sarah, who had seen awful things during the war, turned away and pressed herself against Nero. The king's fury always scared his subjects because they knew that it could one day be directed at them. Only Hadjar remained calm. Fortunately, no one except an old man was looking at the former general. The guests stared at the bloodied blade, the hand that held the man's head, and at the last assassin. "Who sent you?" Primus almost choked with rage and anger. "Tell me, and you'll die as swiftly and painlessly as he did." The man remained silent. He looked into his captor's face with hatred. "The king gave you an order," General Burmington barked out from the crowd. Surprisingly, his blade was covered in blood. Hadjar was pretty sure that the bureaucrat had simply thrust his weapon into someone's cooling body. The young man turned sharply and spat right into the general's face. Alas, the spittle didn't reach him and fell on the table instead. "This usurper isn't my king," the kneeling prisoner cried out, full of despair, fear, and hopelessness. He turned toward the king and tried to spit on him, but he was stopped by a strong blow to the face from Hadjar. "King's mongrel," the assassin wheezed, spitting out teeth. "A false hero in the service of a kin and king-slayer." The people whispered, and Primus tried to swing his sword, but there wasn't enough space for him to do so. The mad general was standing over the young man, who continued his final tirade. "But you, usurper, won't ravage our country for much longer. The hammers in the damned mine will rust soon. The green boots won't be trampling our meadows and fields soon enough. In the north, the true king is gathering his army. The spirits of his parents are with him. Glory to Prince Hadjar! Glory to the true king!" Unable to bear it any longer, Primus pushed Hadjar aside, but it was too late. The young man had grabbed the collar of his cloak with his teeth, swallowed, and a moment later fallen to the ground, convulsing. Fragrant, gray foam bubbled out from his eyes, mouth, and ears. His skin quickly dried up, and the bones crunched and ripped out through his flesh and blood. Some of the guests vomited, the others recoiled in fear. The young assassin had believed in the long-dead prince so strongly that he'd been ready to accept such a terrible death in his name. Primus, moving his sweaty hair away from his forehead, looked around the room and at the whispering guests. They all looked at Primus with suspicion and far less fear than before. "Damned prince! Even after his death he still causes me trouble." "General," the king barked, "bring the members of the highest military council to the small throne room immediately. It's time to end this heresy." "Yes, my king," Burmington bowed. Primus gave the official a scornful look. "Not you," the king said, and turned to Hadjar. "General Traves, you are hereby reinstated. You must lead the army once more, and rid the north of this filth." Now it was Hadjar's turn to bow. "Your will is law, my king," Hadjar said, and no one in the hall saw the general's victorious, sad smile. The success of the first stage of his plan had already exacted a grim toll. How many people would die for his ambitions by the end of it? However, the spindle of fate was already spinning and weaving the tapestry. Hadjar would either lead the parade or be trampled by the marchers. Chapter 231. Behind the king, several other people entered the small council hall. Hadjar knew some of them: the princess, Nero, General Burmington, and other people who were involved in governing the country or its military. Only Hadjar and Sarah were impressed by the hall. Apparently the other members of the upcoming council had visited it often. Hadjar had been in this small room once before, hidden behind the wall of the main hall. At the time, the room had been very different. There was now a wide table in the room, atop which sat a paper map of the country and its environs. Primus had spared no expense. Paper was only imported from the Empire, and it cost so much that it was better to not even think about it. A massive ebony chair at the head of the table was immediately occupied by Primus. The rest of the council sat in their customary seats. Nero sat to his father's right, and Elaine sat to his left. The rest sat in a strict order, depending on their usefulness to the king. General. Primus pointed to the chair opposite the royal one at the far side of the table. The aristocrats looked at Hadjar with envy. That seat was intended for those the king was going to talk to the most, the main person after Primus. Taking the sleeping Azria out of his clothes, Hadjar sat in the indicated chair. After a short moment of silence, the king sighed heavily and ran his hand over his face as if trying to wipe his fatigue away. Behind him, the governor stood like a silent statue. Hadjar tried not to look at him, as he wasn't sure that the dragon inside his heart wouldn't wake up if he did so. "Forgive me, son, for what happened at your wedding," Primus said. "I'll definitely find out how the assassins were able to get past our guards." Nero nodded and squeezed Sarah's hand. She was sitting next to him. The witch hadn't had time to change, and bloodstains were visible on the hem of her snow-white wedding dress. Hadjar tried not to look at them as well, but for completely different reasons. "I hold no ill will toward you, my king." Nero shook his head. "We must find and punish the ones behind this assassination." It was unlikely that the prince was concerned about his father's life. He was full of righteous anger at the fact that someone had dared to endanger his wife. Come to think of it, had the wedding made Sarah a princess of Lydus? He should have paid closer attention to Southwind's explanations on the intricacies of palace life in his childhood. To be honest, Hadjar had been a bit lazy. After all, he'd been relying on the neuronet at the time. Without it, he felt as if he'd lost a vital piece of himself. "Then let's proceed with this unscheduled council," the king nodded. Without waiting for Primus to give the floor to anyone, General Burmington took up the pointer. "May I, my king?" Primus looked at the official, sighed heavily, and waved his hand to indicate approval. The general rose, coughed into his fist, and began to move figurines representing soldiers, guns, and cavalry across the map. "According to our intelligence reports, the rebel troops are allegedly holed up in the White Forest." Burmington gave everyone some time to process what he'd just said. There was much to unpack there. The White Forest was one of the most deadly places in Lydus. No one below the formation stage would ever risk going in there, despite the legends about a variety of magical herbs and strong beasts, whose cores could help with cultivation. Too many anomalies, natural disasters, and monsters of great power plagued that forest. Not to mention the fact that the snow never melted in the White Forest, not even in the middle of summer. It was so cold there that the chill could rival the highest peaks of the Black Mountains. Southwind had told him that the forest had appeared as the result of a battle between two immortals. A number of adventurers went there every year, searching for the legacy of one of these immortals. No one had ever returned. "That's impossible," one of the officials cried. "It's impossible to survive in the White Forest." Most of those present supported him with their approving whispers. "Actually, it makes sense," Nero said, raising his hand, which made the aristocrats fall silent. "Did you know that the best trackers and hunters of the kingdom have been looking for the rebels for 15 years, and no one has found them so far?" "But we're talking about the White Forest," the official protested indignantly. "My prince, with all due respect, you must have been hit in the head during the war. No one can endure even one season in there, let alone 15 years. "That just means they've found a way," Nero shrugged. "About as likely as finding a way to be born an immortal," the official said. General Burmington just wants to send General Traves to his doom. Not your most subtle move, sir." "Are you accusing me of something, Earl Rakia?" The general squinted. His knuckles turned white as he squeezed the pointer. Maybe it's time for you to stop being foolish," Elaine whispered, but as she did so, a wave of power swept through the room. It was difficult for Hadjar to find the right words to describe it, because he'd never felt something like this before. Only he and Primus had noticed that a hieroglyph on the princess's hand had flashed brightly for a moment. Until recently, it had been considered impossible to defeat the Black Gates sect. "Do you mind reminding me, Earl Rakia, what the sect is like these days? Maybe you know how its patriarch is doing?" Blushing slightly from the humiliation, Rakia leaned back in his chair and waved his hand uncertainly. Hadjar knew perfectly well that he led the opposition to the current government and King Primus. Unfortunately, this opposition was very nominal and mostly for show, but even that was better than nothing. "Go on, Burmington," Primus nodded. He and Hadjar had studied the same school of management. As a result, their counsels were rather similar. First, everyone got the opportunity to speak, and then, based on what he'd heard, the king made a decision. Hadjar hoped that this detail would elude his friend's notice. He needn't have worried. The newlyweds were still too shocked to pay attention to such subtle clues. "Thank you, my king." The official moved a few more figurines to the White Forest. "Give me 100,000 cavalry, 200,000 infantry, and 120 cannons, and by the middle of autumn the rebels will be nothing more than a memory." The counselors started whispering again. 300,000 soldiers wasn't that big of a deal to the army of Lydas. Significant, certainly, but not any sort of major loss. 120 cannons was, of course, a fortune, but if the rest of the armies tightened their belts, they could be found. "We'll come in from the south side," Burmington continued, "and march in a wide arc toward the Blue Vein." The general gestured with the pointer at a wide river that never froze. "The rebels will be forced to retreat, and once they are on the ice, we'll use the cannons." Burmington concluded his presentation there. The others had enough knowledge and imagination to figure out the rest. What would so many cannons do to people stuck out on the ice, even if they were strong practitioners? Some of them would end up a bloody mess, and others would end up freezing and drowning beneath the ice. Hadjar had to give the man credit. The plan was amazing, simple, crafty, and efficient. It was no wonder that a wave of approving whispers had followed in the wake of Burmington's explanation. "General Traves." Primus's eyes flashed, and the hall immediately fell silent once again. "What do you think?" Hadjar rose and approached Burmington. He calmly extended his hand toward him. For a few moments, Burmington wrestled with his desire to insult him and his unwillingness to incur the king's wrath. He gave the pointer to Hadjar, snorted, and sat back down. Turning to the map, the general removed almost all the figurines that the previous speaker had managed to move to the forest. "Give me 30 cavalry, 100 infantry, and 3 cannons," Hadjar said, "and in 3 weeks I'll return with their leader's head." The room was deathly silent as everyone tried to process this. The silence was eventually broken by Nero, who slapped himself and let out a slow, agonized "again." The prince massaged his temples and rose abruptly. "My king, don't listen to him. His crazy plans are sometimes really just that, crazy. Let's instead go with the safe, sane plan of General Nero stopped talking when his father raised his palm. Primus took the floor. "How are you, with so few soldiers, going to bring me the head of someone who hasn't been found for 15 years in a mere 3 weeks?" "It's simple, my king." Hadjar bowed slightly. "I'll just join them. Everyone knows that the Mad General and King Primus don't get along. Convincing the rebels that I've betrayed you won't be very difficult to pull off." Nero was about to say something again, but before he could open his mouth, Primus started laughing. He laughed long and hard. Hadjar tried not to plunge into his memories again. His uncle had laughed like this when he and his nephew had used to prank others together. "You really are mad, General Traves. Well, so be it. You set off tomorrow. Gods as my witnesses, if you don't return with the head of the leader of these rats in 5 weeks, I'll give the order for Birmington to execute his plan. And I won't care about who ends up sent to the forefathers by his cannons." Chapter 232. Hadjar stood in front of a small squad, 30 horsemen in steel armor and red cloaks, 100 infantrymen with round shields, helmets, standards, and spears, 3 cannons, and the cannoneers to man them. Judging by their auras, there was no one in the squad below the level of the formation stage. Hadjar was still the strongest cultivator among them, of course. Still, 130 people at the formation stage were a significant force by the standards of the surrounding kingdoms. They could have stormed a city or a barony. General Traves, a middle-aged man, rode forward. Around his chest, slowly thudding against his armor, hung a silver medallion. "May I introduce myself?" "Yes, please," Hadjar nodded. The reinstated general wore a white cloak made from the skin of a white ape. Underneath, he was wearing the same kind of simple clothes and bast shoes that he always did. Only his general's medallion and moonbeam were worth any money. As if she'd heard his thoughts, Azria immediately nipped at his chest. She still had the habit of sleeping in the clothes of her transport, and woke up only to resent him and eat. Nero often joked that this was typical behavior for a woman. "Lieutenant O'Sheckle," the officer punched his breastplate. "I'm the commander of the Royal Special Guard. Actually, most of us are right in front of you." Hadjar had no doubt that Primus would have never let him go without proper supervision, but the king had assigned him his own guards, trained to fetch, sit, and shake. Thus he was being kind of paranoid. However, this hadn't derailed Hadjar's plans at all. Perhaps it was even better this way. "You are at my disposal for the next month, officer," Hadjar said unemotionally, almost ironically. The lieutenant nodded and struck his chest again. The other soldiers repeated the gesture. Well, guards was probably a better term for them. The general didn't know what to call the king's pet dogs exactly. While they hadn't chosen such a fate for themselves, they were nevertheless his minions. Some of them were young and had had nothing to do with his parents' death. However, among those present, Hadjar also spotted some familiar faces that he had often seen in his nightmares. They had aged, and some were now gray-haired and scarred, but Hadjar could have singled them out in a crowd of millions. "Let's dot the I's and cross the T's, then," Hadjar continued in the same cold tone. "I can't stand 2 things from my warriors: cowardice and disobedience. My orders aren't negotiable and are to be executed immediately. Is that clear?" "Yes, General," the soldiers responded in chorus. "In battle, I'll kill you with my own 2 hands if you try to run away. Is that clear?" Again the cry of, "Yes, General," came loud and clear. Hadjar nodded and looked at the capital. It was spread out at the foot of the hill they'd chosen to gather on, right at the top. Even from their position, the sound of people having fun in the city could easily be heard. The people were celebrating the wedding of their beloved prince. Thanks to the bard's songs about Aaron, Nero, the common folk liked him very much. He seemed dearer to them than the distant and aloof usurper king. Hadjar, patting the neck of his horse, turned toward the north. "Where are you going, buddy?" a familiar voice asked him. Hadjar turned around. Nero was riding up the hill, swaying slightly in his saddle. He was dressed in full armor, wearing a woolen, thick cloak over his shoulders. The hilt of his heavy blade poked out from behind his shoulder. His black horse shook its head, which caused the metal plates on its bridle to ring out. Nero had strapped his patched marching bag that had seen him through 2 wars to the pommel of his sword. "My prince," the lieutenant bowed immediately. The other royal dogs followed suit. "At ease, officer." Nero's wide smile glittered almost as brightly as his polished armor. "For the next month or so, I'm not your prince, but Commander Nero." Riding over to his friend, Nero slapped him on the shoulder. "Well, General, one more battle won't hurt, right? I'm sick and tired of the palace anyway, and weddings are just so tiresome." Nero kept blabbing on. "Does the king know?" Hadjar interrupted him. The prince immediately fell silent, and his smile faded. "I told him just before I left." Hadjar didn't like that. "Well, Sarah and Elaine don't know, do they?" The smile finally disappeared from the prince's face, and the bridle in his hands creaked plaintively. "I'm not a slave to my wife, Hadjar. I can do what I think is necessary, and right now I consider helping my friend to be of the utmost importance." Hadjar tilted his head to the side and looked at Nero expectantly. He frowned even more and looked away. "I've left her a note," he muttered. "She'll understand. Probably. Or, more likely, she'll pack her things and go back to the Sea of Sand," Hadjar said. "You're now a married man, buddy. You have responsibilities. One of them is to devote the next month solely to your wife and your marriage bed." Nero lost his temper and waved his hand abruptly. His horse squealed nervously and stomped around. "So while my only friend, nut-job that he is sticking his head through a noose, I have to stick my—" Hadjar cleared his throat, reminding the prince that they weren't alone. The royal soldiers were standing next to them. Nero stopped ranting. "My friend," Hadjar clapped his friend on the shoulder, "I'm not a hapless mortal. Have fun, rest, celebrate your wonderful bride. You won't even have time to worry about me. I'll be back even before you get tired of checking the bed's durability and drinking enough wine to get an elephant drunk. Besides, what's a few insurgents, a pair of snowflakes, and a dozen monsters to the mad general?" The prince smiled wryly and sighed. "Besides, don't try to fool me. You just want to escape your sister." Nero laughed. Then, as was often the case, the prince and the general egged each other on and couldn't stop laughing hysterically for about a minute. Their laughter made even the most experienced officers uncomfortable. Some of them recoiled, while others reached for their weapons instinctively. "Don't die out there, mad general." Nero wiped away his tears of laughter and held out his hand. Hadjar smiled wickedly in return. "Don't miss, Commander." Nero turned his horse around and rushed away. He most likely felt like he wouldn't be able to resist the allure of another adventure if he stayed on that hill for much longer. Such was the way of those who followed the path of cultivation. A quiet life was hell to them. They were drawn to distant horizons, secrets, and deadly opponents that would force them to overcome their limits. Hadjar shook off his morose thoughts and turned back toward the north. "Move out," he ordered, and spurred his horse. Chapter 233. It was much easier to move as a small squad than an army of 3 million. It took Hadjar's squad only a few days to cover the sort of ground it would have taken the Moon Army a month to traverse. They sometimes paused to sleep for 2 hours before moving on. They also ate on the go. The riders and cannoneers, whose weapons were being transported in large carts, had it easier. However, the infantry wasn't complaining. They were being paid triple the usual amount for this. When they reached the snow-covered white forest, Hadjar called for a short rest. The soldiers happily collapsed to the ground. For about 5 minutes, the squad resembled a bunch of corpses. That's how motionless they were from exhaustion. But, due to the cold wind, which kept blowing snowflakes at them, they had to get on with it. In short order, the soldiers began to set up tents and light fires, basking in the life-giving orange flames. The eternally snowy forest was surrounded by rivers, meadows, and grassland. It was as if summer, which still reigned in Lydas, had bowed before the domineering cold and hadn't even tried to encroach upon the white forest's territory. Hadjar stooped and picked up a red wildflower. It bloomed only in the summer and was a symbol of this season. Seeing a snowflake melting atop it was somewhat unusual, but amazing. Hadjar sat down on a rock and toyed with the flower in his hand for a while. He was immersed in his memories once again. Elaine had laughed as they'd plucked these very flowers and tried to weave a wreath for their mother. They hadn't succeeded. Then Haver had showed his children how to do it. Hadjar still remembered that day fondly. Now this simple flower, with which shepherds decorated the hair of their beloved, would forever remind him of his mother and motherland. It grew nowhere else but Lydas for some reason. "General," the lieutenant came up to Hadjar, "perhaps we should move a little further to the south. Our camp will be clearly visible here, especially if we light fires at night." Hadjar looked at the officer. It was unlikely that he was trying to offend the general. He just really wanted their mission to succeed. Therefore, Hadjar didn't remind O'Shekel that he was an experienced military commander and had won 2 wars. "It's all right, officer." Hadjar opened his fingers and gave the flower up to the will of the wind. It was picked up and carried off somewhere far away. "If we are noticed, it'll work in our favor." "But, General—" "I don't know what the king told you, officer, but we aren't going to fight them. We're here to kill someone. There's a big difference between the two. To get as close as possible to the enemy, we need to be as noticeable as possible." O'Shekel froze. He was mulling these words over. That much was clear from his expression, and the wrinkles and scars on it became more prominent as a result. "With all due respect, my general, I've always thought it was the other way around. The less noticeable one is, the easier it is to kill their enemy." "And you're wrong to think so," Hadjar shrugged. "By the way, you still haven't noticed that my dagger is resting against your femoral artery." The lieutenant started and looked down. He saw the steel aimed straight at his thigh. If Hadjar moved his hand even slightly, the officer would die from blood loss in a few minutes. "Because we aren't hiding, we'll lull the enemy into lowering their guard." Hadjar returned the dagger to the folds of his clothing. "We'll make them doubt everything with our brazen approach. Doubt and a lack of vigilance are certain death for any rebel." The lieutenant, after gulping loudly, hit his chest with his fist. "Please forgive my insolence, my general." "It's all right, officer." Hadjar took out his pipe and lit the tobacco with a slight effort of will. "I understand your concerns. Believe me, if we do everything properly, you'll get to see your wife again in 3 weeks." O'Shekel glanced at the leather bracelet on his right wrist. There were no wedding rings in Lydas. They had wedding bracelets instead. After hiding it under the sleeve of his shirt, the lieutenant saluted once more and returned to his soldiers. Hadjar was left alone. He smoked and looked at the forest. Somewhere in the middle of all that snow, there was a man for whom Hadjar had too many questions. For some reason, the general was sure that right now this man was looking at the darkness as well. He'd looked at the endless fields of flowers and seen the fires burning. He wondered if this man knew his fate. Did the royal dogs know that Hadjar had lied to them? If everything went according to his plan, then none of them would ever see their families again. Hadjar stayed awake that whole night. Having reached the transformation of the mortal shell stage, he could now go almost 4 days without rest, and only needed to eat food once a week. That was enough for his body to function properly. As soon as the first rays of sunlight touched his face, Hadjar emerged from his deep meditation. Throwing on his cloak, made from the white ape's skin, he got on his horse and blew the alarm horn. 10 minutes later, the tents had been packed up, the campfires put out, and the soldiers stood ready as the cavalry mounted up. Half an hour later, the squad reached the very edge of the white forest. It was quite an amazing sight. Even as summer and sunshine reigned supreme behind them, the cold and darkness were undisputed here. "Squad," Hadjar addressed the soldiers, "I want to remind you that we aren't here to do battle. Therefore, you must treat any forces we encounter with the utmost friendliness and camaraderie. Don't fight unless I give the order. Move through the forest in a tight formation. I assure you that if we end up disorganized, we'll be going to the forefathers. Every tree is a danger to us. Every gust of wind is a potential hazard. Every rustle is a warning sign. Don't forget that we are entering the land that has been a source of many horror stories for generations of our people." Hadjar fell silent, and the soldiers shouted back in chorus, "Yes, General." Nodding, Hadjar was the first to enter the shade of the Ice Kingdom. The snow cover crunched under his horse's hooves, and the frosty wind immediately stung his cheeks. The first snowflakes fell on his eyelashes, and Hadjar involuntarily remembered the day when he'd raced after the island witch while wounded. The wind, as if agreeing with someone he could no longer hear, whispered a quiet, "Stupid general." Following Hadjar, the rest of the squad entered the forest. Chapter 234. In just a week, Hadjar learned firsthand that Southwind's tales had been sugar-coating things, if anything. The White Forest was a more perilous place than anything the Mad General had encountered before. On the very first day, 4 people lost their lives, not to an enemy's blade, or because they'd been eaten by a hungry beast. Their death had been much simpler, and at the same time, much more terrifying. When night fell, Hadjar had decided to make camp. They'd traveled deep into the forest, but hadn't found any signs of people. There was no point in continuing their search at night, when they couldn't even see their hands in front of their faces. The squad started setting up camp. Hadjar made do with just his ape's skin, which protected him from the cold. After wrapping himself in it, the general sat down in the snow under a tree. It was quite comfortable. He didn't need even a tent. The soldiers didn't have the luxury of a cloak made from a white ape's skin. They needed fires, tents, and warm bedrolls. Most of that wasn't an issue, but the fires, well... 7 soldiers went to gather dry brushwood. Half an hour later, when O'Shekel had started worrying about them, only 3 men returned to the camp. They had been young guys with full heads of black hair, but now they were gray. It took an hour of drinking soothing herbal tea before they were able to tell their story. They said that they'd been collecting brushwood when a snowstorm began. In the storm, they'd seen several ghostly female figures. The women had been so beautiful that the soldiers had been ready to sell their souls just to touch their bodies once. 4 soldiers had managed to do just that. As soon as they'd gone inside the storm, they'd immediately disappeared, turning into 4 ice statues. Hadjar went to search for these ice statues on his own. When he discovered them, he understood why the soldiers had turned gray. The statues had expressions of horror, the likes of which Hadjar had never seen before on their faces. Maybe if he'd peered at the faces of the dead a bit longer, his hair would have turned gray with fear too. Or maybe not, as it was very difficult to strike terror into a dragon's heart. Hadjar broke the statues with his blade and buried the shards in some snowdrifts. When he returned to the camp, he said that he hadn't found the bodies. Apparently, the storm had taken them. Everyone except the 3 survivors believed him, having guessed the truth. They were grateful to him. On the 2nd day, the squad lost 2 more members. A huge ice python that had crawled out of the snow had devoured them. It was a vile, 25-foot-long poisonous snake. Its poison froze a person from the inside. It had bitten 2 men, and the memory of their anguish caused most of the squad to stay awake that night. It was difficult to forget how a person who felt their blood crunch as their veins froze could scream. The 3rd day was a peaceful one. Unfortunately, it was followed by the 4th, one of the most terrible days they would have in the forest. On that day, Hadjar realized that he was still stuck at the very beginning of the path of cultivation. As the squad went deeper into the forest, a snowstorm arose. The 3 gray-haired soldiers screamed in horror. The rest immediately grabbed their weapons, and the cannoneers lit the fuses of their hand grenades. However, instead of beautiful women, 2 men came out of the storm. They had long white hair peeking out from under their helmets, and their faces were pale, expressionless. They wore beautiful gold and white metal armor and held short axes in their hands. Hadjar immediately jumped off his horse and started fighting one of them. No matter how hard Hadjar tried, no matter how swift his blade was or how powerful his attacks were, cutting the trees around them in half and ripping up the ground, the snow warrior always proved to be a little stronger and faster. Explosions and screams could be heard. The melting snow hissed as blood was spilled on it. Then the snowstorm kicked up again, and the 2 warriors turned into snowflakes and disappeared. Hadjar stood unscathed, even as 11 lifeless bodies lay on the snow. That evening, Hadjar reduced the number of soldiers in the squad by another 5 people. After leaving the clearing where the battle had taken place, the squad set up camp. Of the 120 survivors, 24 had been sent out on patrol. They had to swap out every hour. "This is a cursed place," someone said by the fire. Hadjar, as usual, was sitting wrapped up in his ape-skin cloak. He listened to the soldiers' conversation, but didn't give it much thought. He was more concerned with his own meditation. After undergoing the transformation at the mortal shell stage, his path of cultivation had changed slightly. Now it was much easier to absorb the energy of the world, and the image of the sword, hidden in the river of energy, had come a little closer, less than a hair's breadth, admittedly, but still. "You're right, Parton," another man said. "We are the royal squad, honorable guards, not lowly huntsmen who have to freeze their asses off. And we certainly didn't agree to a war with demonic ghosts and ice creatures from nightmares." "The gods as my witnesses," a third voice added. "General Burmington fooled everyone. He decided to get rid of the mad general, and we'll just die with him." A wave of approving murmurs flooded the camp, but it immediately crashed against the lieutenant's roar. "Shut up, you sons of bitches!" O'Shekel snapped. "You swore an oath, each of you. We swore allegiance to the king, and an order from General Traves is an order from the king himself. If it's necessary to lay our bones to rest in this God's forsaken hole, we'll do just that. Or do you want to go to the house of your forefathers with the stigma of dishonor upon you?" The murmurs immediately quieted. There was no worse fate than dishonor for a warrior. The forefathers would never allow someone like that past their threshold. They would just spit in a warrior's face instead, upon seeing such a stigma tarnishing their soul. "Dishonor?" Parton hissed out. Hadjar was still sitting with his eyes closed, unable to see the speaker. "Tell me, Lieutenant, where is the honor here? I would be happy to fight in a battle against at least 1,000 rebels. Even if they cut me to pieces, I would die with a smile on my face. But this, to die in the snow and ice, being toyed with by unknown creatures, there is no honor in that." The roar of approving shouts started up again. This time O'Shekel couldn't suppress the uprising. Fear was a powerful motivator. "I'm leaving," Parton spat. "Who's with me?" 4 more soldiers managed to get up. Suddenly the clearing stilled. Only the hiss of snow melting from the blood spilled on it broke the silence. The 5 bodies that had been pierced by invisible blades fell. Confusion and a bit of resentment could be seen in their expressions, frozen there forever. Without even opening his eyes, Hadjar continued to sit at the foot of the tall, icy tree. The soldiers only managed to notice a vortex of steel energy subsiding around the general. No further words were required from either the lieutenant or the general. The soldiers immediately fell silent, looked at each other, and went to their tents. Their turn to patrol would be here soon. It was best to get some sleep before that. Over the next 3 days, Hadjar lost 12 more people. Some of them ended up frozen, some disappeared in the snow, and some were even devoured by shapeless shadows, which emerged from out of nowhere and disappeared back into the abyss, leaving behind claw and fang marks. One man, the most fortunate of them all, managed to die in a perfectly ordinary way, slipping and falling onto an iced-over log, which pierced his throat. Despite all these hardships, at the beginning of the 2nd week, Hadjar found the people he'd been looking for. General Burmington hadn't lied. They ended up being found by Azria. Chapter 235. The morning of the 8th day began with a powerful, tiger-like roar and a human cry. Then the alarm horn rang out, and the squad rushed toward their forward troops. What they saw was the least frightening thing they'd witnessed in recent times. In the clearing, around the flattened and torn-up remains of riders and horses, a huge cat prowled. It wasn't a lynx or a tiger or a lion, just an ordinary cat. However, it was bigger than a 3-story tavern. Each of its claws could be used as a spear, and its fangs would make good swords. It reminded Hadjar of the ancient beast he'd met long ago, Azria's mother. The cat hissed at the rider standing in front of it. He, like his horse, was frozen with terror. "Run!" O'Shekel screamed. "Run, you idiot!" It was too late. The cat swung its tail with a hiss. It easily batted the armored warrior out of his saddle. Just one swipe of its mighty paw was enough for the man to begin screaming in agony. The crumpled metal of his armor crushed his torn skin and broken bones even further. A fountain of blood shot out from his mouth, and a white and gray foam burst from his eyes and ears. The cat jerked its tail and threw away the used-up doll. The body landed in a snowdrift, and blood poured out onto the white snow. "Surround it," Hadjar commanded. "Artillerymen, throw your grenades under its paws. Archers, hit its eyes. Get ready for close combat." Hadjar unsheathed his blade and jumped off his horse. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a whirlwind of steel energy immediately sprang up around him, a coiling dragon, visible in its depths. The cannoneers hadn't even managed to light the fuses before a white muzzle poked out from inside Hadjar's clothes. Azria sniffed the air, frowned slightly, and then growled so quietly it was barely audible, almost closer to a purr. That was still enough for the huge cat to squeak plaintively and disappear into the forest in one leap with its tail between its legs. After a couple of moments, even the crunch of trees that the beast destroyed as it fled was no longer audible. Azria sniffed, snorted, and returned to her warmth and comfort. Within seconds, she was already peacefully snuffling as she started falling asleep. "What other secrets are you hiding from me?" The whistling of an incoming arrow interrupted his musings. It almost struck a shocked O'Shekel right between the eyes. The steel flash of moonbeam saved his life. Hadjar had swiftly brought it up to block the arrow. "Arrows! Defend!" the general commanded. Right behind him, the soldiers crowded together and erected a dome of shields around them. The horsemen covered their bodies with round shields and prepared their broadswords. Hadjar peered into the snow-covered forest, but couldn't see where the arrow had come from. On top of that, he didn't feel the presence of anyone besides the members of his squad. The warrior wasn't afraid, but he did feel rather nervous. Hadjar heard the creak of a bowstring being pulled back and was about to send one of his strongest attacks in that direction when somebody started giving orders. "Stop! Back off! Hold your fire! Back off!" The voice giving those commands was familiar to Hadjar. His heart grew heavy, and his rage soared. After Primus, this man was possibly the person he wanted to kill the most in the world. Soon, everything was silent. In that icy tranquility, accompanied by the snow whirling in the wind, there was only the dome of shields. The cannoneers were also ready, getting their cannons ready to fire. A whirlwind of energy raged around Hadjar, and his sword scared even O'Shekel, who was standing nearby. He knew that the general's ire wasn't directed at him, but he was still afraid. "Shall we negotiate?" the voice on the other side of the clearing asked. Hadjar pretended to think about it. However, he didn't do it for long. "All right," the general agreed. "Sir, may I—" O'Shekel began, but was interrupted by a powerful wave of Hadjar's hand. It looked very similar to the one which King Primus had used to silence others. Hadjar sheathed Moonbeam. He went down to the clearing. Calmly walking past the torn-apart bodies, Hadjar looked at their faces. He recognized one man that had been among the ones who had entered the corridor with Primus and had watched the usurper tear the heart out of the queen's chest. Hadjar didn't feel even a bit of sympathy for him. Despite that, his placid expression was marred by intense emotion caused by a rising snowstorm, or more precisely, the man who stepped out of it. The general grabbed the hilt of his blade, but the man raised his hands in surrender. "Easy, mad general," he said. "I'm not a snowman." "Snowman?" The man nodded. "The ones who come out of the snow," he explained. "To be honest, we also don't know who or what they are, but they don't seem to want to harm us, and have even taught us this technique." To demonstrate, the man once again turned into a snowstorm. Hadjar couldn't feel the man's aura at all after he did that. When the man rose up behind him, Hadjar dodged aside abruptly. Only the man's hands, which were once again raised in surrender, stopped him from immediately attacking him. "That's insane," Hadjar whispered. "This isn't a speed technique." "That's right," the man nodded again. "This is a shifting technique. I think that you could only find something similar in the capital of the Empire." A shifting technique was the next step in cultivating one's movement skills. It was much stronger than any of the speed techniques. Compared to it, the 10 Ravens technique was a child's trick. Mastering this kind of technique was impossible even for cultivators at the Spirit Knight level. Another myth had turned out to be real right before his eyes. "You probably want to ask why, with such a technique at our disposal, we haven't seized the capital yet." The man's smile dimmed. "In order to try and get rid of the tension between us, I'll tell you a little secret. This technique that the snowmen have shared with us can only be used in the White Forest. Beyond it, trying to use it has very disastrous consequences." Hadjar didn't believe him. He could be telling the truth, but he still didn't trust this man. The paranoia he'd developed during his years of slavery was too powerful. He trusted very few people. This man wasn't one of them. "Let me introduce myself. I am the former general of the former Northern Army. Atticus." The former general bowed. His paper-thin, scarred skin was very different from what Hadjar remembered. His brittle arms didn't resemble the mighty, muscular ones he'd used to have. Neither did his long, unwashed, thick black hair lying loose across his shoulders. General Atticus had been King Hadjar's closest friend. He'd fought in dozens of wars with him. He'd been the strongest general of his time, someone who all the surrounding kingdoms had feared. The man Hadjar had once wanted to be when he grew up, who had demanded immense respect and had been able to calm anyone down. The man who'd betrayed his king, who'd let the Imperial Legion into the capital, who'd opened the palace doors for Primus's people, who had supported the usurper in his fight for the throne and had indirectly killed his parents. The former Viscount Darsky. He had been that small pebble that had started the avalanche that ended up burying Hadjar's life beneath it. General Hadjar Traves, you have no idea how glad I am to meet you. The half-forgotten prayer came to him in a flash. Duke Valen, Earl Vaslia, Primus, the governor, Viscount. Chapter 236. I've heard about your exploits. Atticus lowered his skeletal arms. Hadjar knew that he shouldn't let the man's appearance fool him. Hadjar's former friend still exuded power. Over the past several years, he had become even stronger, and right now Atticus wasn't any weaker than Hadjar. "I confess that I'm a little nervous because of the arrows aimed at my back," Hadjar said calmly, putting his hands behind his back away from the hilt of Moonbeam. He'd just demonstratively shown that he thought little of the rebel archers' skills. The creak of their bowstrings and the abrupt cursing were a delight to his ears. A bloodthirsty smile curved his lips. "Your power and skill are something to be proud of, mad general." Atticus nodded toward the woods, and the creaking stopped. This time, the archers actually returned the arrows to their quivers. Both groups, nervous and wary, now waited for their leaders to conclude their talk. The possibility of fighting a battle wasn't appealing to anyone. The royal squad was afraid to fight against those who could enter and leave a snowstorm as if it were their own home. The rebels were terrified of the famous General Traves. Before his victory over the patriarch of the Black Gates sect, he had been respected, and after it, people came to fear him. For a warrior from a provincial kingdom to reach the transformation of the mortal shell stage, achieve one with the world, and then defeat a true cultivator before the age of 25 was a monstrously impressive achievement, worthy of being sung about for another 1,000 years. Many people were sure that if the Mad General had been lucky enough to be born in the Empire, he would already be a heaven soldier, if not a spirit knight. "Perhaps you've also heard, General Atticus, that I'm not a big fan of small talk." The rebel leader nodded and grinned briefly. "The songs about your legendary feats have reached even our backwoods, General." Atticus's voice was as cold and emotionless as the bloody snow around him. "I know that you prefer to get right to the point." Silence reigned once again. Hadjar looked into the man's dark eyes. Finally, Atticus shook his head and reprimanded him. "You're being impolite, young man." Hadjar almost lost it then. This traitor had thrown away his right to teach him anything when he'd sold his king and country to the Empire and Primus. Hadjar almost reached for the handle of Moonbeam, wishing to cross swords with his former idol from the distant past. "I'm not the one making his guest wait needlessly," Hadjar shrugged. He'd done so for a reason, to distract himself from his body's murderous desires. His palms were too itchy and kept involuntarily reaching for the hilt of his blade. Atticus laughed harshly. He looked like a crow. He was even wearing simple, patched clothes, similar to Hadjar's. Hadjar didn't want to admit, even if only to himself, that his choice of clothing had been based on what he remembered the greatest general he'd known in his childhood had worn. A child's impressions were the strongest, after all. "Why have you come here, General? Do you really want to avenge your friend's ruined wedding?" "And what if I do?" Atticus squinted at him and nodded again. The creak of bowstrings was heard again, and Hadjar could sense the archers dimly, as if trying to discern a burning candle on a bright, sunny day out of the corner of his eye. But even that was enough for him to see that the rebels outnumbered them. The clearing was surrounded by thousands of archers at the very least. Hadjar couldn't even count how many infantrymen were behind them. "Then, I'm afraid, you'll have to prove that the fact you can block 5,000 arrows wasn't just made up by the bards." Now it was Hadjar's turn to squint. "I'm not sure about 5,000, but I can certainly deal with your 3,500. Atticus didn't react or show that he was ashamed of the accusation that he'd exaggerated. Any leader worth their salt always tried to bluff during negotiations, especially when their bluff could still be backed by something impressive. I should clarify, even if you survive, your soldiers surely won't. Even Atticus's voice sounded like he was cawing now. But if you'd planned to fight us, you would have brought at least 250,000 soldiers with you. I see only a handful of royal dogs. That means I have to ask this question again. What are you doing here, Mad General? Again, there was only silence. Some thought that Hadjar was frightened. Others hoped to see the rebel leader's head roll across the snow. They were all wrong. Hadjar was just putting on a performance. Fortunately, his 5 years spent in the freak show had made him a good actor, because that skill had been very useful during his adventures. Would you believe me, General Atticus, if I told you that I want to join you? You? Join us? Atticus hadn't been ready for such a drastic turn in the conversation. I will admit the offer is tempting, more than tempting, to be perfectly honest. A folk hero joining the resistance, that would be worth a lot. I've never looked at it like that. Hadjar shrugged again. But you have to understand, General Traves. Atticus put his hands on his belt, near the handle of a long, simple blade. It was almost a copy of Moonbeam, or vice versa. It's far too suspicious. You arrive immediately after a failed attempt on the king's life, during which, according to certain rumors, you saved the usurper's life yourself. On top of that, you're not even accompanied by soldiers from your army, but by royal dogs. I understand why you'd be concerned, General. Hadjar nodded. For my part, I can assure you that I wasn't thinking of it as saving the king's life. I saved the life of my friend's father on the day of his wedding. What kind of a friend would I have been if I'd allowed you to sully that joyous occasion with such a thing? Well, General Traves, how are you ever going to be one of us if your closest friend is Prince Aaron? One downside of all those songs was that the whole country knew about the bond of friendship that the prince and the Mad General shared. I hope this will convince you. Hadjar took out a dagger from the folds of his clothes and slashed his palm with it. I swear that I won't rest until I kill King Primus. The wound on the general's palm flared with a golden flame and immediately healed. The river of energy had accepted his oath. Since he wasn't currently on fire, he had been telling the truth. But then, and Atticus finally understood everything, you're very devious, General Traves. Did you know in advance that the king would send this particular squad to accompany you? Hadjar nodded. At that moment, O'Shekel understood everything as well. The lieutenant, pale with fear, turned to the cannoneers and shouted, "Fire!" His last word ended in a wet gurgle as an arrow pierced his throat. From the forest, a rain of arrows came and snuffed out the lives of the remaining royal soldiers. The cannoneers tried to fire, but many of them fell on their cannons, dozens of arrows sticking out of them. They left bloodstains on the black metal of the cannons. They didn't get to retaliate. Hadjar had foreseen everything, and all this time the cannons had never been loaded. This had almost resulted in their deaths, but Azria had fortunately scared the giant creature away. Otherwise, gods only knew how that day would have ended. Not a minute later, it was all over. The 100 royal soldiers lay on the snow, bleeding to death. Their souls would go on to face the judgment of their forefathers, and from there straight to the wheel of rebirth. They could only hope that they would have more luck in their next lives, or that they wouldn't make the kind of choices that would lead them to a similar fate once more. You brought them here like an offering. A sacrifice, more like it, Hadjar thought, but simply said, "They were a way to further prove my intention to join you." Atticus nodded and extended his hand. "Please don't try to kill me as we travel. That will end poorly for both of us. Is there an easy way to reach your camp?" "Nope. You can only do so with the help of this technique. Otherwise, we would have been slaughtered long ago, even with all the dangers of the White Forest." Hadjar took hold of the outstretched hand. For a moment, he felt as if he'd been thrown off a cliff directly into icy water, and then he was standing on a wooden floor. The same floor he'd used to have in his general's tent. Looking around, Hadjar found he was actually inside a spacious tent. However, he could never have imagined that, in addition to the usual cabinets, chests, beds, and tables with maps on them, he would also find a blade at his throat. "Did you really think that I wouldn't recognize you, my prince?" Atticus's hand didn't tremble, and there was no doubt in his eyes. Chapter 237. Hadjar spent a few seconds trying to comprehend what was happening. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, my prince," Atticus said meaningfully. "If you think that you'll be able to draw your sword, you're mistaken. I'll take your head off before your hands even move." "I'm pretty fast," Hadjar smiled wryly. "No doubt," Atticus nodded. They stood in the center of a huge tent. Hadjar noticed that this tent was about 1.5 times larger than the one he'd lived in. Judging by the sounds that came from outside, they were still in the White Forest. "First of all, you need to know the full story," Atticus said, and pushed the sword forward slightly. A scarlet trickle began to run down Hadjar's throat. "I'm glad you still remember what I taught you, Prince." The reminder that, as a child, Hadjar had used to sit on the knee of the then honorable general and to listen to his stories with his mouth open was as insulting as a slap to the face. Hadjar, who had been slapped numerous times, could flare up from just one. "You know, in all your stories and teachings, I don't remember any lessons about betrayal," Hadjar almost snarled. Now it was Atticus's turn to flinch, as if he'd been slapped. Just that brief moment, when his enemy's blade moved less than an inch away from his throat, was enough for Hadjar to draw his own sword. Steel flashed, red sparks fell to the floor, and then the two warriors were standing opposite each other. Their swords were crossed and ready for battle. "You are astoundingly quick, my prince." Atticus was a little shocked. "Perhaps you are faster than anyone I've ever fought against. Then you can hope that your death will be swift as well." Hadjar didn't restrain himself any longer. An enraged dragon coiled behind his eyes, ready to strike, and an inhuman growl escaped him. "But I can't promise that." Hadjar had been ready for anything. Atticus's famous sky-piercing slash technique, for example. With his own eyes, he had seen Atticus cut a huge boulder in half at a distance of 40 steps using it. To a young Hadjar, that had been comparable to the feats of legendary heroes. He'd even been expecting some sort of vile trick, hidden traps or poisonous darts. But what the traitor actually did was something that Hadjar couldn't even comprehend, let alone prepare for. Atticus's expression showed he was weary. He looked as tired as if he'd been carrying the whole world on his shoulders for centuries. His lips curved into a sad smile, and his hands shook for the first time. His sword fell from his unsteady grip. With a thud, it got stuck in the wooden floor, shook a couple of times, and stilled. Now unarmed, Atticus stood opposite Hadjar. He spread his arms out and seemed ready to embrace and even welcome the death that would soon come for him. "My prince, I've been dead for nearly 15 years now," Atticus croaked. On his right cheek there was a small teardrop, which contained so much pain that it could have turned into enough rain to last a whole month. "I made a mistake, my prince. That mistake cost me more than just my life. No matter how hard I try, I will never atone for my sins." Hadjar looked into his former idol's dark eyes. He found no anger there, no rage, not even a willingness to do battle, only fatigue and regret. An ocean of regret lapping against the shores of a vast universe of pain. Atticus had suffered greatly, and was perhaps glad that someone would finally take his life. It was possible he even craved it. He wanted it much more than Hadjar wanted to kill the traitor. "Tell me the truth," Hadjar said in a calmer manner, sheathing his sword. "Tell me why Primus betrayed my father, and why you helped him." "That is a long story, my prince. It'll bring you neither relief nor joy. I have already lingered for too long on this earth. The judgment of my forefathers and the stigma of dishonor have waited for too long already. Let us end this." Hadjar's eyes flashed with anger. "If you're truly so sorry for what you did, Atticus, you would have been more careful and lied to me more convincingly. You don't want to spare me. You just don't want to remember the past." Atticus twitched again, and his expression became stern. "Maybe I have no honor left." His voice was cold iron. "But no one has ever dared to accuse me of cowardice." "Then tell me!" Hadjar almost roared back. The canopy was thrown aside, and 4 men ran in with their swords drawn. Hadjar prepared for battle, but Atticus shook his head and made a couple of gestures with his hand. The men hesitated for a moment, and then left. "It'll be a long story, my prince. After hearing it, your world will no longer be as black and white as before. In any case, these events made me go down a crossroads. Alas, I realized too late that I had chosen the wrong turn." "Tell me," Hadjar repeated. "Very well, my prince. Listen carefully. This is a story that neither the honorable master nor the wise South Wind ever told you. A story that almost no one knows, and those who remember it try their best to forget. A story that you, most likely, will never believe. A story of 2 brothers, neither of which wanted to betray the other, but they both did so." Hadjar listened to Atticus's story, and visions of the past appeared before his eyes. It all started with Hadjar standing on a balcony, watching his parents, Atticus, Primus, and the other generals leaving the capital. The nomads on their borders had started their seasonal raids. However, this time the king had decided to go beyond merely repelling them, and instead wanted to march across the borders of their kingdom and strike at the capital of the nomadic tribe. The battle was bloody. They had to fight on the bank of a wide river. The nomads initially had the advantage. They were attacking from dry land, while the troops of Lydas had to disembark from their boats as they fought. That day, Atticus decided, luck hadn't just turned away from him, but had spat in his face. As soon as he made it ashore, he slipped on the river sludge. He lost his balance for a moment, which was enough to allow 5 arrows to pierce his body. Hadjar saw it happen. With a roar, he cut his way through their enemies, trying to save his dying friend. I trained with Hadjar since childhood. I fought alongside him in thousands of battles. That's how I recognized you immediately, my prince. His shadow follows you. You even hold your sword the same way he did. Others may not see it, but I do. Seeing that the king had left his back wide open, dozens of nomads rushed to attack him. Elizabeth rushed to defend him. She was a fiery whirlwind, sweeping the enemies in her way. Not a single blade or arrow could even touch Hadjar. However, the enemies weren't deterred. They kept coming. The sky darkened from all the explosions and fire. Hundreds, thousands of the dead and dying lay across the riverbank. Suddenly, in the midst of this orgy of death and agony, Atticus sensed something inhuman, something demonic. That was the beginning of the end. Chapter 238. Atticus was bleeding to death, and the world seemed hazy, like the air was being distorted by a huge bonfire. The mountain to the west turned into a castle. The black sky took on a scarlet and purple hue. The fleeing nomads were shouting something. They were leaving weapons, prisoners, even their own comrades behind. Those who didn't have horses tried to cling to others' stirrups, but were thrown off. Everything around him was filled with the cries of people dying under the hooves of horses mad with horror. Suddenly, something that very faintly resembled a man was hovering over Atticus. An odd, incomprehensible armor hung from the creature. Its long, scabby arms hung to below its knees. Instead of teeth, it had black fangs. Its eyes were redder than hot coals. Atticus prepared to die, but it never happened. The creature growled as black and green blood spurted from it. Primus had outrun his brother and impaled the monster on his sword. Throwing the body off his blade with a kick, he grinned at him and jokingly said, "You owe me, General." Atticus knew that if they survived, this joke would come true. He really would owe Primus, the man he trusted the least in this world. However, it was unlikely that either of them would get to go back home. The terrifying creatures had replaced the nomads, who had managed to escape this hell as their foes. They looked like nightmares come alive. They tore through people, devouring and killing anyone they could reach. Atticus remembered how he'd thought of them as demons, and mentally laughed at his foolish assumption. Then the laughter in his head was replaced by sorrow. He would never be able to return to the day of the little prince's birthday celebration and give him his father's dagger. It had been passed on in their family for hundreds of generations. But fate was cruel. After Atticus had gone through 5 wives and divorces, the healers had said that the gods hadn't given the general the ability to carry on his family line. Therefore, Atticus had been planning to pass on his only legacy to his most beloved student, and someone he'd thought of as his nephew, the little prince. He had been certain that, despite all the efforts of Hadjar and Elizabeth, their boy wouldn't grow up to be a scholar at all, but a warrior. A great warrior, maybe the greatest one that had ever lived. 100 people crowded around Atticus, protecting him. Among them were the king, Primus, Elizabeth, and a beautiful girl with turquoise hair. Bathed in the light of the lilac sky, her hair almost seemed to glow. She fought with a short blade and was graceful in her deadliness. No wonder Primus loved the girl so much. The bride of the king's brother was named Leonora, a swordsman famous in all the northern areas of the kingdom. She'd never joined an army until the day she'd met Primus and started fighting side by side with him. They made a good couple. It was a pity that would soon end. Suddenly, it seemed to the general like a miniature sun had flashed before his eyes, and then the world froze. After a moment, Atticus realized that he had been mistaken. It hadn't been a sun at all. Nevertheless, the world really had frozen. The terrible creatures hung in the air. Elizabeth's fire technique looked like a bloom of flame that would never blossom. Even Havre had been stopped mid-swing. It was a haunting and unnerving sight. Primus's blade, called Moonwind, inherited from his father, may the forefathers judge him kindly, turned into ghostly moon silk. Atticus had always liked it when Primus called on his moon wind. It was so marvelous that it often won not only battles, but also drew oceans of female attention. Leonora, despite the fact that she fought with a simple short blade, seemed to conjure entire tsunamis of power with each strike. They swept away the beasts, bent age-old trees, and cut stones in half. Atticus often wondered what it would be like if Leonora wielded a heavy sword, not a short one. "Hold on, poor general," a melodious, childish voice whispered. Through the veil of death and the call of his ancestors, Atticus beheld a miniature girl. Woven from threads of light, she flapped her butterfly wings and held Atticus's finger. That was the only thing that kept him from going to the house of his forefathers, where he would always be welcome. The general looked at the miracle that had appeared before him. He recalled the old stories Southwind used to tell. In this world, across time and in the wind, through the moon and sun, along the earth and fire, fairies flew. They were creatures endowed with unprecedented power and punished for it by the heavens with endless loneliness. They served the gods as their envoys. Any story in which these creatures appeared was doomed to end tragically. Fairies were feared. There were songs about them. They were loved and hated in equal measure. "You shouldn't have been here, poor general." The fairy's voice made Atticus cry, so beautiful and sad it was. She had a tiny sword. "And there should have been no demons here either. They made a mistake in the seventh heaven, poor general. The Jasper Emperor is furious. I'm here to assuage his fury and alter your destiny." Atticus didn't understand half of what the fairy had just said. Who was the Jasper Emperor? What was this seventh heaven, and why had they made a mistake? However, he understood the main point. The fairy was going to help him. He asked her what she wanted in return. Fairies always wanted something in return. They were like the gods they served in that regard. "One of the women who follow the brother kings should stay behind. She has to delay the demons. Then I can get you and them to safety. Don't ask me why it has to be one of them. That is how magic works, and how this entire world functions." Atticus said they wouldn't believe him. "I'll make it so that they do believe you. But you must know, poor general, that if you make this decision, you'll be even more miserable. If you don't, then you will all die, but the world will be a little better in the end. What will you choose, poor general? Short-term happiness or a better world?" What would any practitioner choose? What use did he have for peace if all his life he'd strived to gain only one thing: power? The fairy disappeared. Atticus made his choice, and everyone believed him. "Leonora, don't you dare!" Primus shouted. but it was too late. He saw only the warm, sweet smile of his beloved, and then he was struck in the temple by Hadjar's sword hilt. "Thank you, Hadjar," Leonora nodded. "He would have stayed with me." Leonora went over to her friend Elizabeth. They embraced. No one but Atticus and Primus knew that Leonora had given birth to a child just a month ago, but they were all aware that Elizabeth had gotten pregnant a couple of days ago. Leonora had chosen to save the life of her unborn nephew or niece. "Goodbye," she said, and turned toward the oncoming horde of demons. Atticus fainted a second later. When he woke up, he saw a half-naked Primus in front of him. Black tattoos covered the king's brother's mighty back, and bloody bandages had been wrapped around his numerous wounds. In his arms he held the lifeless body of his beloved. Slowly he carried her to a funeral pyre. The sparks that reached for the starry sky that night reminded Atticus of fairies. And that's how one brother had unwillingly betrayed the other. That was the beginning of the end. Atticus's guilt stemmed from the fact that Primus had saved his life, and then his honor hadn't allowed him to give up the burden of repaying his debt, to save them all. Atticus and Hadjar were sitting at the table. Both of them looked lost in introspection. Atticus drank some wine from a jug and continued his story. Chapter 239. Atticus was at a war council. All the members of the council, including the king, were huddled around the map and discussing their plan to strengthen the southern border. Recently, the neighboring countries, having learned how badly the nomads had battered Lydas, were doing their best to take advantage of the situation. Hadjar insisted on building a new defensive line, while the generals were in favor of a new offensive. Atticus had to admit that he agreed with their reasoning. The construction of forts and fortresses would only confirm their neighbors' suspicions that Lydas had taken heavy losses. Such actions would end up being counterproductive. Even if they used all their forces and reserves and somehow finished constructing the defenses by the time the snow melted, it wouldn't stop their potential enemies to the south. As soon as their southern borders weakened, Ballium would immediately begin its attack. Lydas would simply be torn apart. However, Hadjar didn't want to admit this. After the events of the past month, the once brave king seemed to have lost his nerve. He saw only danger at every turn, and feared for the life of his wife and the child she carried with an almost obsessive intensity. Atticus couldn't remember the last time the king had spent a whole month in his palace before, or had received foreign ambassadors with such cordiality. Hadjar had concluded more peace treaties, trade deals, and non-aggression pacts in the past few weeks than during his entire previous time as ruler. The common folk liked it, as it meant they finally had a respite from the endless wars. Nevertheless, Atticus knew it was only temporary. In the world of practitioners, in the midst of that endless struggle for resources, one could either grow stronger or die. Lydas hadn't gotten any stronger through these deals, maybe more secure, but definitely not stronger. Hadjar was preoccupied with worrying about Elizabeth, while Atticus had his own concerns. Over the past month, he'd tried with all his might to tell his friends about what had happened on the riverbank. Alas, once he opened his mouth, something would click in his head. The world would plunge into a sort of fog, and after 5 minutes, Atticus would realize that he'd been talking about everything under the sun, but had never mentioned the fairy or the demons. It seemed like an odd sort of curse wasn't letting him talk about what had happened. Worst of all, this was all happening while relations between Primus and Hadjar continued to break down. While the brothers' quarrels had affected only them in the past, right then, the court had basically been divided into 3 parts. It was a Cold War of sorts, but undeniably happening. The sides were those who supported Hadjar and his new peaceful policies, those who were ready to do everything in their power to help Primus, and those who had remained neutral. Atticus had a hard time choosing a side. Out of everyone, he was probably the only one who knew why the divide had truly come to be. However, this didn't negate the fact that Hadjar had begun to make mistakes that Atticus wasn't aware of. Atticus's sense of helplessness when faced with unknown forces had overwhelmed him, and he was almost blind to everything. He was terrified of what might come next due to all the horror stories from his childhood. He was horrified to realize that he would have to keep everything a secret until the day he died. But you're telling me all of this now. Don't interrupt me, my prince. I haven't finished my story. Atticus had still been wandering through the labyrinths of his mind when the discussion reached a dead end. "You want to bury your nose in the sand, brother." Primus slammed his hands down on the table and rose from his seat. Many of the people there agreed with him. "What do you suggest we do instead?" Hadjar's voice was calm, but his eyes shone with anger. "Go to war again? Which war will this? We've had, 17 of them in the past 3 years? That doesn't matter. You know perfectly well that only the strongest survive in this world. Are you trying to get into a useless argument about whether the best sword created by the best blacksmith can split his best shield that he also made? We don't need to rely on the sword alone to become stronger." Atticus knew a bit about the ancient tale. A god had once approached the best mortal blacksmith. He'd asked him to forge 2 things, a sword capable of splitting any shield in half, and a shield capable of withstanding the attack of any sword. The general didn't quite remember how that story ended. The blacksmith had been a young, brilliant man. He'd loved the same girl that the god had loved. Because of this, the god had chosen to give him an impossible task. When the man failed, the god turned the girl to stone and banished the blacksmith to distant lands. From that day onward, nothing was known about the young man, the girl, or the god. The question of whether the sword or the shield would be better remained a mystery. "We don't live in fairy tales, Hadjar." Primus's tone of voice reflected his fury. "There are no impregnable fortresses. Our people can't hide behind walls forever, trembling in fear at every step an enemy takes near our borders. The best defense is to attack. Don't forget what our father taught us." "Our father could have been wrong," Hadjar said. "Maybe instead of winning the fight and striking first, it is better to avoid the fight altogether." "That's what a coward would say." Hadjar became angry. He rose, and the air around him was suddenly so heavy that the weakest among those present found it difficult to breathe. "Don't forget, brother, that you're talking to the king." "I remember, brother." Primus struck his fist against the wall, which made deep cracks ripple across the ancient masonry. "You condemn us all to death. Your people, the whole country that our ancestors died for. Our enemies will tear us apart if we show them any weakness." "This council is over," the king shouted. "I order you to build new fortresses and forts. We won't fight." "You've doomed us all." Primus shook his head. "But you're used to that, aren't you? Sending other people to their deaths." "Shut up, Primus," Hadjar almost whispered, before you say something that you'll later regret. Regret? The only thing I regret is that I carried Leonora in my arms instead of you carrying Elizabeth. Or did you perhaps listen to me, brother, and have begun to investigate? Maybe you've visited the Empire? Or did you just decide to forget all about it, forget how you betrayed your own brother and his bride?" Atticus didn't remember what happened next. He'd tried to shout, say something, anything, about the fairy and her curse, but then the world once again plunged into that familiar fog. This time, it lasted longer than 5 minutes. The general only awoke once he was back in his chambers. Primus stood before him and was telling him about his plan. It was sneaky, bloody, and full of the sort of blind rage that a person could only feel for those closest to them. Primus had found a vein of solar ore. He wanted to use it to secure the patronage of the Empire. He wanted to leverage it to strengthen Lydus, make it the strongest in the region, turn it into such a powerful country that it would never have to fight again simply because no one would ever dare to even look toward their borders. No one else would ever again have to carry their beloved to the funeral pyres in their arms. However, for this to work, the king had to die, and that meant he needed Atticus's help. "You owe me, Atticus. Don't forget that." Primus left the room, and the general was now alone. The moon shone through the window. Its light seemed to shine like an executioner's blade. Atticus understood Primus's motives perfectly. He could see the mistakes that Hadjar had made over the past month, fatal mistakes, ones that could cost them millions of lives. Even then, he was still his best friend, just like Elizabeth, like Primus. He couldn't imagine himself killing any of them, even if things had changed. And then there was the little prince, reckless, innocent, and amiable to everyone. He was a small bundle of light in this bloody sea woven from the crimson darkness. If they killed the king, they would have to kill Hadjar as well. Leonora and Primus hadn't had the time to get married, and their son, about whom only a few people knew, was nothing more than a bastard in the eyes of the law. He could never take the throne. Atticus looked at the moon one last time and unsheathed the dagger that he hadn't given to Hadjar yet. Any situation had at least one way out, his father had used to say jokingly, but in every joke there was always a kernel of truth. Resolutely, Atticus swung the blade toward his throat, but the metal never touched his neck. Everything froze. The familiar ball of light descended onto his hand again and took the shape of the miniature fairy. "You can't do that, poor general," the messenger of the gods said. "No one can escape their fate. I gave you a choice that day. You chose your path. You have to follow it. It is you who will destroy the last king and the most beautiful queen." "Let me go, fiend," Atticus growled, unable to even move a finger. "Let me die with honor." "Honor is for mortals alone. The gods don't know about honor, only fate. Yours is already written in the Book of Thousands. You'll take part in the uprising. It'll be a success. Hadjar will die. Elizabeth will die." Atticus heard her words, and horrible scenes flashed before his eyes. The palace drenched in blood, a sword chopping the king's head off, Primus ripping the heart out of Elizabeth's chest. "What will happen to the prince?" "I can't tell you that, poor general. Remember that you will only be able to tell this story once, when someone who is not a man and not a dragon comes to you, not a prince and not a commoner, not a wanderer and not a general. as changeable as the wind following the call of his dreams. He will come to you. He'll learn the truth. You will fight him. The snowmen will judge you both. One of you will die. Chapter 240. They sat in silence for a while. Hadjar looked at Atticus, who in turn was staring into the depths of his own mind. "I'm not trying to absolve myself, my prince," the former general said at last, "but I won't ask for forgiveness either. Hadjar would have destroyed this country. Maybe that same year, maybe a century later, his policies would have led to our demise. Was that a good reason to kill him? Betray your best friend, cause my mother's death, and doom me to the life of a cripple and slave?" Atticus sighed and drained a jug of wine in one gulp. "I didn't kill my friend and your mother that day, but the king and queen. Despite everything, Primus had made our country stronger. Millions of people are working in the mine for the benefit of the Empire. That's still better than tens of millions dying in wars. I don't need to hear about wars." Hadjar slapped his hand on the table, resembling his uncle. "I've seen many of them with my own eyes. I know what war is like." The regret and sorrow disappeared from Atticus's eyes. Arrogance and mockery replaced them. "How many times have you sent people into battle, great general? How many wars have you lived through? 2, 3, 4? I've been fighting for a century and a half. I've shed more blood than there is water in the royal garden. For what? To make the enemy shed twice as much in turn? You haven't seen anything, my prince. Only a shadow of war's true shadow. The kind of war Primus saved us from. By selling our country to the Empire. And yet we're still alive, and the flag of Lydas still flies over the palace, and is used like a doormat by the Darnassians." The atmosphere grew tense. Whirlwinds of white energy sometimes flashed around Atticus, while deep cuts spread across the table from Hadjar's palms. Hadjar rose. He took Moonbeam and secured its sheath on his belt. Approaching the exit, Hadjar, without turning around, asked, "If he's such a good ruler, why are you fighting Primus?" Behind him he heard a heavy sigh and a rustle. Soon Atticus stood next to the man whom he'd once loved as much as the son he could never have. "So that you'd know where to find me, my prince, for our fight." They went outside. Large flakes of snow fell from the sky. Atticus's tent stood in the middle of a large, militarized camp. The rebel army must have numbered at least 500,000 people, and all these people who were dressed in the same. Where did Atticus even find so much armor? Snow-white armor now stood fully armed and looking at their general and the man standing next to him. Then they fell to their right knee in unison and put their fists against their breastplates. Hadjar heard something quite different from what he'd expected. "The king is dead," they shouted. "Long live the king! The king is dead! Long live the king!" The thousands of people weren't saluting Atticus, but Hadjar. He didn't understand what was going on. "I'm not fighting against Primus, my prince." Atticus's voice was once again filled with pain and fatigue. "I'm fighting for you." "Long live Prince Hadjar!" The chanting of 500,000 voices boomed. These people were ready to put their lives on the line to liberate their country. "Long live Prince Hadjar!" Hadjar turned to Atticus, and suddenly understood why the whole country had been full of rumors that an army led by the prince was gathering in the north, and why this army had never made any serious attempts to invade the capital. Atticus had never intended to fight Primus. He'd just been waiting for the prince to finally come to him. He had been calling out to him through the years and across hundreds of miles. He'd let out a battle cry in the country and had hoped that said cry would reach the ears of the legitimate royal heir. Atticus didn't believe that he had any right to decide the fate of the kingdom. He didn't believe that any fate could be decided. His heart had been wounded by the dagger that hadn't been able to cut his own life short. The fairy's words had killed the resolute and powerful general he'd once been. They'd left only an unfortunate warrior behind, devoid of any direction in life. "This doesn't change anything, Atticus." Hadjar turned away from the people and drew his blade. Moonbeam flashed, its steel light spilled across the clearing, cutting through a myriad of snowflakes and kicking up a thick snowstorm around them. When everything settled down, the two men had disappeared. The rebels peered deep into the forest. They knew perfectly well that somewhere out there a deadly battle between the poor general and the mad general was raging. They didn't want Atticus, who had gathered them here, given them hope, trained them, and instilled a thirst for freedom in their hearts to die. But they believed their prince would be victorious, the man who would lead them, who, finally, would give them a chance to fulfill their blood vows that they'd made in this eternally cold forest of both doom and salvation. They stood in the middle of the white forest. "I didn't think witnessing the battle between their old and new leader would do the morale of the army much good," Atticus commented. "Agreed," Hadjar nodded. His hand was calm, and his sword didn't tremble. However, rage smoldered in his bright blue eyes, comparable only to the wrath of a lord of the heavens, whose millenniums of peace had been disturbed by stupid and greedy mortals. One of the people directly responsible for the death of his parents stood in front of Hadjar. No matter what he said, no matter what stories he told, even if the gods themselves, along with a myriad of fairies, were to personally come down and intervene, they wouldn't be able to stay Moonbeam. Atticus would die this day. "I'm not going to hold back, my prince." Atticus drew his sword. The powerful trunks of the nearest trees bent from the force of this simple move. At the feet of the former general, waves of snow dispersed outward, exposing the frozen ground. A decrepit old man no longer stood before Hadjar. He wasn't someone deprived of any desire to continue the endless struggle for his place under the endless sky, but the legendary general from his childhood, the one whose blade had been feared by all the warriors of the surrounding kingdoms, the man who'd been an idol for the little prince as he'd wondered which path he should take in life. "I would be very disappointed if you did." They stood there, looking at each other. The world seemed to hold its breath. Snow fell on their shoulders. The crowns of the trees creaked. Somewhere far away, wolves howled, greeting the arrival of darkness, and hidden from their gaze, the snowmen watched the beginning of their battle. They were the ones whom the gods had assigned to judge the fate of these two people. After their very first exchange of blows, even the most dangerous animals of the forest decided to run and hide, not because they were afraid of being harmed by the echoes of the distant battle. They just couldn't bear the rage that was contained in one blade, nor the desperate, suicidal determination within the other. Chapter 241. Hadjar easily dodged aside, letting Atticus's strike pass by him. A black sickle of energy that had been launched from the former general's blade cut several trees down and crashed into a boulder. The huge trunks fell with a crash, and two ideally smooth halves of the once whole boulder parted. Having crossed a distance of almost 50 paces, this attack would have brought glory to any warrior. Hadjar wasn't sure that he would be able to do the same without the help of the spring wind stance. Atticus used the sky-piercing slash technique. After dodging it, Hadjar spun around with an almost inhuman agility. With each turn he made, a new stream of ghostly blades rushed toward Atticus. They turned stones and trees into little more than dust. Atticus, constantly retreating, repelled one ghostly attack after another. His sword fluttered like a black shadow, breaking each of the blades as they came. His body flowed like a wild river, and even when the former general's blade didn't manage to block a strike, he could still evade them. Not a single blade was able to touch him. Even when Hadjar, snarling, stopped abruptly and flicked his wrist a couple of times, sending a stream of ghostly blades that was twice as large, he didn't catch Atticus unprepared. The man pushed off the ground, whirled around between the two streams, and even before he landed, sent another black sickle flying through the air. Hadjar didn't have time to dodge. He swung his blade, using the calm wind stance. The enemy's technique hit the veil of gentle wind. This time the technique was visible even to the eyes of a mere mortal. The dark attack, which exuded an aura of pressure and titanic power, tried to break through the veil. Before it almost succeeded, Hadjar dived to the side. Where he'd stood just a moment ago, a deep crater had formed in the ground. With a bang and thunderous crashes, felled trees struck the ground. Before today, only the patriarch of that accursed sect had managed to force his way through the veil of the calm wind. "Don't be afraid of being in the air, my prince," Atticus said, out of breath. "But remember that you shouldn't defend then, but attack." Hadjar snarled again. He was enraged by the thought that the traitor was trying to teach him in the middle of their battle. He grabbed the hilt of Moonbeam with his both hands. A tornado of steely energy began swirling around him. He lifted the blade high above his head and then swung down. The spring wind stance, combined with his knowledge about the mysteries of the Way of the Sword, made for one of Hadjar's strongest attacks. The 35-foot blade that had a ghostly, growling dragon within it came down on Atticus's head. This blow could have cut off a whole mountain peak, or divided a small lake in two for a short time. However, Atticus met the technique with an anticipatory smile and without a hint of fear. It had been years since he'd fought against a worthy opponent, and for a long time his heart hadn't had any reason to beat faster, feeling the excitement of mortal danger. The former general exhaled sharply and moved his blade straight up. A whirlwind of black energy flared and leapt from his sword. Turning into a dome of pure darkness, it took Hadjar's attack head on. Hadjar pushed down with all his might, feeling Atticus's defense resisting him. With a cry, surrounded by the pouring rain of black energy, the former general tried to keep all of Hadjar's rage and power at bay. Long, deep cuts crept around him in the snow. Snowflakes were reduced to the smallest crystals. The trees turned into little more than splinters, and then into fine dust, but Atticus held out against the attack. It felt like he'd been struck by a giant, and he started bleeding, but the former general was still alive. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to hold back the entire weight of the titanic blade for much longer, Atticus struggled forward, letting out a loud roar. Using inertia, the strength of his legs, and his experience to help him gauge the best angle, he managed to push Hadjar's technique aside for a moment. That was all he needed to jump back far enough to avoid the destructive attack, and then swing his own sword in retaliation. The dome that had recently been defending the former general turned into a sharp, rotating disc and flew toward Hadjar. He didn't have time to dispel his technique, and was therefore defenseless against Atticus's strike. The disc flew with such speed that it left behind a dark, smoky trail. It was like a buzzsaw, cutting down trees in its path. "Damn it!" Hadjar cursed. Clenching his teeth, he cut off the flow of energy fueling his technique. Practitioners rarely used this method because it had dire consequences for the body. As if to prove that point, Hadjar spat some blood out, but still managed to raise Moonbeam in front of him. The disc struck the blade. While it was unusually thin, it was nevertheless stronger than hot steel and sharper than a razor. Hadjar listened with growing horror as his sword started creaking and even seemed to be breaking under the strain. When a fragment of Moonbeam struck Hadjar's shoulder, the mad general turned into a shadow. Using the 10 Ravens technique, to the point he pushed himself to the limit, Hadjar managed to finally get out of the disc's way. There was a long cut on his left side that was so deep it exposed his ribs. The disc flew far into the forest, cutting through almost a dozen trees. The battle, which had gradually turned the surrounding clearing into a lifeless, snowy wasteland, was a testament of the truth behind the sage's words. In a battle of the gods, worlds perish. The echo of this kind of battle could have easily ended not just a mortal life, but even the life of a practitioner at the level of the bodily nodes. "You're right to not be afraid of sacrificing yourself, my prince," Atticus said while exchanging blows with Hadjar. They were engaged in a brutal melee. Each time their blades flashed, lumps of snow and earth were torn up. Lights soared through the air. Every attack that found neither the flesh of the enemy nor the steel of the opponent's sword would instead destroy everything around them. "And how much are you ready to sacrifice?" Suddenly, Atticus stopped. Hadjar's sword went deep into the forearm of the former general, but this slowed Hadjar down a lot. Atticus immediately used that to his advantage. They were too close for the former general to use his blade. Nevertheless, he struck hard. A powerful kick sent Hadjar soaring through the sky, covering a distance of almost 10 yards, and then he crashed down right onto the slope of a hill. He rolled down, desperately gasping for air. All the air had been driven from his lungs. Atticus ran after him so quickly that he almost didn't leave any footprints in the snow. Coming to, Hadjar pushed off the ground. He managed to launch himself upward just in time to avoid the next dark sickle cutting him in half. His clothes ended up being the only thing his opponent's attack touched. This time, Hadjar was no longer afraid of being in the air while his enemy stood on the ground. Closing his eyes for a moment, he visualized the distant horizon before him. There was no flash of energy, no echo of rage, no dragon roar. Hadjar's feet didn't even touch the ground before he launched the thinnest attack he could. The strip of energy was the thickness of a hair, almost imperceptible and deathly silent. It left a long, clear trail behind as it cut through the snowflakes. At first, Atticus didn't understand what was happening. Then he suddenly felt the cold touch of death around his throat. He conjured the black dome in front of him, but the attack Hadjar had used went through it as easily as if Atticus hadn't used his best defensive technique at all. Only at the last moment did the former general manage to duck, letting the attack sail over him. It cut off a strand of his hair and then hit a hill, splitting it in half. Atticus fell to the ground. Blood was trickling down his forehead. Apparently, along with his hair, Hadjar's blow had cut his skin as well. "Never before, my prince." Atticus was breathing heavily and covered in blood, but he was still happy. After getting to his feet, he continued, "I have never seen anyone who stands as close to attaining wielder of the sword as you do, my prince. That attack could have probably killed many heaven soldiers of the Empire." Atticus didn't get to finish speaking before a sharp pain in his back and the blood pouring from his mouth stopped him. 4 arrows were sticking out of the former general's back. "No!" Hadjar shouted at the warriors that had emerged from the snow. He launched another imperceptible attack at them, but it was too late. The snowmen had disappeared as quickly as they'd appeared. Chapter 242. Hadjar caught Atticus's falling body. His thick black hair that had been tied into a tight bun spread out across the snow. Hadjar realized that even this part of his appearance had been copied from his childhood idol. His simple torn clothes gradually ended up covered with crimson stains. "The judges have made their decision," the traitor wheezed. "I've wanted this for so long." "Don't be absurd, General." Hadjar didn't understand why it was so painful for him to hold this dying man in his arms. Over the past 15 years, he had dreamed about sending the bastard to the forefathers with his own 2 hands. "Our battle is not yet over. You aren't allowed to die so easily. It's only a few arrows." Hadjar reached for Atticus's back and broke the nearest arrow shaft. The general groaned in pain, and blood gushed from his mouth. Hadjar immediately realized that it was very likely that the man's arteries and lungs had been hit as well, not just his muscle tissue. If Atticus didn't receive immediate assistance, he would die within the next 10 minutes. Hadjar reached for the horn on Atticus's belt, but he was stopped by the grip of a rapidly weakening hand. "Please stop, my prince," the former general managed to whisper through his pain and the blood seeping out of his mouth. "I have waited too long for the stigma of dishonor and eternal oblivion." "Oblivion? You're not making any sense. For thousands of years to come, parents will tell your story as an example of dishonor, General. You won't be forgotten for a long time." Atticus smiled, and the ghosts of the past danced before Hadjar's eyes. Atticus lifting him high above his head and showing him distant lands while they stood on the very top of the palace observatory's spire, and then them laughing as they run away from Elizabeth, who had been enraged by their recklessness. Atticus had taught Hadjar how to use a sword, and the secrets that every man had to know, but which were kept hidden from women. Atticus had told him stories about battles and wars. Only decades later did Hadjar realize how these stories had downplayed one in order to exalt the other. They had lacked blood and pain so that only honor and dignity would remain. If it hadn't been for Atticus, Hadjar would never have put his back in front of lashes meant for the guilty soldiers. His soldiers. And now this man, the hero of countless epics, was dying. He was thin, old, and no longer as mighty as he had been long ago. After all, if it hadn't been for those arrows, Hadjar's next strike would have cut Atticus in half, not another hill. Anyone could have seen the inevitability of it. Apparently, that's why the snowmen had decided to end their duel. "I won't ask for forgiveness, my prince." Atticus's body shook, and his limbs spasmed, "because what I did deserves no forgiveness. But please, my prince, take it." Somehow, even while almost screaming in pain, Atticus reached into the folds of his clothes and took out the dagger. It was simple, without an adorned hilt or precious stones in the handle. Its blade wasn't especially strong. Very few people would have bought such a dagger. But to Atticus it had an extraordinary significance. It was the only legacy of his family, one that he had never managed to pass on to the little prince whom he had betrayed. Hadjar took the dagger and hung it on his belt. "Help me get up, my prince." Atticus didn't wheeze this time. Seeing the prince take the dagger and hang it on his belt, well, the act meant more to Atticus than any words ever could. For a moment, his strength returned to him. the power thanks to which he had once been known in all the neighboring kingdoms, the might and dignity that had allowed him to become the idol of the heir to the throne, the power that he'd lost that day on that accursed riverbank. Hadjar helped Atticus stand up and stepped aside. The former general leaned on a tree, which immediately became covered in blood. Atticus pushed off it, and holding out his left hand, raised his sword with his right. The arrows still protruded from his back, and blood flowed from his mouth, but there was neither fear nor regret in his eyes. Only determination. The wind ruffled his black hair, buffeting his tattered, simple clothes. Behind him, the snow-white figures appeared, there to witness the execution of their sentence. "I won't hold back," Hadjar said, suppressing the pain that had somehow arisen in his heart. "General Atticus." The whistling of the wind almost drowned out Atticus's last, fading words. "I would be very disappointed if you did. My beloved prince." Atticus, despite swaying woozily, rushed forward. Along with his blood, his famous battle cry escaped his throat, the same roar that had often made the enemy feel like a terrible beast was charging them, just like the mad general's own. A moment later, Atticus's knees buckled, and he fell into the snow. His head landed nearby. An expression of pure relief would remain frozen on his face forever. Hadjar put his sword back into its sheath and touched the dagger's hilt. Had he just killed a traitor, or ended the life of a famous but unfortunate general whose fate the gods had laughed at so cruelly? He would probably never know the answer to that question, or would end up looking for it for a very long time. 4 figures emerged from the snow and headed toward Atticus's body. "Take one more step." Hadjar's voice was emotionless, but in its depths was a dragon's growl. "And I'll turn this forest into a plain. I'll burn your snow. I'll send you to your forefathers, or whoever you snowmen venerate." The figures froze for a second, and then drew their blades. Hadjar didn't unsheath Moonbeam. He just put his palm on its handle. Blood soared through his body. Numerous hematomas appeared on his arms and legs, but all of these weren't serious injuries. Life had made him strong. Stronger than even Atticus had been. The boy had long surpassed his idol. The snow warriors turned into 4 pillars of snow and disappeared back into the blizzard quietly. Hadjar looked up at the gray sky. Snowflakes were falling and swirling around in wondrous patterns, led by the music of the cheerful wind. For some reason, Hadjar knew that he would never enjoy a blizzard, a snowstorm, or even a light snowfall ever again, just like how he could never again enjoy simple, red wildflowers. By nightfall, the mad general constructed a funeral pyre. He'd laid Atticus's body on it, but left his head resting in a bag. Hadjar placed the pipe he had recently carved near the body. It was exactly the type of pipe that Atticus had liked to smoke tobacco from in the evenings. Flames rose up, and without turning back, Hadjar left the white forest. Behind him, the corpse of the man whom he had been eager to kill for revenge burned to death. However, that fact didn't please Hadjar at all. "Stupid general," could be heard in the wind. Hadjar walked back to the capital. In his eyes, as in Atticus's own, there was room for neither regret nor pleas for forgiveness, only determination. A man still walked under the boundless sky, someone who he had to send to the judgment of the forefathers. Primus. In a market square, where a festival was in full swing, just before the fireworks began, a lonely, bewildered boy stood. He seemed to be looking for someone in the crowd. "Hey, Atticus," someone said. "We were beginning to fear you wouldn't show up." The boy smiled and ran over to his friends, another boy and a girl who were holding hands. "Elizabeth, what happened?" Atticus pointed at the girl's broken knee. "Haver pushed me," the girl frowned. "I didn't push you," the boy protested indignantly. "On the contrary, I tried to catch you." All three children laughed. "Shall we go watch the fireworks?" "Not right now. Just wait a little longer." Chapter 243. Hadjar stood at the top of the hill from which he'd taken his last look at the capital 15 years ago. From here, the owner of the wandering freak show had taken him away, and that had been the beginning of Hadjar's new life. At the time, his last name had been Duran. Now, so many years later, the retired Mad General, Hadjar Traves, had ridden up this hill and was once again looking at the capital. He hadn't recognized it at first, and it had reciprocated. They'd been strangers. From this hill, the group of nobles had embarked on the hunting trip. It had been a simple performance set up by Primus, meant to win over the people who loved their heroes, the Mad General and Commander Nero. It had been especially useful for his narrative when it had turned out that the latter was also the prince. This hill was also where Hadjar had returned now. He held a simple, bloody canvas bag. He'd made good on his promise even earlier than he had been expected. 3 weeks hadn't gone by, and he'd already returned to the city victorious, carrying the rebel general's severed head. Hadjar walked along the road toward the main gates. There were a lot of travelers, trade caravans, stagecoaches, and even nobles' carriages waiting there. They were all waiting in the queue for a chance to grease the guards' palms, hoping that they wouldn't be particularly zealous in searching through their goods. Walking past the queue, Hadjar heard shouts of both rapture and horror. "Look, that's the Mad General himself! No, he can't possibly be so young. It's him, I tell you. I saw him at the king's reception. I'm sure of it. But didn't they send him north? Yeah, to the White Forest. Maybe that's his ghost. They say nobody returns from that place. Look at his bag. What do you think is inside?" Hadjar left the whispering and gossiping behind. He reached the guards, who were standing next to an unknown aristocrat's luxurious coach. Admittedly, Hadjar didn't know a lot about the modern heraldry. Moreover, without the help of the neuronet, he couldn't remember many emblems from the past, and especially not the more recent houses. The noble, opening a window in the door of his carriage, had almost begun to shout, presuming it was just a brazen commoner. The tirade froze in his throat. Being one of the people that had attended the latest receptions at the palace, he'd immediately recognized Hadjar. Nodding nervously, the aristocrat slammed the door shut again. "Stop!" the guard snapped. Together with his companions, he thrust a spear forward and aimed it at Hadjar's chest. "What's that in your bag? It's stained with blood." Instead of answering, Hadjar took out the medallion that had been given to him by Primus from the folds of his clothing. As soon as the soldiers saw the medallion, they turned pale, almost mimicking the color of their helmets. Raising their spears and planting them in the ground, they sharply struck their fists against their breastplates. "General Hadjar!" They saluted eagerly, and the respect was clear in their eyes. "At ease," Hadjar answered, paid the entrance fee. In his opinion, everyone was equal before the law, and entered the city. The central avenue, which was wide enough that a dozen carriages could easily ride down it side by side, met the general with its perennial bustle. Sometimes the people rushing about would turn their heads to look at the general who was walking through the crowd. Girls looked at the handsome warrior with undisguised desire. Young men looked at their idol with pride and respect. They saw themselves in his place. His hair gathered in a bun, and his simple, torn clothes didn't diminish him at all in their eyes. On the contrary, these details seemed amazing to them, and even somewhat romantic. After all, a true hero had to look unique. Hadjar walked to the palace without paying much attention to the road. He'd wandered far away in his memories. The memory of his original world was so distant that he assumed that it had never existed. Mentally, he returned to that half-forgotten dream world, Earth. This dream was more vivid now, both closer and somehow clearer. Hadjar recalled how often he'd lain in the ward and looked at the lights of the city spread out below. That city had been somewhat similar to the capital of Lydus. Hadjar tried to figure out if all of this might just be a story. Long ago, Hadjar had often read one particular book in the evenings. It was the story of a king, of betrayal, a prophecy, of witches and gods. It was very similar to the canvas of fate along which Hadjar was walking now. Hadjar thought about the first lines of his favorite passage from that book. "Isn't it all the same where you die, here or there?" Hadjar entered the palace as easily as he'd gotten into the city. The guards let him pass as soon as they saw the royal medallion. Then he went on a short walk through the front yard, accompanied by legionnaires of the Empire who stayed a respectful distance away from him. Everyone in the capital, and perhaps throughout the entire country itself, had heard about how the mad general had treated Darnassus. None of the warriors believed that they would be able to fight against the famous swordsman, and therefore didn't intend to irritate him once again. Hadjar walked past the garden. He directed his gaze toward an ivy-covered stone on the lake for a moment. For some reason, the sight of that stone made his heart ache. Alas, the general didn't get a chance to walk over to the stone and examine it more thoroughly. Once inside the palace, Hadjar heard someone shout, "I'm a fool for marrying you." With a calm expression on his face, Hadjar deflected a spell that had ricocheted toward him. Coincidentally, he sent it in the direction of one of the legionnaires. The warrior was dragged across the floor for at least 6 yards, and then the comrades of the victim began to fuss, trying to extinguish the green fire that was threatening to devour him. "You're a psycho! What if you'd killed me? Then I would have been granted the mercy of not having to endure your presence." "Endure my presence? Dickwad! But I haven't even walked past her. Why are you so angry, dear? Don't try to butter me up." Hadjar rolled his eyes. Back when these quarrels had taken place in their army camp, he'd had at least some ability to influence his friends and calm them down. Now, with him not around and an entire empty palace to have their fights in, Hadjar gave the place about a month before they tore it down. Hadjar cleared his throat and smiled at his friends. They were standing at the end of the corridor and either kissing or trying to devour each other. "I'm happy to see you both as well." The lovers released each other. They looked toward the entrance, and after a moment Hadjar felt the touch of Sarah's hot lips on his cheek, as well as his friend's strong palms on his shoulders. "I'm so glad you've returned, you drifter," Nero shouted, shaking his friend with such force that he almost broke his neck. "Finally! We've already gotten sick of this gilded cage. It's time for us to look for a place in a caravan." Sarah nodded at her husband's words. The two of them were sick and tired of being cooped up in the palace. "Are you going to leave again?" came the question from the opposite side. Elaine walked down the corridor. Even wearing a simple dress, she was still as beautiful as ever. Her appearance made the Legionnaires freeze up. Even the guy who had nearly been burned to a crisp stopped panicking for a few moments, captivated by the princess's beauty. Before Nero could answer her, the king and the governor appeared behind the princess. "It's unlikely that your brother will be going anywhere any time soon." Primus's voice was filled with the joy of victory. "General, I see you've returned." Hadjar pulled the bag over his shoulder silently and threw it across the corridor. Mid-flight, the ribbons holding it closed unraveled, releasing its contents. With a hollow thud, Atticus's severed head fell to the marble. Leaving behind purulent, bloody stains, it came to rest at the king's feet. "Old friend," Primus whispered, and for a moment there was pain in his eyes. Then the king seemed to shake it off and calmly stepped over the head. "Congratulations on your success, General Hadjar Traves." The king walked by the stunned Elaine, Nero, and Sarah, and came almost face to face with Hadjar. They stood opposite each other, separated only by a few inches of space. Suddenly, Primus's gaze slid a little lower, and stopped on the dagger hanging from Hadjar's belt. "I recognize that dagger," Primus said thoughtfully. "I remember Atticus wanting to pass it on to one prince in particular." Hadjar only managed to spot the governor briefly. Then a throbbing pain erupted at the back of his head, and darkness began to envelop his world. "Welcome back, Hadjar Duran." A laugh full of maniacal glee could be heard somewhere in the back of his mind. When Hadjar woke up, he smiled despite himself. He recognized the cold, the darkness, the walls, the floor, the window, and even the collar around his neck. 15 years later, he'd returned not only to the capital, but also to that very same dungeon from which simple chance had once rescued him. Chapter 244. Hadjar didn't know exactly how much time had passed since he'd been thrown in the dungeon. He sat with his back against the cold stone wall. Not a single ray of sunlight or moonlight could penetrate through the bars on his window. Just like last time, it had been covered with a sheet of hardened steel. Touching his collar, Hadjar immediately felt pain. The sensations resembled hot needles being stabbed into all of his nerves. One of these needles was embedded in the back of the neck. The thin spike, soaked in a special potion, cut Hadjar off from his abilities as a practitioner. Over the course of 15 years, Hadjar's life had made a complete circle, and he'd returned to what he'd been at the start. A mere mortal, deprived of his name and family. Only now he still had his arms and legs. How long would that last? "I had hoped to never see you again." Hadjar smiled a bit sadly. Another difference was that his eyes now saw much better in the dark than they had before. In the corner of the cramped dungeon was the white skeleton of a small rat. Archibald, the name Hadjar had once given his only companion and silent interlocutor. Partly due to his presence, the young ex-prince had once managed to stay sane. Everything around him was the same as before. On the floor there was a thin cover of tattered straw instead of a mat. Over the years, the straw had become rotten, and it smelled foul, and the floor had only gotten colder. Due to the dampness and moisture, the walls were covered with black mounds of dangerous mold. A heavy door with rusty hinges covered the entrance, ensuring he could not escape. The moment Hadjar remembered that these hinges had used to make such awful sounds, heavy footsteps sounded outside. A key was turned in the lock, and Hadjar's suspicions were confirmed. The sound really was so terrible that he wanted to rupture his eardrums to avoid hearing it. Hadjar closed his eyes for a moment so that the dim light of the torches didn't hurt them. When he opened them again, he saw the visitor he'd been expecting right in front of him. Primus towered above his prisoner, who was chained to the wall. His gray hair was bundled together in a tight ponytail, smug mockery danced in his eyes, and his expensive silk clothes embroidered with gold were mopping up the mold on the floor. In the corridor, with his shoulder leaning against the doorway, stood the governor. This time he was wearing a jacket that made him look like a warrior. In his right hand, the king carried a stool, and in his left he held the dagger that Hadjar had received as a legacy from the poor general he'd killed. After sitting down in front of Hadjar, Primus snapped his fingers, and the heavy chains came to life. They wrapped themselves tightly around Hadjar's legs and arms, preventing him from grabbing the dagger laid before him. "Hello, uncle," Hadjar croaked out through the pain. The tight grip of the chains could still be tolerated, but every movement of his larynx agitated the collar, which produced very pleasant sensations. "Hello, nephew." The cell was so tiny that Primus, sitting on a stool opposite him, could quietly lean back against the wall. "Sorry for not visiting you all this time. That first year there were simply too many things to do, and then, well, you ran away after that." Hadjar responded to his statement with a bloodthirsty smile. Well, as bloodthirsty as he could manage, anyway, given that he'd been shackled in the cell of his worst nightmares. He'd been deprived of his power, chained, and left all alone in the darkness. Even the Honorable Archibald's skeleton had been set down opposite him. May the forefathers be merciful to that kind soul. "Didn't your mom and dad teach you that it's not nice to run away?" "No." Hadjar shook his head and immediately regretted it. He mustered all his willpower to avoid showing the enemy his pain and weakness. "But they did teach me that people without honor aren't worthy of listening to, so I'm sorry, uncle, but I probably won't be answering your questions." Those words didn't seem to hurt Primus at all, but that was a ruse. Judging by the flash of pain he'd seen in his blue eyes, Hadjar realized that his verbal jab had hit the mark. At that moment, Primus had possibly experienced more anguish than his prisoner was currently enduring. "My questions?" the usurper grinned. "I thought you'd have questions of your own. For example, how did I recognize you?" Hadjar turned away. He did his best to look like he didn't even notice the man. This behavior made Primus feel another thoroughly hidden burst of pain and anger. The governor laughed, showing his perfectly straight, snow-white teeth. That was a rather rare thing among practitioners, but common among true cultivators. They probably had more time and opportunities to fuss over their appearance. "Well, I'll tell you everything regardless." Primus spread his arms, only to cross them again across his mighty chest. "Did you really think that I didn't recognize you when you came to my house, to a celebration in honor of my daughter? Are you just as stupid as your father was?" "She isn't your daughter," Hadjar growled out. Primus arched his right eyebrow in dramatic amazement. "What happened to your I don't speak to dishonorable people policy?" Hadjar ignored the question. "However, I must disagree with you," Primus continued, pleased that he'd been able to hurt Hadjar. If you asked Elaine, she would call me her father. The fact that you used some sort of technique on her doesn't make you her father. I saw the scars that prove just how sick you are." The whirlwind of energy that arose around Primus would have torn an ordinary mortal apart. Fortunately, the collar only blocked Hadjar's abilities. It didn't render him completely powerless. Otherwise, he would have died right on the spot. "Choose your words carefully, Hadjar. Don't forget your life is in my hands." Hadjar grinned again. This time, it wasn't a bloodthirsty expression, but rather wise. "My life is in my hands alone, and—" He didn't get to finish speaking. Atticus's face appeared before his eyes, against his will. He remembered a line from the story that the poor general had told him, which was similar to the stories that Southwind had used to tell. "I'm tired of life, and would be glad to see the world crumble to dust with me." It sounded like a fitting epitaph for Atticus's gravestone. Although, to be honest, at the time, I still had my doubts. Primus couldn't calm down. He was drowning so completely in his own sense of superiority, drunk on his triumph, but, judging by his eyes, he wasn't the happiest person. "Well, you must have either been a desperate idiot or a madman to come to the palace. General Hadjar Traves, you didn't even change your name." "Whatever for?" Hadjar asked in surprise. "There are as many Hadjars in the country as there are sins weighing your soul down. Too numerous to count. And yet, I still had my doubts. I probably couldn't believe anyone could be so arrogant. But this—" Primus threw the dagger into the air. He caught it an inch from Hadjar's face. Atticus would have never given this to anyone, except, of course, to his adorable little prince. Hadjar silently looked at the window. Primus rose from the stool, approached the prisoner, and bending down, whispered in his ear, "Tell me, nephew, what's it like to kill the only person you care for?" In the depths of Hadjar's eyes, an anger that could crack the sky itself flared up. The king recoiled out of sheer reflex. "You should know more about that than me, kinslayer," Hadjar growled back. Now it was Primus's turn to show his own primal rage and thirst for blood. "What do you know, you insolent whelp? Your father—" "Atticus told me everything," Hadjar interrupted him. "I know everything." For a while, they stared silently at one another. Then Primus suddenly snapped his fingers, and the chains came alive once more. They fell to the floor, releasing Hadjar. He didn't have time to comprehend anything before the guards grabbed him by the collar and dragged him off somewhere. Hadjar kept fainting from the unbearable pain. The few times he managed to stay conscious for a while, he tried to count the turns and the torches on the walls of the casemates. He was soon thrown into another cell. It was much more spacious, even if it still smelled foul, but it had an open window near the ceiling. "Enjoy," Primus said through clenched teeth, and slammed the door shut. At first, Hadjar thought he was alone in the cell, but then a voice sounded. "My prince?" Despite the fact that the voice clearly couldn't belong to a human being, Hadjar recognized it. "Nanny?" Hadjar turned to the sound. His heart skipped a beat, then another, and Hadjar started crying for the first time in almost 15 years. His tears were full of rage, sorrow, horror, and despair. They fell to the floor and evaporated with a hiss, leaving shallow hollows on the surface of the stone. Chapter 245. There was Nanny, Across from him in the cell, hanging on some chains like a piece of meat, the woman who had cared for Hadjar as eagerly as his own mother had. Actually, as a child, Hadjar had often believed that he'd gotten very lucky. After all, children usually had only one mother, but he'd had his mother and Nanny. Now, under the light of the waning moon, Hadjar could once again look at the woman who had devoted her life to him. Maybe he could talk to her, or rather, what was left of her. Held aloft by heavy chains and cruel hooks that had been lodged under her ribs, hung a slab of flesh. It had no arms or legs, and the stumps were wrapped in yellow, pus-soaked, foul-smelling, crusty, and in some places fused strips of old bandages. The torso was completely naked and covered in terrible scars. Instead of her once matronly bosom, there were only terrible hollows, charred with horrifically intricate scars that must have been the result of burns. Her head was bald. Well, calling it a head was maybe being too generous. It was more like a skull with small patches of dry, thin skin. The right cheek. In reality, there was no right cheek, only a few naked muscle fibers covering her teeth and tongue. Apparently, these had been left behind so that Nanny could still talk. Nothing else was left. The eyes were now two dark pits, with the same complex burns as on her chest. Instead of a nose, she had two loose strips of flesh, fluttering with every breath. The already dried-out lines of pus that had once flowed from her eyes gleamed slightly in the light. The chains and Nanny swayed. It was actually hard to determine which of them had initiated the motion. Hadjar had no idea what kind of pain she must have been enduring, suspended by her ribs, but Nanny seemed to have gotten used to it. After all, a person could get used to anything, even when there was precious little left of the person in question. "What did he do to you, Nanny?" Hadjar's voice broke. He walked toward her, but moved like a broken doll, twitching. He sobbed. "My little prince." Nanny couldn't see him, but she heard his footsteps. "I knew you would come, my little prince." Hadjar stopped in front of her. He hesitantly extended his hand toward her left, still whole cheek, but she moved it away as far as she could. "No, my little prince. Your heart is stronger than steel, but even steel would shatter after touching this horror." Hadjar's hand froze in the air. He seemed to fall into a cold, bottomless darkness. Due to his naivete, his sheer childish stupidity, he'd believed that Primus would never hurt Nanny, as she had helped raise not only Hadjar, but Haver and Primus as well. And since the usurper hadn't killed the master, then Nanny was surely also. Unfortunately, reality turned out to be much crueler than young Hadjar could have ever imagined. "How dare he?" "Don't be sad, my little prince." Her voice sounded as if a living corpse was talking. "I chose my destiny myself." Hadjar recoiled. What did she mean by that? But why? The chains swung. With a terrible rattling, they moved Nanny's body, and her ribs creaked, torn apart a bit more by the hooks. "You know why, my little prince. You know." Hadjar really did know. As a child, he'd begun to suspect that no one would ever treat a simple Nanny with such reverence and respect. She hadn't been as simple and straightforward as she had seemed. This had been especially clear after he'd met the Tree of Life. In its voice, he had recognized Nanny's own. She had kept her secret for centuries. She'd been the only living person who had known the way to the king's sword. You did the right thing, my little prince, by not choosing the sword." Her voice was the whisper of 1,000 dead. "It was never meant for you. It's like a cage. Who can keep the wind or a dream in a cage?" Hadjar couldn't stop crying. The man who had lived a hard life back on Earth, and in this vast, nameless world, the mad general who had fought against the most terrible of foes, stood there and cried like a little boy. His tears hissed, evaporating and burning the stone below. "Don't cry, my little prince. I don't regret anything, only that I can't see you now. But you came to me in dreams. You've become a strong and handsome young man. Perhaps your feet carry you not only across the fragments of your enemies' swords, but also across the shattered remains of many a girl's heart who is stupid enough to fall in love with the wind." It seemed to Hadjar like Nanny smiled at him then, and just like in his childhood, stroked his cheek with her warm, soft palm. "Tell me, my little prince, about your wanderings. Tell me of your victories, sorrows, the people you've met and the ones you parted with. Tell me everything, so that I can pass it on to your mother and father." Hadjar sank down to his knees in front of the stump hanging from the chains. Forcibly, he lowered his forehead to the cold stone floor. He began his story. Without lifting his forehead off the floor, he told her about his travels, how he'd played in squares in front of large audiences, in the guise of a freak, how he'd had to invent different stories to be able to eat meat afterward. He told her about being bought for a brothel, where he'd met the girl whom he hadn't been able to love despite wanting to, how he'd liked to listen to the light rustling when she combed her long hair, how the brothel had burned down. He even told her about meeting the dragon, how he'd ended up in the village in the Valley of Streams, about the villagers that had cared for him and the place where he had found a purpose in life again. He told her about the army and meeting his first friend. His forehead was still pressed against the floor, and his knees were bent. He told her about his encounter with the ancient beast and Azria, about them coming across Sarah, who was as steadfast and dangerous as the desert itself, about the battle against the nomads, in which Hadjar had lost a man whom he'd respected. He told her about the mighty Dogar, about the honor and dignity of Moonleen and her lover Dragontooth, how they'd fought against each other because they hadn't been able to avoid it. He told her about the beautiful mountains of Balium, the eternal snows, the white apes, the shadow of the immortal, the islander Nahen, the visage of the terrible Dirger, the sect, Adept Ravenwing, and his battle with the Patriarch. Nanny listened in silence. It sometimes seemed like the hollow pits that had once been her eyes glittered with unshed tears. It had been a long time since this unfortunate prisoner of the usurper had been able to cry. "Your life is like a legend, my little prince. And now—" "No." Hadjar shook his head, pressing his forehead against the floor even harder. "I must leave to tell the story to your parents." "No, no, no, no," Hadjar repeated. "I should have come back for you, Nanny. For you, Elaine, and the Master. I could have found a way to save you. I should—" "Don't cry, my little prince." And again, Hadjar got the impression that Nanny was smiling at him. "Steel yourself, for your journey hasn't finished yet. You stand at the very beginning of it. But I'm too tired to complete my journey on my own. Help me, my little prince. Please, Help me find peace at last." Hadjar rose and approached her. His heart was breaking into 1,000 pieces, but his hands remained strong. Again, he remembered a line from that book, from his first ever life. "Wind blow, death, I am yours." "Goodbye, my little prince. I'm happy I got to talk to you one final time." "Goodbye, Nanny." One quick, accurate strike later, and what was left of the once bursting with life and freedom body fell limp. Ignoring the pain of his collar, Hadjar carefully took the body off the hooks. He pulled off the remains of his cloak and wrapped Nanny in it like a shroud, placing the small bundle down so that the light of the moon fell on it. Hadjar sat down at the opposite end of the dungeon. His heavy thoughts were accompanied by the clanging of the swinging chains. "Today, in battle, I'll meet you," Hadjar quoted aloud. He didn't know that right then another visitor was sneaking over to his cell. A stately, middle-aged woman joined the 3 children. Curvaceous and vibrant, with thick, luxurious hair falling down to the small of her back, she glowed with life. "Shall we go now?" Atticus asked again. "Wait," the woman smiled and patted the boy's cheek. He'd always liked these warm, slightly calloused palms. "Wait just a little longer. In the meantime, let me tell you a story. The legend of the wind." Chapter 246. Hadjar tried to distract himself from the remains lying opposite him in the dungeon, but he couldn't. From time to time, he would turn to take a final look at Nanny's body. Only the steps coming down the corridor distracted Hadjar. At first, he thought it was one of the guards who decided to come stare at the captive mad general, but soon enough Hadjar recognized them. This often happened when a person knew another so well that they could recognize them by how they walked. "What are you doing here, Nero?" Hadjar asked before his visitor had even inserted the key in the lock. His unexpected guest slowed down slightly, but soon enough Nero opened the door wide. He slipped inside the cell like an inconspicuous shadow and closed the metal door behind him quietly. When the first ray of moonlight fell on Nero, Hadjar couldn't help but smile. Both his heavy sword and moonbeam were sheathed across Nero's back. He also had a bag full of provisions, a bundle of simple clothes, a thin belt, and boots. Nero didn't look like an experienced warrior, but more like a wandering merchant, or just a very stupid thief who'd decided to steal whatever he could find instead of actually searching for valuables. "You're joking around. That means everything's all right," Nero nodded. He pulled a small locket out of his pocket and walked over to Hadjar. Mumbling, he began to study the collar until Hadjar pushed him away. "What's wrong?" Nero asked. "What are you trying to do? Why are you distracting me? I'll take this thing off your neck, and then we'll go to the Sea of Sand and—" Hadjar gazed at his friend, his brother, with a look that expressed what he felt better than any words ever could. Nero recognized that look. The mad general looked like this when he wanted to make it clear that it was useless to try and argue with him. "Are you crazy, Hadj? Completely insane," Nero whispered angrily. "They've already announced it to the whole kingdom and built a platform on the central square. A bonfire is even being constructed. You'll be burned alive tomorrow." "I would have thought you'd come sooner." "Are you listening to me, you mad idiot? You're going to be executed. If you don't understand the word, I'll spell it out. Executed. Hadjar shrugged and winced slightly at the pain caused by the collar. It was a vile invention of the damned artifactors. Why couldn't they have created something less painful? Or maybe they just felt a collective hatred toward practitioners. I won't run, Nero. Not this time. Not now. Nero cried out silently. At least, that's how Hadjar understood his friend's open mouth and pained expression. If Nero had hit the wall right then, the force of the blow would have shook the entire palace and brought down the ceiling on the first floor. "Why, you crazy idiot! Are you planning to die here, on the bonfire?" "I can't, my friend. I just can't. Damn it! Demons and gods! Why?" Instead of saying anything, Hadjar simply nodded to the bundle shrouded in the silver light of the moon. Nero, who'd been subjected to the same grindstone of war as Hadjar had, immediately realized what it was. He also noticed both the chains and the bloodied, rusted hooks. The anger and frustration left Nero's expression, leaving behind understanding and regret. Sighing, he sank down beside Hadjar and handed him the pipe that had been gifted to him by the girl Hadjar hadn't been able to love. "Thank you," Hadjar nodded and inhaled the fragrant smoke delightedly. He'd missed it even more than the feeling of power and energy coursing through his body. "Did you know him?" Nero glanced toward the remains. "Her," corrected Hadjar. "She was my nanny, back when I lived in this damned palace." The words weren't a surprise to Nero. It was clear that he'd already known the truth. "Father told me everything," Nero whispered. He simply couldn't utter the phrase any louder. "What did he tell you, exactly?" Hadjar asked, with a slight half-smile. Nero also lit his pipe and exhaled a ring of smoke. He still did it better than Hadjar. It probably required certain abilities, or a natural talent for it. "That he killed your parents, the previous king and queen. That he cut off your legs, broke your arms, made you a freak, and destroyed the core of your cultivation. That he kept you in a cell for a year, and that you somehow escaped." "I didn't," Hadjar kept smoking. "I just got lucky. I was bought by a traveling freak show. I traveled with them for 5 years. Then I was bought by the Innocent Meadow Brothel in Springtown. Then it burned down," Nero nodded, a little surprised by this story. "I was there that day. Damn. That's it. That's why you didn't like that adjutant. I had no doubt that you were a frequent customer of the best brothel." Hadjar nudged his friend with his shoulder. "Please don't tell my wife." They laughed for a while. "There was this girl there. She had multicolored eyes. Her name was Aina. She was... Colin Larvey raped and killed her in front of her dying mother." Nero grimaced. "That is truly vile. Now I understand why you wanted to kill Colin so much. What about the dragon? You've never lived in a mountain village?" "I lived in a village, but not a mountain one," Hadjar interrupted. "After I escaped from the brothel, I ended up in an underground cave. There was a captive dragon inside it." "Wait," Nero exclaimed. "A real, live, huge, fire-breathing—" "That's right," Hadjar nodded. "But he didn't breathe fire. Not all dragons possess that ability. It's a misconception." "How do you know? Did you have time to talk to him about it?" Hadjar was about to answer, but suddenly realized that he wasn't sure. He really had no idea how he knew that not all dragons breathed fire. "It doesn't matter." Hadjar waved it off. "Well, I made a deal with him that he would give me his heart, and in exchange I would help him get his revenge. Nero looked at his friend's chest skeptically. "It's like a metaphor," Hadjar explained. "It was a complicated process that I don't remember too well, so it doesn't really matter. Then I was found by the villagers. They nursed me back to health. Then I learned from a merchant that Elaine was still alive and went to join the army. You know the rest of my story." There was a heavy silence in the dungeon. "Funny," Nero drawled, breathing out smoke rings again. "It turns out you are both my friend and my brother, twice over, by choice and by blood. And Elaine, to be honest, I'd thought that I could get you two to marry. You'd make a great couple. But you are her brother. You know, this'll most likely break her heart." "Break her heart?" Hadjar asked. "You said your father told you everything." "He did," Nero said with a nod. "He told me everything. I haven't seen Elaine since that day. According to the servants, she hasn't even left the tower, so I have no idea what kind of lies my daddy fed her." Nero had always had a difficult relationship with Primus, but Hadjar knew one thing. In spite of everything, Nero loved his father and wouldn't let anyone kill him. "Sarah and I were locked in our chambers." Nero suddenly began his story. "The damned governor placed a magic seal on the door. We couldn't get out for a week." "A week?" "Yeah, you've been here for 9 days." Hadjar cursed up a storm, which made his friend smile. "Sarah, the love of my life, was able to make something like a hole in the spell. I managed to dive through it. Then I found you." They fell silent again. Outside the window, the waning moon shone brightly. The chains with blood-drenched hooks swung. The two friends smoked. The two brothers. They were perhaps the most important person to each other in this world, forgotten by the gods. "Life is shit, isn't it?" Nero smiled sadly. "Well, it's certainly not a field of fragrant roses." "Do you really need to kill him?" "Wouldn't you?" Nero looked at Nanny's horrifying remains. "I would," he nodded. "But I don't want to see my brother and the future uncle of my children get burned alive." "I can't give up, buddy." Hadjar shook his head. "I can't run. If I do, then you won't have a friend and brother to go to the Sea of Sand with. I will be like the walking dead. A ghost. Damn it!" Nero couldn't hold back this time and struck the wall. A crack the width of his palm spread up to the ceiling. "What would you have me do, Hadj? Watch you burn?" "We are all burning," Hadjar smiled. "Each person has to deal with their own fire that life allots them. You are a damned philosopher, and you're a spoiled prince. Barefooted psychopath." Nero turned away and wiped something off his cheek. He rose and headed for the door. Stopping for a moment, he reached for the handle of Moonbeam, but stopped at the last second. Without turning around, he said, "Live free, my friend. Die well, my brother." Chapter 247. It was just as Hadjar had suspected. Primus didn't dare visit him before his execution. That morning, on the day when the false prince and traitor general was scheduled to be burnt at the stake, 5 people entered his cell, 4 guards from Lytus, and a soldier in green armor commanding them. While the 4 soldiers shackled Hadjar, the imperial soldier kept a close eye on them. He kicked Hadjar as often as he could, declaring that the Empire was superior. He repeated that a worm like Hadjar wasn't worthy of breathing the same air as him several times, Then he said something about rural, barefoot savages from Lydus, and so on. Hadjar ignored all his efforts with a stoic expression, but the guards were very offended. They looked like beaten dogs, whining in front of a cruel master. Their hands shook, and their expressions were full of pain and regret. When the heavy shackles snapped closed around Hadjar's wrists and ankles, the guards lifted the prisoner to his feet gently. "Carry that garbage out," the Imperial Legionnaire ordered. Throwing a glance full of contempt toward Hadjar, he left the cell first. The guards led Hadjar to the exit obediently. He could only take small, shuffling steps because of the shackles and chains. Both the shackles around his ankles and around his wrists were connected, meaning his hands were forced down and he couldn't lift them above his belt. Once they got to the exit, one of the guards seemed to tumble, and Hadjar felt something small and firm being placed behind his belt. "That is a pill with a deadly painless poison," the guard whispered in his ear. "Sorry, General. That's all we can do for you." Hadjar looked at the guards with surprise, but they averted their eyes. Suddenly, Hadjar realized that they looked like beaten dogs, not because of what the Legionnaire had said, but because they personally had to lead their idol to his death. Hadjar understood them perfectly. Atticus's face reappeared before his eyes. Damn that poor general. How long would he be in Hadjar's thoughts? How long would the memory of him guide the mad general's actions? Hadjar was led along a wide corridor, past many empty cells. Primus, taught by bitter experience, almost never held prisoners, but executed justice quickly and often on the spot. Lydus courts convicted people 9 times out of 10. Sometimes that fact was even a good thing. But only sometimes. Once past the corridor, they came to a small door. One legionnaire took out a bunch of heavy keys. He toyed with them for a while, and the guards tried to draw Hadjar's attention to the pill. However, he was lost in his own thoughts and hardly noticed what was happening. The door opened, and the bright daylight hit his eyes, forcing him to close them for a moment. The dungeon was inside the hill on which the royal palace resided. That's why this door came out directly onto the main street that led to the central square. Hadjar remembered only one execution like this from his childhood. A powerful aristocrat had been found guilty. Haver had convicted him personally. Alas, without his neural network to aid him, Hadjar couldn't remember what he'd been guilty of. But he remembered very well how a crowd made up of thousands of citizens had rejoiced when the noble had been led through it. Now, this crowd, this vast sea of people, stayed silent. Millions of people from Lydus had gathered on the street and were refusing to make any noise. Hadjar remembered the stones, rotten vegetables, and rotten eggs that had been thrown at that prisoner. These people were also throwing something as well, red, simple wildflowers. The scarlet petals rained down from the sky and covered the road in front of the general. Some of the women sobbed, and the men clenched their fists and teeth, but none of them risked meeting the general's gaze as he moved to the platform. They, like the guards who had angled their spears toward the crowd, turned their heads away or looked anywhere else except at his calm blue eyes. Millions of people, thousands of scarlet petals, and a deathly silence. That was how the people met their hero. It was a cruel jest of fate. First, they'd learned that the Bear Squad commander, one of their favorite heroes, was Prince Aaron. A few months later, it turned out that the mad general, Hadjar Traves, was in fact the heir of the previous king, the son of Haver and Elizabeth. Then Prince Hadjar Duran had been convicted and sentenced to death for attempting a coup. The crowd was left standing behind them soon enough. Hadjar stopped in front of the large platform made of wood. It towered over the square and had been made to stand parallel to the palace and facing the street. That way, everyone could see what happened to those who dared to resist the power of King Primus. On the platform, in absolute silence, stood an executioner dressed in black. A heavy cap with small eye-holes hid his face. He held a bit of flint and a torch. The guards, their faces full of sorrow, helped Hadjar climb the stairs. The executioner accepted his victim with a grim, stoic calm. He led Hadjar over to a tall post and chained him to it. "General," the executioner whispered, while laying down brushwood around Hadjar's feet. There was so much of it that it would have been possible to burn a whole village down with it. The executioner came closer to Hadjar and whispered again, "General, the pill must be hidden behind your belt. Just give me the word, and I'll put it in your mouth." Hadjar looked into the eye-holes of the man's cap, but the executioner averted his eyes as well. "You swore an oath to serve the crown, honorable executioner." Hadjar's voice was calm and determined. "Don't forget that." The executioner flinched and stepped away. He turned around and went to the edge of the platform, but before he left, Hadjar heard him say, "Breaking my oath for your sake would be worth it, General." Hadjar stood among the brushwood. Doused with a special liquid, it tickled Hadjar's feet slightly. There weren't any guards from Lydus around the platform, only legionnaires of the Empire. They kept their swords unsheathed and pointed toward the enormous crowd. The people, staying silent, continued to throw red flowers onto the platform and the brushwood. Hadjar recalled a line from his favorite story, "I'm like a bear chained to a post." "Cheer for your king!" A powerful cry rang out over the square from a wide balcony off to the side. The king usually stood there waving to people during the holidays, or heralds would stand up there to deliver important news. "King Primus II Duran! Cheer for your king!" Primus went out onto the balcony, accompanied by the still smiling governor. Elaine walked out alongside them. Wearing a beautiful gold dress, she looked like a fairy from one of Atticus's stories. Sarah, wearing the traditional dress of her people, and Nero, gripping the sheath of moonbeam, trailed behind her. The crowd met Primus with silence. No one even turned toward the king. The king didn't seem to care. He was going to give a speech. Hadjar hoped that he could withstand it. At that moment, it seemed to him like it would be better to burn in the fire than to listen to Primus speak even one more time. Before Primus started talking, Hadjar recited the following line as loudly as he could. "I can't run away, as I'm surrounded on all sides by enemies." Chapter 248. "My loyal subjects," Primus's voice, amplified by his power, sounded like spring thunder in the middle of a clear day. "This day will be remembered forever. This day we celebrate the final victory over the usurpers of our kingdom, the people who tried to destroy us by making us weak, the ones who wanted to leave our country at the mercy of our enemies." The people didn't seem to be listening to the king. All eyes were fixed on the general tied to the post. "We managed to get rid of the previous despot. No one needs to give their life needlessly for the ideas of King Hadjar. No one tramples the memory of our ancestors with his banner in their hands. We have lived all these years since his death in peace and tranquility." Silence again. No one looked at the king, but they didn't dare to even glance at Hadjar's eyes either. The crowd, which had several million people in it, just looked passively at a couple hundred legionaries. They'd calmly accepted that they could do nothing about the fact that the legitimate heir to the throne was about to be executed. Not only the true heir, but a national hero as well, the man who was respected not for his strength or fame, but for his determination, willpower, character, and temper, for the fact that he would be ready to give his life to save a common soldier. Maybe some would say that a powerful commander would be stupid and unwise to do so, but to the common people, tormented by internal and external wars, it was a sign that there were still people in power who hadn't forgotten about the mandates of their ancestors, for whom honor and nobility weren't empty words and outdated concepts, and yet they averted their eyes. "Today, we'll finally get rid of the last parasite on the body of our glorious homeland. This small beetle, devouring us from the inside, took the form of a hero. Using deception and betrayal, he led Moon Lean's army. He sent many of our warriors to their deaths, ruined thousands of people, made a vile, corrupt agreement with our enemy, Ballium. He did all of that to get here and have the opportunity to stab me, your king, in the back. He didn't shy away from anything. He used my son. He tried to take my daughter by force during their hunt." Elaine recoiled from her father at that moment, but then her face assumed the same impartial mask once again. Hadjar saw a small amulet glowing with a dim light in the governor's hands. The general realized what was happening. Enraged, Hadjar almost broke the post. If he hadn't been wearing the collar, his strength would have been enough to break it. The noise and struggle made quite an impression on the crowd. They didn't see it as Hadjar wanting to kill the king and governor. They saw it as their general refusing to surrender. "For these heinous crimes, I sentence the false prince, Hadjar Duran, to death by burning. May the forefathers meet him, see that he was burned alive, marked by his dishonorable actions, then spit in his face and not allow him to enter their house." The executioner, averting his eyes, lit the torch with the flint and stepped toward Hadjar. At that moment, somebody in the crowd shouted, "His last words! According to the laws of our ancestors, the condemned has a right to that." The executioner froze. The torch never touched the brushwood. "Last words!" other people cried. "Last words!" sounded from the other side. A minute later, the whole crowd was chanting the phrase, "Last words!" For about half a minute, millions of people chanted their demand until the king waved his hand. Apparently even Primus, who was confident in the outcome of today's events, was interested in what the prince had to say. The crowd fell silent. The guards of Lydus mixed with the crowd. They stood next to their countrymen. Having removed their helmets and lowered their shields and spears, they looked toward the platform. Only a few hundred legionaries still held swords aimed at the gathered crowd. "You know," Hadjar's voice didn't sound like thunder, but it was quite audible. "I'm looking at all of you, and it makes me sad. It's a shame that I was born in this country, and that I was destined to call you my countrymen until the end of my days." No one had expected such harsh words from the general. In the absolute silence that followed, the governor's and king's laughter filled the air. "And you say this man is your hero?" the king shouted gleefully. "I'm not done talking," Hadjar roared. Despite the fact that his strength was being suppressed, there was still so much power in his cry that the world was once again plunged into silence. "Where were you, my countrymen, when my father was killed? When that kinslayer ripped the still-beating heart out of my mother's chest?" Elaine jerked, and her face twitched for a moment, but then the amulet in the governor's hands began shining more brightly. There was so much rage in Hadjar that it could set fire to the brushwood. "Where were you when your fathers, brothers, sisters, wives were all taken to the mine? Where were you when my warriors bled on the Blue Wind Ridge? Where were you when Moonleen gave her life for you? Where were you when your countrymen died in the Black Mountains of Ballium? Where are you now when injustice is happening once again right before your eyes?" Primus, who understood what Hadjar was doing, squeezed the balcony's parapet so hard his knuckles turned white. "Executioner, begin the—" "Shut up, traitor," Hadjar snapped. "My speech isn't over yet. You, the people that my father, his father, and his father's father shed blood for, what are you doing now? Just standing around, watching events unfold, averting your gaze? Why aren't you looking me in the eye? Are you afraid of seeing your own reflection there? Look at me! Look!" One by one the people looked away from their own feet. They looked up into the clear blue eyes filled with rage and determination. They saw their own reflection in them. They were a bunch of frightened, indecisive sheep. "Who stands in your way? 200 foreigners at most. They trample our lands, tear down our flags, they kill our own. They rape our country ruthlessly, taking whatever they want. And what are you doing about it, my people? Nothing." Silence reigned. Primus smiled, realizing that nothing would happen. The people of Lydus weren't united and weren't courageous. What would they do in the face of imminent death delivered by the Legionnaires' blades? Nothing. "Do you really think that I traveled all this way just to get closer to Primus?" Hadjar turned his head toward the king and smiled. It was a wide, cunning, and bloodthirsty expression. Nero shuddered at that smile. He knew that no enemy would live to see the next dawn after the mad general smiled at them like that. "You worthless dog! I could kill you at any moment. Your palace is your coffin, and I have all the power here. So why am I here now, on this platform? The answer is simple. Because of you. Because of Lydus, for which my parents died." Hadjar's plan had never been to just get simple revenge on Primus. What was the point of taking a person's life if that person died happy and fulfilled? No, Hadjar was going to take everything away from Primus. He would begin with the people he ruled. Hadjar was going to steal the very country away from this king. "So how long will you just grumble and go meekly to the slaughter like lambs? Isn't it time to throw your fists into the sky? Isn't it time to shout war cries and take back what has always rightfully been yours to begin with? Tell me, people of Lydus, are you with me?" Silence. Inaction. The people turned away from the famous general once again. They averted their eyes, looking somewhere below even their own feet. Laughter and applause sounded. They came from the balcony. "Executioner," Primus wiped away tears. "End this farce. Light the fire." The executioner flinched. He slowly headed toward the brushwood, but was stopped once again. A stone had been thrown at his head. A second stone hit the helmet of one of the legionnaires surrounding the platform. A little boy came forward, to the front of the crowd. His long black hair was in a tight bun. He was wearing ragged sandals and dirty old clothes. In his hands he held a wooden sword that had moonbeam carved on it. The Mad General isn't afraid of anyone. I'm with you, Prince, the boy shouted, and raising his sword above his head, rushed at the nearest legionnaire. The soldier smiled wryly and swung the blade at the child's head. Blood began to flow. From a hand. A tall, muscular man had caught the legionnaire's blade with his bare hand. "I'm with you, Prince," he growled and slammed his fist into the visor of the legionnaire with enough force to dent it. "I'm with you, Prince," someone shouted, picking up a stone. "I'm with you." The sound of blades being unsheathed filled the air. "I'm with you." Arrows were knocked. "I'm with you." The entire crowd began to move. It rushed toward the ring of legionnaires like an angry tide. "Kill Hadjar!" the king shouted. One of the legionnaires jumped up to the platform, but then he grabbed his face and cried out. The executioner had slammed the flaming torch into his face. "I'm with you, my prince," sounded from under the cap. "Fuck my oath. I'll meet my forefathers with honor, even if they call me an oath-breaker." The world froze one last time before finally exploding. The earth trembled. From atop the hill, closest to the capital, that same one that was so dear to Hadjar, an avalanche came down, an avalanche of people and horses. The riders, throwing their fists into the sky, shouted something. "General Hadjar!" cut through the noise of the crowd. "General Hadjar!" the infantry shouted as they ran after them. Lurgan, armed with a warhammer, led them. At the head of the army, Lian rode. She held the Moon Army banner. Planting it in the ground, she took out her bow and prepared to fire something. Moonbeam. Nero abruptly drew the sword that he'd kept in its sheath all this time. A smile appeared on his face when he realized that he'd been carrying a copy all this time and not the original sword. Moonbeam, after flying across the sky, cut through Hadjar's collar and pierced the wooden planks. An explosion shook the platform. A vortex of steel energy shot several feet into the sky. It turned the platform into a pile of sawdust and scattered the butchered bodies of the legionnaires in different directions. A roaring dragon rushed toward the clouds as well within this whirlwind. When the energy dissipated, the Mad General stood with his sword in his hands in the center of the square. "Primus!" he roared, and charged at the palace. Chapter 249. Dozens of legionnaires in green armor rushed toward Hadjar. Behind him, the sound of iron horseshoes striking the pavement and enthusiastic cries filled the air. Gradually, the crowd parted, letting the Moon Army, led by Lian, through. Hadjar didn't fight the legionnaires himself. There was no need. "General," the familiar voice said. "I'm glad to see you, my general." Lian jumped down from her horse. She was wearing light half-armor and a high helmet that had two white, fluffy tails dangling from the back of it. They were most likely a trophy taken from a two-tailed white fox, a rather dangerous foe. "General!" Lurgan saluted. Hadjar nodded to them in greeting, watching the troops quickly move the raging crowd away from the future battle. The 200 legionaries who'd been guarding the platform were already knocking at the doors to the homes of their forefathers. The Mad General, whose crazy plans had succeeded once again, had done what he'd set out to do. He had stolen the people from Primus. There was no need to make them die in his name. Hadjar had done the most important thing. He'd lit a fire in their hearts. Now it would smolder quietly. It might ignite fully in their children's hearts, or their grandchildren's hearts. Alas, Hadjar most likely wouldn't be there to see it happen. "My prince," a voice intoned respectfully. "Make way," Hadjar ordered. Immediately, the ranks of the Moon Army's soldiers broke open. A man approached the remains of the platform. A brown cape hid his figure and face, but it was obvious that he was carrying something in his hands with great care. "Master," Hadjar nodded in greeting. The man threw back his hood. His gray hair was scattered across his shoulders, and a long standard sword peeked out from under the edge of his cloak. In his arms he carried the small tiger cub. As soon as Azria saw her man, she immediately meowed in displeasure and jumped out of the master's hands. In 2 leaps she reached Hadjar, scrambled up his legs, then his torso, bit his ear, and slipped into his clothes, resting against his chest, where she soon fell asleep. "I would never have thought it possible, my prince, that communication between rebels can be accomplished with the help of a kitten." "We are not rebels," Leon said resentfully. "We're fighting for the legitimate heir." Despite dozing, nestled in the clothes of what she considered to be her bipedal vehicle, Azria meowed angrily. Apparently she wanted to express her dissatisfaction with being called a kitten. "What now, General?" Lurgan asked, in between giving orders to his people. The soldiers deployed siege mortars, prepared spike barricades against the cavalry charge, and placed sandbags around the square to fortify their position. The palace, despite its accessibility, remained the strongest fortress of the kingdom. The first central palace wall had been built thousands of years ago. Throughout the years, it had been strengthened and expanded, finally becoming the most reliable defensive fortification in the whole country. "We'll probably have to blockade the palace," Lurgan mumbled, scratching his short beard. "The troops of the Empire might come while we're doing that," Leon said. That's how their arguing began. While they bickered, the Moon Army dragged away the bodies of the legionnaires and those that they'd managed to take with them to the next world. Redoubts were built. The cannoneers put cannonballs in the mouths of their cannons. Hadjar felt happy as thousands of soldiers awaited his order. It wasn't because he felt powerful, but rather nostalgic. "No siege will be necessary," he said. The officers looked at their general, clearly puzzled. He gestured toward the opening fortress gates. They were being opened by blood-drenched, regular soldiers and guards of the palace. Dozens of their comrades lay dead behind the gates, but there were also many soldiers in green armor lying alongside them. The master had done his best during the time given to him and had trained the palace guards well. Hadjar turned to the army. All of them were waiting for his order to storm the palace. He should have probably given them some sort of pretentious speech, full of determination and nobility. Unfortunately, he'd lost all his willingness to indulge in such things while chained to the post. Therefore, the mad general did what he always did. He raised his fist into the sky and roared like an enraged dragon. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers did the same. Their fists were raised, and the walls of the ancient castle and houses started to crack from the force of their roars. Hadjar, raising his sword, ran toward the palace first. The Moon Army and the Ballium Corps, which had come at the mad general's call, followed right behind him. Together they rushed into the palace garden, and several thousand legionaries immediately appeared to challenge them. The narrow paths of the garden didn't allow the army to maneuver easily, but that wasn't necessary. Hadjar's sword seemed to be everywhere at once. The legionnaires had no chance. A dark shadow flashed between them. Each swing of Hadjar's blade took several lives. Each of his attacks conjured a whole wave of ghostly blades that turned people into little more than mincemeat. A bloodthirsty grin gleamed on the general's face. The sword in his hand sang and danced. Like a spirit of death, he rushed through the garden, and by the time his people had barely managed to send a couple dozen legionaries to their forefathers, he'd covered the paths with over 50 bodies. Pausing for a moment, Hadjar held his blade in both hands. A vortex of steel energy sprang up around him. Assuming the spring wind stance, he swung Moonbeam. The thin line of a sword strike cut through the air. Fast and almost invisible, it left behind a trail of red petals. When the attack disappeared, cutting down trees, statues, and fountains, the red trail lingered in the air for some time, but it wasn't made up of flowers. 100 legionaries had been cleanly cut in half. Their torsos fell to the ground, and they died without understanding what had taken their lives. What was a simple practitioner to Hadjar, after all? No more than an annoying mosquito crawling along the edge of his clothes, something that could bite him, certainly, but not end his life. Hadjar was reminded of the Tree of Life's prediction. Involuntarily, the mad general started to repeat a passage from the ancient poem. But where is the one who wasn't born to a woman? Hadjar drove his blade into another legionnaire's chest. With a roar, he lifted him above his head. The blood flowed straight over Hadjar's face as the body was still twitching in its death throes. The general swung his sword down forcibly, and the legionnaire, flicked off the blade like a piece of trash, landed on his comrades that had been hurrying to try and rescue him. They fell and were immediately swarmed by hundreds of the warriors of Lydus. "General!" Leon shouted, fighting several legionnaires at once. "Enter the palace! We'll follow you!" Hadjar nodded and continued to cut his way into the palace. His opponents stood no chance. They fell like autumn leaves, paving his way with blood. The main palace staircase was covered in broken pieces of armor, blood, and flesh. Hadjar, walking up to the ancient doors, simply kicked them open. One of the doors, unable to withstand the force of the kick, flew off its hinges, and after flying a few yards, fell to the marble with a booming echo. "I've always wanted to do that." Hadjar hadn't been the one to say that. Nero stood in front of him, wearing a lightweight jacket and the stupid helmet with ears on his head. He held his heavy blade that had been immortalized in dozens of bard songs. Next to him stood Sarah, holding a staff shaped like a dragon's maw, a purple sphere gripped in its mouth. She wore a light dress, a short red cloak, and black gloves that covered her forearms and shoulders. Both of them looked like they were ready for battle. "Only he can take my life," Hadjar said the next line of the poem quietly. After all, according to the law, Nero, as a bastard, practically hadn't been born to a woman. Maybe this was when the mad general would die. If fate was too lazy to come up with anything new, he would die at the hands of his own brother. Chapter 250. "Get out of my way, Nero," Hadjar said. Behind him the battle still raged, but the outcome was inevitable. Only an idiot wouldn't be able to see that. "Take your wife and leave. No one will touch you. I've arranged everything. At the city gates, a cart and the best horses will be waiting for you, as well as provisions, money, and documents. Everything you might need on your way to the sea." "Shut up!" Sarah cried. Hieroglyphs began to dance around her staff. "Shut up, General! And you, Nero, you shut up too." The prince, who just opened his mouth to say something, hastily closed it. "What is the matter with you two? Both of you constantly lied to me, to each other, to everyone around you. Now what? Have you decided to kill each other right here and now? And for what? For the kingdom? Or maybe for revenge?" "You don't understand, Sarah." "Shut up, Hadjar. Don't say another word. Gods curse me, but I agree with Nahen on one thing. You're a fool." Under the high golden palace ceiling, 3 people stood on the white marble. 3 friends, 2 brothers and a wife, 1 family. Tears streamed down Sarah's cheeks. For only the 2nd time in his life, Hadjar saw the witch crying. "Please stop. Don't do this. Even if you win, Hadjar. What comes next? The Darnassus Empire will send one of its legions here and will raze Lydus to the ground. You know that's what will happen." Hadjar remained silent. The battle was still bloody. People were shouting, but he was silent, because he knew it would really end that way. Darnassus wouldn't allow itself to lose even such an insignificant resource as the solar ore mine. After all, while it was a trifle to them, it was still an advantage. The war between the empires was determined precisely by these small things, which could give them a victory when combined. For the sake of its own survival, Darnassus would destroy not only Lydus, but also all of the surrounding kingdoms, if it came down to it. "Do you remember that day by the lake, Hadj?" Nero's voice was quiet, soothing, as if he were really trying to reason with a madman. "Do you remember us discussing the journey we'd go on? We can still do that." Hadjar lowered his sword. Drops of his enemy's blood quietly dripped down from it. They soiled the snow-white marble, spreading like oily stains. "Let's go together," Nero continued. "Right now. Leave this cursed kingdom and empire behind. Let's take Elaine and go to the Sea of Sand. From there we'll find a ship and leave all of this in the past. We've shed enough of our own and others' blood for the sake of Ballium, Lydus, Darnassus. We've washed off any debts that we had to our homeland and ancestors. It's enough." "I can't, buddy," Hadjar sighed. "I can't. This is what I lived for. For 15 years I've dreamed of this day. The day when—" "You lived with it, brother," Nero interrupted. 15 years ago you were obsessed with revenge because you were alone. You were surrounded on all sides by enemies." Hadjar was startled by these words. "Now you have us, and we have you. Are you ready to give all that up for the sake of revenge, just to murder Primus? Think, Hadjar. My father isn't a good man, but he is my father. I won't let you go any farther, but I'll be happy to leave with you." "And you'll just leave your father?" Hadjar asked. "What will happen when the Moon Army charges in here? How do you plan to stop them?" "I don't," Nero shrugged. "All actions have consequences. My father will have to face them, but not you, Hadjar, because you are my brother, and I can't forget or forgive what you're planning to do. Therefore, I beg you, let's leave together. Just run away. Let's go on that journey that we've dreamed so much about. This is our moment, buddy. Ours and no one else's." Hadjar looked into the eyes of the man with whom he'd passed through the many flames and storms of life, as well as countless fights. How many times had they stood shoulder to shoulder, fending off hordes of enemies fearlessly? They'd fought for each other in hundreds of battles. They'd saved each other's lives and covered each other's back. In a world of practitioners, all striving for freedom and power, it was incredibly difficult to find a person you could love and spend forever with. However, it was even more difficult to find a faithful friend who would give their eternity for you, and for whom you would do the same. What was more important to Hadjar, his friend or his revenge? If Nero was ready to give up his crown, his name, even his own father for his sake, Hadjar would be cowardly and dishonest if he couldn't do the same for his friend and brother. If one of them was willing to give up his life, then the other was as well. "I hope there's enough space for 4 of us in the cart," Hadjar sighed. Sheathing moonbeam. That moment, when he sheathed his blade too early, would haunt the mad general for a long time to come. Some nights he would wake up, asking himself, what if he'd taken just a bit longer to sheathe his blade? Would he have changed fate and saved his brother? "Don't ruin the show, Your Highness." The governor's laughter echoed off the marble. A powerful wave of energy sent Hadjar flying toward the gates. Instead of ending up outside, Hadjar's back struck a seal of hieroglyphs. The same exact signs flashed around the perimeter of the palace, securing it with a magical veil. Rising to his feet, Hadjar took a while to comprehend why Nero was kneeling. There was a cry. "No!" It belonged to Primus, who'd run down the stairs. Dressed in full battle armor, holding his broadsword in his hands, he swung it at the governor, but the man just whispered something casually. On his coat, one of the amulets flashed, projecting a scarlet, flickering seal, which bound Primus with ribbons made up of hundreds of hieroglyphs. The king froze in place, unable to move or even scream. He wept inconsolably. Hey! Sarah knelt down next to her husband. She was crying as well. "What are you doing? Come on, you idiot, stop pretending. Get up. Is this one of your weird games? That's it, right? Enough. It's not funny. Please, Nero." A long blade protruded from Nero's back. His torn clothes allowed everyone to see the horrible wound and the white lines of his tattoos. His helmet fell nearby. It swayed slightly on the marble, scraping it and producing a harsh, screeching noise. Blood pooled under the prince's feet. A lot of blood. "Forgive me," Nero whispered. His hand slipped off Sarah's cheek, leaving 2 bloody streaks behind. The sun was shining through the stained glass windows. In its light, Sarah's skin looked whiter than snow, and her black hair hid her face. She pressed her lover's lifeless body to her chest and sobbed softly. Hadjar felt as if he were falling into a deep pit, as if the floor had disappeared from under his feet, as if his heart had been split in half. Then the whole world turned red, blazing in the fire of his madness and rage. His sword fell into Hadjar's hands. Cracking the marble slabs, he rushed in with a frantic lunge. He moved with such speed that if a mere mortal had seen him, they would have glimpsed only the vague outline of a dragon. Hadjar struck his foe's blade, putting so much rage and strength into the attack that dozens of marble columns collapsed from the impact. The echo of the collision caused the walls to begin crumbling. Cracks as thick as the torso of an adult man appeared on the walls as marble rained down. The governor, who'd blocked this violent charge, didn't even take a step back. He moved his wrist, and his blade swayed to the side, hurling Hadjar directly into the seal at the entrance. Rising, the mad general spat out blood. With just that simple movement, the governor had wounded his internal organs and energy channels. "Damn it," Hadjar wheezed, wiping blood from the corner of his lips. "I see you've figured it out," the governor smiled, releasing all of his energy. Hadjar saw that he wasn't a heaven soldier, but a spirit knight. "Kill them," the governor said to 6 warriors in emerald armor, and turned to the king. "I'll have to work on you a little. Don't worry, it won't be anything too bad. In any case, it won't be any worse than what you and I did to your niece." The governor, however, didn't leave. He turned to the witch and the general, wanting to see how long they would be able to fend off the 6 warriors like the ones that had once defended Primus during the attack. Hadjar looked at his brother's lifeless body. Once again, he'd been too weak to save someone he loved. Too weak. In his head, devoid of anything but his desire to kill, the last line of the passage echoed, "Or maybe I, like a Roman fool, will fall on my own sword." Chapter 251. Sarah was still holding Nero's dead body when one of the legionnaires ran toward her. The blade of a curved sword flashed. Emerald lights danced across it, exuding enough heat to incinerate half the palace. "Sarah!" Hadjar shouted, but the witch didn't move. Dredging up every ounce of speed he could muster, Hadjar turned into a shadow. He used the 5 ravens technique and reached such a high velocity that his muscles and tendons distorted slightly, and his internal organs, damaged by the governor, could barely withstand the stress. Leaving behind a trail of darkness and blood, Hadjar managed to block the strike at the last moment. As the general and the legionnaire fought, deep cracks spread along the marble beneath them. Slabs of marble rose up into the air as the floor was destroyed. Pushing the man back, Hadjar turned and kicked one of the slabs of marble. A large shard ended up lodged in the legionnaire's shoulder, as the man hadn't expected such a move. It dragged him a few yards through the air until he slammed into the wall, stuck. The Imperial shouted and tried to free himself, but looked as helpless as a fluttering butterfly. No one, neither the 5 remaining warriors nor the governor, were going to help him. His blood pooled on the floor. Hadjar, seeing the remaining legionnaires unsheathing their blades, swung his own first. Immediately, the shroud of the calm wind appeared around him and Sarah. When the Imperials attacked, their swords seemed to get stuck in a viscous substance. However, even if very slowly, they still managed to swing through it. "Sarah!" Hadjar knelt down next to the witch. "Wake the hell up!" Hadjar snatched Nero's body from Sarah's hands and looked into her eyes. In them, he saw nothing but an all-consuming void that pulled him in, beckoning him toward a blissful oblivion of sadness, longing, and loneliness. The general ignored the oddly powerful temptation. He shook it off with an effort of will. Since he had no better options, he slapped the girl. In an instant, a small light appeared in Sarah's eyes, which subsequently turned into a fire fueled by rage and a desire for revenge. "Sword!" Sarah's voice was as merciless as the desert. Hadjar extended Moonbeam. The witch grabbed the blade with her palm, leaving a trail of glowing white hieroglyphs on the metal. Hadjar felt like this was no longer his old sword, made from the fang of Azria's mother. Of course, it was still Moonbeam, but it had become more profound, stronger, sharper, faster. "The spell will last about an hour," Sarah said, rising. "Then the sword will crumble." Hadjar nodded. He understood perfectly well that they would have to use every single advantage they had in the upcoming battle. So if this battle ended up being the last one for Moonbeam, well, so be it. A powerful explosion rocked the garden. A dozen cannonballs had hit the shimmering hieroglyphs of the seal that blocked the entrance to the palace. Then the cries of the wounded came, when all the cannonballs simply bounced back. Clouds of black smoke rose. They covered the sun, making Sarah's skin look like burnished copper. She stood next to Hadjar, shoulder to shoulder, just like her husband always had. She said something in a language that was unfamiliar to Hadjar. A line of hieroglyphs swirled around her fingers, and then a small blue light appeared between her palms. It grew, turning into a dragonfly the size of an index finger. Hadjar threw a hood over his head and thrust his bloody blade forward. The white hieroglyphs shone, giving off an aura of unprecedented power. Hadjar realized that he was fueling the spell with his own energy. That meant that if the blade didn't shatter, its owner would most likely die. "We'll kill them," Sarah said. "We'll kill them all." The 5 legionnaires cut through the shroud of Hadjar's protective stance, and a desperate battle began. 4 of them immediately surrounded Hadjar, apparently thinking he was the most dangerous of their opponents. How wrong they were. As soon as the witch waved her hand, the dragonfly flew. Hadjar couldn't pay it a lot of attention because he was trading blows with 4 enemies at once. They moved so quickly that a mere mortal could have only seen the occasional flash of their blades and the blurry silhouettes leaving black and green plumes behind them. Sarah stood still. Opposite her, the Imperial burned with a blue flame. He was in such horrific pain that he tried to cut off any parts that were burning. His blood drenched the white marble. The fiery dragonfly burned inside his body, eating him from the inside. It followed the movements of Sarah's hands and fingers, and her gaze was merciless. The legionnaire was dying in agony. Hadjar blocked an enemy's blade, let the second one pass over his head, pushed his 3rd opponent back with his shoulder, and as he turned, bisected the 4th foe. The man's 2 perfectly symmetrical halves fell to the floor. Before the halves of his body touched the marble, Hadjar caught the enemy's sword. It had slipped out of his weakened grip. He rammed that sword into the throat of the nearest legionnaire, and growling from the pain in his wounded leg, leapt back to give himself some room. He cracked the marble with the force of his jump, which slowed down the 2 surviving warriors. Hadjar landed next to Sarah, who was holding the fiery dragonfly. Hadjar's clothes were covered in blood. His injured right leg buckled, but his hands still gripped Moonbeam tightly. Only 3 foes remained. Apparently, a genius can sometimes be born, even among backwoods bumpkins, the governor lamented. A thin, long blade appeared in his hand. Alas, kiddies, I'm bored of this farce. It's time for you to join your friend. The governor took a step forward, and the world stilled under the pressure of his power. Hadjar couldn't move a muscle. He watched the spirit knight approach him with a resigned glare. The gray energy radiating from the governor's body formed a multi-armed figure behind him. In each one of its hundreds of hands, the creature held a blade. That was the governor's spirit, the concentration of his power and might. Southwind had told him that each knight had their own spirit, which was always unique. The governor raised his sword over his head, and the spirit mimicked his movements. The power of this simple action was potent enough to cause the remaining columns to split in half, the walls to crack, and the ceiling to explode, revealing the distant blue sky. The governor was much stronger than the knight who had led the nomads on the Blue Wind Ridge had been. That meant Hadjar had been right to not believe the predictions of the Tree of Life. "Don't forget about us, Mad General." Hadjar squinted at Sarah. The dragonfly had disappeared from the witch's hands, leaving behind a barrier of blue flame. Apparently, that had saved the witch from the pressure of the knight's power. Sarah was chanting something, and her skin was rapidly turning white. This was no trick of the light and shadows. It really was becoming as white as the first, purest snow. Suddenly, Sarah emanated a power 10 times greater than the governor's own. Hadjar didn't understand what was happening, but the Imperial seemed to. "Stop!" he screamed and tried to lower his blade, but like Hadjar, he now couldn't move. Dozens of stone ivy thorns shot out from the floor. Shrouded in blue flame, they wrapped themselves around the governor. The 2 legionnaires that were still alive couldn't resist the spell. They fell to the ground, stabbed through by the vines. Burning in the blue flame, they held out their hands toward Sarah as they screamed in agony. Tears of blood flowed down Sarah's cheeks. Her hair turned red. A second sun came into being over the witch's head. Her red cloak billowed like a strong wind was blowing, and the witch flew across the ground. A moment later, she and the governor turned into two blue pillars. The burning Imperial screamed something in his final moments. Hadjar saw a slight smile on Sarah's lips. "Don't forget us," Hadjar heard. The world around him quieted. The stone vines and blue flame disappeared. Hadjar exhaled and staggered as he regained control of his own body. "Sarah!" he shouted, but it was too late. There was no Sarah, no governor, nor any legionnaires left. Just ashes. The playful wind immediately lifted them up and carried them off through the entrance, which was now no longer blocked by the seal. Despite the soldiers of the Moon Army bursting into the hall, Hadjar suddenly felt completely alone. "I won't forget," he whispered softly, and turned to Primus. The king stood on the stairs, looking at his son's body lying at Hadjar's feet. With the death of the governor, the spell had disappeared. Primus kept crying. "General!" Leon turned, but Hadjar waved his hand imperiously. "Take your people and get out of here. Assume a defensive position around the palace. Don't let anyone in." "But—" Hadjar turned to the only person left in the whole world that he could still call a friend. "You know the plan, Leon. You know what happens next." The archer nodded, turning away. "Live free, my general." "Die well," Hadjar nodded. "My friend." Leon gave the order, and the troops moved away from the palace. Sarah's actions had slightly changed Hadjar's plan, and now there was no longer any need for the Moon Army. When the troops left the hall, only two people remained inside, the king and the general, the kinslayer and the prince, Primus and Hadjar, the uncle and the nephew. Neither of them could live until one of them died. Chapter 252. Hadjar stood still. Primus came down the stairs. On barely moving legs, he approached Nero, or rather Aaron, and knelt before him. With utmost care, he lifted his son's body in his arms. Hadjar turned away. He didn't want to, or wasn't able to see this. Right then, he wasn't afraid to turn his back on the enemy. It was probably stupid to believe a man like Primus Duran could be honorable, but still, for some reason, Hadjar knew that the usurper wouldn't stab him in the back. Not now. Hadjar stepped aside, and leaning his back against a wall, sank to the floor. He tore off a wide piece of cloth from his jacket and wrapped his injured leg. The bleeding had already stopped due to his will and energy, but during the battle to come, the wound could open back up and hurt badly. Cultivators like the governor could probably ignore wounds, as they would heal almost instantly. Only now. Hadjar shook his head. Now wasn't the time to remember Sarah. "Tell me, did he fight with dignity?" Primus's voice trembled as he spoke. "Always," Hadjar answered. "He was a good man, a great brother, and a friend like no other." Primus looked into Hadjar's eyes, nodded slightly, and touched Nero's cold forehead with his own. "I'll see you soon, my son," he whispered. Primus rose. The wide black broadsword appeared in his hands. The slightly curved blade absorbed the light. The 3 rings, threaded through its non-intersecting edge, made terrible sounds, like a funeral dirge. The long handle, crowned with a demon's head, was wrapped in patches of thick gray skin. It was a formidable weapon, and its wielder was an equally formidable opponent. Hadjar rose as well. His moonbeam looked simple and modest in comparison to the king's sword. Only the white, glowing hieroglyphs stood out. "Before we start," Primus began calmly, I'd like you to know something. I didn't want this. I loved your father, your mother, and you. More than anything else, I always wanted our whole family to live in this palace, to hear the laughter of our children and grandchildren fill the halls. Yes, Hadjar nodded. I wanted that too. I wanted a home for me to return to, a father I could talk to about my travels, a mother whose embrace I could always find solace in, a sister to protect, and a brother who would fight alongside me against any foe. They stood and looked at each other for a long time, knowing that these dreams would never come true. Primus swung his blade so quickly that a dark line appeared in its wake for a moment, as if the king had cut the air itself. A stream of black, cutting wind that looked like silk flew toward Hadjar. The mad general also swung his sword. A wave of steel wind hurtled toward Primus. The two attacks collided in the middle with a deafening boom. They began circling each other like two hungry tigers. They tore at each other. As they fought, the walls of the palace began to shake, and deep gouges appeared on the floor. Then there was a powerful explosion, which removed a whole layer of the marble. Hadjar and Primus turned into black shadows. One looked like 5 ravens, the other like a black wind. They clashed in the center. A wave of dust and debris filled the air when their blades collided. The walls looked ready to crumble, the stone fragments of the completely broken mosaics falling to the ground. The stained-glass windows were little more than small, colorful crumbs. The moon soldiers, standing a good distance away from the palace, felt the terrible echo of the battle pressing down on them. If they hadn't left the palace, it would have surely killed them. Using inertia and his weight advantage, Primus rammed into Hadjar's chest with his shoulder. A powerful wave of energy passed through Hadjar's body. The wall behind him now had a huge hole in it. Hadjar took 2 steps back, and Primus immediately swung his sword in a backhand blow. His broadsword flew like a black crescent, emanating the energy of the sword and wind. It cut through the air, leaving the dark outlines of dead bodies and bones in its wake. The very essence of this weapon was saturated with the death of thousands of people. Realizing that he wouldn't have time to block, Hadjar pushed off the ground. He soared a few feet into the air, letting the attack pass by under him. Without hesitation, using the fact he was now above his foe, he launched 3 rapid attacks. With each one, another ghostly blade flew toward Primus, and an enraged dragon seemed to be raging in all of them. The king managed to block one of them and dodged the second, allowing it to knock out a huge chunk of the palace's foundation. However, Primus couldn't deal with the 3rd blade. Such an attack could send even a heaven soldier to the other world. The ghostly sword never touched Primus's mighty chest. It struck a black dagger's protruding hilt instead. Another powerful explosion sounded, and Primus was thrown 20 yards back. Spitting blood, he stood up and assumed a stance that resembled an executioner preparing to end someone's life. "Army of the Wind," he said aloud, using every trick he could to help him focus. His hand turned into a blur as the sword struck out hundreds of times, leaving behind bright, dark tears in the air. Pouring out of each of these cuts, ghosts woven from the black wind floated toward Hadjar, skeletons in armor with glowing eye sockets. They held various kinds of weapons in their bony hands and grinned, wanting to devour the enemy. Hadjar sank to the floor. The wind ruffled his clothes. Assuming the spring wind stance, he felt whirlwinds of power rising up around him. The hieroglyphs on Moonbeam flashed with white light. Due to the power that was currently surging through the blade, the metal began to crack. "Strong wind!" Hadjar used the very first of the light breeze technique's stances. In the past, he had been able to summon a simple whirlwind with blades hidden inside it with the help of this stance. Now, he'd called forth a huge tsunami of cutting wind and enraged dragons. The army of black skeletons faced the dragons. They tore at each other, cut and clawed. With their every collision, wounds and cuts appeared on the bodies of Primus and Hadjar. After all, it wasn't simply the techniques fighting, but the warriors themselves. Another explosion threw the two foes in different directions. Hadjar dragged himself up the stairs. Wheezing, he plunged his sword into the marble and stopped. A stream of blood was pouring out of his mouth. It seemed like his internal organs, already damaged by the governor, had failed. Soon, Hadjar wouldn't be able to fight or even breathe. Primus was hurled into the wall by the explosion, then fell to the floor. His left arm was bent at an unnatural angle. The king, growling, slammed his shoulder against the marble. With a loud, nasty crack, the joint fell into place, but it was obvious that the king could no longer move his fingers. "Your father would have been proud of you, Hadjar." Primus smiled wryly, rising to his feet. Blood flowed down his face. Thrusting his sword into the floor, Primus tore off his ruined breastplate with his good hand, exposing his mighty torso. There wasn't a single spot not covered in scars, burns, and old wounds on his chest. Hadjar also got up. He didn't rip off his only outfit, just discarded his top. His sweaty skin welcomed the coolness of the wind. "Let's continue," Hadjar spat, and turned into 5 ravens again. Chapter 253. Hadjar made an overhead swing, forcing Primus to go on the defensive. Then, stopping suddenly, he kicked up a whole cloud of stone chips, which immediately flew into the king's eyes. Blocking the enemy's vision, the general, using the inertia of his sudden stop and his agility, bent his arms sharply, and the attack, which had previously been aiming for the head, now soared toward the king's ribs. Using such a strike, Hadjar could have defeated many warriors, but not Primus. After fighting in thousands of battles, the king knew why his opponent had used such a maneuver. Angling his blade vertically, pointed toward the floor, Primus blocked the strike, using his sword like a shield. This meant Hadjar was defenseless for a moment. Through his haze of pain, Primus grabbed his opponent by the throat with his weakened left hand. Putting his whole body into the motion, he threw Hadjar across the room like he was no heavier than a toy. While Hadjar was in the air, the king launched another dark wind attack. Hadjar realized that he wasn't fighting a run-of-the-mill enemy, not even someone merely as skilled and powerful as the Patriarch had been. The king of all Lydus was his foe, someone who had been using the gifts of the Empire for many years. Aching all over, Hadjar landed on the wall and pushed off, jumping forward. The world slowed down for a moment. Hadjar flew right above the black wind. He stared at it, and within its darkness, the shadows of Primus's long-ago defeated enemies stared into his blue eyes. Hadjar landed next to Primus. If the former general didn't have sufficient experience in battle, then the king had too many battles under his belt. This had made him complacent, as he'd been fighting for so long that he'd begun to fall into patterns and rely on what had worked before. Primus hadn't expected Hadjar to simply push off the wall and jump over his technique, nor had he expected that Hadjar, unable to reach his enemy with his blade, would resort to kicking one of the marble slabs again. A stone fragment blasted through the air like a cannon shell. Primus broke it with his fist. Nevertheless, this moment of distraction was enough for Hadjar to exploit. He grabbed Primus by the throat, and mimicking the actions of his enemy, threw him, but not at the wall. Instead, he launched him up toward the ceiling. While Primus was in the air, Hadjar pushed off the ground. Once he was above the king, he roared, using the spring wind stance, and swung his blade down. A roaring dragon materialized from his blade, and like a shooting star, flew toward Primus's chest. The king moved his blade in front of him. He didn't have time to use any protective techniques, so he simply infused the sword with his own energy. For a moment, a black sphere, similar to what Atticus had used, covered him. Hadjar's dragon grabbed this black pearl and, clutching it in its fangs, crashed down. Another explosion nearly toppled the whole palace. Primus, wheezing, stood up from a huge crater in the marble floor. Dropping down next to him, Hadjar swayed and leaned against the wall. Sweat and blood flowed down his forehead. He felt like he could barely breathe. He had become much stronger since the time he'd fought the Patriarch, but Primus was a far more powerful foe. "I would have liked..." The king leaned on one of the protruding marble fragments, shaking, "to fight you under different circumstances." Hadjar was well aware that the king couldn't fight at full power. Nero's death had hurt him too badly. To a warrior, their physical health, but also their spiritual stability, was vital. When their energy, like their mind, was in disarray, it was very difficult to use even the simplest techniques properly. Silently, Hadjar forced himself to keep going. They fought in a brutal melee. Each clash of blades caused the remaining walls and foundation to crack even further. Both of them were running out of energy, and the whirlwind of their battle soon began to die down. Several minutes ago, they'd flown around the room, and the flashes of their blades had seemed to be everywhere at once. But now they stood on the very balcony from which Primus had recently sentenced Hadjar to death. Like mere mortals, they fenced, using pure skill without a drop of energy. Smoke from cannon fire and the battle that had enveloped the square hid them from the eyes of the citizens and soldiers. The Moon Army was fighting the Imperial factions. Hadjar didn't care about that. He felt his sword weakening with every exchange, almost managing to crumble faster than his own body was. Dodging Primus's attack, Hadjar slammed his fist into his opponent's face. He felt the king's teeth bite into his knuckles, tearing off the skin and injuring the flesh. Primus recoiled from the blow, but managed to kick Hadjar in his wounded thigh. The general snarled with pain and anger. He swung his blade, aiming at the enemy's stomach, but the king parried the blow deftly and counterattacked. The broadsword arced in a wide slash and left a long cut on Hadjar's chest, from his right shoulder to his left thigh, a shallow but heavily bleeding wound. They once again stood opposite each other, breathing hard and almost out of power. "It's time to finish this, Hidji," Primus grunted out, wiping blood off his mouth and eyebrows. Hadjar flinched. Hidji meant evil wolf cub in the nomad's language. Primus had teased Hadjar with the nickname in his childhood. "Yes," Hadjar nodded. "It's time." Primus closed his eyes. He held the broadsword in front of him, and a tornado of black energy rose up around him, a huge whirlwind cobbled together from the remnants of his energy. Hadjar saw the king's skin turn gray, now covered in liver spots, his once thick hair thin and fall out, his teeth turn yellow, and the whites of his eyes become dull. The vortex tightened and shrunk until it shifted from Primus to his sword. The broadsword was enveloped in a black wind. Primus opened his eyes, and as he did so, a black, thin ray of energy lanced out from the tip of his sword. With incredible speed, it covered the distance between them, and Primus's eyes flashed with triumph. The attack melted away after only 100 paces, somewhere above the square where the general's execution would have been carried out. Hadjar pressed his hands to his right side. Blood spurted through his fingers. The attack had gone clean through Hadjar's body. He couldn't even cover the hole it had left behind with his hand. Suddenly, the triumph in Primus's eyes gave way to understanding and then a calm readiness to meet his fate. "Atticus has taught you well." The king didn't get to finish speaking. Hadjar evoked the image of the sword spirit hidden within the world river. Then, using the remnants of his energy, simply lunged forward with Moonbeam. The sword, unable to withstand any more abuse, cracked and turned into a cloud of steel dust. Before it disappeared, Moonbeam managed to send out an almost invisible, barely noticeable, ghostly sword that ran Primus through. The king fell from the balcony. The entire eastern side of the palace was covered in long gouges. Then that half of the palace trembled and began to collapse. "Father!" came the shout from the surviving side of staircase. Hadjar cursed. Wearing her mother's armor, Elaine ran toward him, holding the white sword of her ancestors. A scorching orange flame rose up around her, and rage smoldered in her eyes. "Murderer!" she cried, pointing her blade at Hadjar. Primus couldn't see what was happening in the palace. He fell from the balcony and rolled under the hill. He felt his life leaving him, trickling out like sand from a broken hourglass. Then came a flash of pain. An old stone covered in ivy had arrested his fall. "Brother." Through the haze of his agony and the whispers of death, Primus clutched the stone and assumed a half-sitting position. He leaned against the old tombstone and looked at the horizon. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "I've missed you so much, brother." When the next rays of sunlight illuminated Primus's face, he was no longer breathing. He was finally at peace. "Well, can we go now?" the boy named Atticus asked the tall, curvy woman. "The fireworks will start without us." "Yes, let's get a move on," the woman smiled. A boy with clear blue eyes came up from behind her. "We've been waiting for you," Haver smiled, the boy's grin infectiously wide. "Where have you been, brother?" "I was a little lost." "Well, that's nothing new, Primus." The children laughed. All 5 of them went to watch the fireworks. Chapter 254. After bandaging his wounds using his clothes, Hadjar jumped off the balcony. He landed on one of the collapsed columns. Elaine slowly glided down onto a similar column opposite it. She pointed her white blade at Hadjar's chest. "Murderer," she repeated. "Elaine, listen to me. Your mind is being controlled by a—" The princess didn't let him explain. She launched a stream of flame from her sword. If Hadjar had had a sword, he would have easily cut it in half and not had any problems. But he didn't have one, just its hilt. Suddenly, the world froze. Hadjar was looking at that hilt, a part of the sword that remembered the blade even better than Hadjar did. The hilt of Moonbeam, not the blade itself, had been what Hadjar had held in his hands all these years, and what he'd relied on, even in the most hopeless situations. The thought was slippery, hazy, almost like a mirage in the desert. Hadjar didn't exactly understand what it meant, but he felt how deeply connected it was to the mysteries of the way of the sword spirit. Hadjar swung the handle of Moonbeam, and for a moment a blade shimmered into being and soared through the air, as invisible as the thought itself. The attack snuffed out Elaine's flames, and then smashed into the wall behind her, disappearing only after crossing almost 70 steps. Hadjar ended up paying a heavy toll for using it, however. He nearly fainted from the pain. Blood rushed out of his wounds, particularly the one in his side, instantly soaking the fabric of his ripped-up clothes and leaking out onto the broken floor. Elaine, who had spent almost all her power in that flame strike, was breathing heavily. Her main problem was that she knew how to fight, but didn't know how to fight to the death. She was simply too inexperienced. She sent the sword back into the hieroglyph on her palm. "I'll kill you," the princess said, and held out her right hand. She launched a burst of white energy from her palm. Hadjar saw flames and swords inside it. He made the same gesture as his sister. He stretched out his hand and sent out all the energy he had left. A steel-colored energy burst out from his palm, dragons dancing in its depths. Two streams, simple attacks made of pure energy, collided in the middle and whirled madly. They fought for supremacy. Hadjar looked at his sister. He was well aware of the fact that if she faltered, if she lost control over her energy for even a moment, Hadjar's own power would tear her apart like a furious dragon savaging one of its victims. "The one who wasn't born will destroy you." The voice of the Tree of Life came to him suddenly. Who had given birth to energy itself? Probably no one. Hadjar understood that Elaine didn't have enough experience to endure this battle of wills. Even wounded, Hadjar was stronger and more experienced than his sister. Like any older brother, he had to protect his little sister, even from himself, even at the cost of his own life. "Forgive me," Hadjar smiled and spread his hands as if trying to hold Elaine one last time. A deep misunderstanding of what was happening could clearly be seen on the princess's face, and then the white flow of energy, no longer opposed, hit Hadjar's chest. Before it pierced the general's heart, the leaf flew out of the man's clothes, the one that had been given to him by the ancient tree. As soon as her energy pierced the leaf, scenes from the past flashed before Elaine's eyes. She was laughing, playing with the mustache of a handsome man. She remembered his name. Hadjar. He had been her father. Next to him she saw a beautiful woman, her mother, Elizabeth. A boy with a hooligan's face was next, naughty and restless. His name had been Hadjar. He'd been her older brother. Then another scene came, Hadjar standing in front of her with a stick. They had run away from the palace and wandered too far outside the garden. Stray dogs had attacked them. Elaine had cried with fear, but Hadjar had laughed with excitement. With his left hand he'd covered Elaine, moving her behind him, and with his right he had fended off the hungry, growling dogs. Then she remembered them running across a meadow, picking flowers. They had tried to make a wreath, but neither of them had known how to do so. Hadjar had struck a boy, the son of an aristocrat, because he'd offended Elaine. She remembered asking her brother to stop. The boy hadn't actually hurt her very much. Then Hadjar had reprimanded Hadjar, saying that a good and noble person wasn't a dog to bite each offender. Then they'd sat together at the feast. Hadjar had done his best to ensure that only the dishes she'd loved ended up in front of Elaine. Then they'd ridden horses together. It seemed like this had been the first time Elaine had had fun, while Hadjar had been scared. The girl had laughed, and the boy had frowned and tightened his grip on the reins. After they'd dismounted, he had tickled her for a long time in retaliation. Then she remembered Hadjar, now with a real sword in his hands, fighting against their mother's warriors. He'd tried to save Elaine and Elizabeth, but Primus, her father or uncle, had ripped the heart out of her mother's chest. He'd cut off Hadjar's legs, causing him to howl in pain, then pierced his solar plexus and broken his arms, then burned his face using the torch standing next to him. Then she plunged into her own memories. Sometimes the governor's techniques had failed. Elaine would come to her senses when that happened. She would recall the past, grab her sword, and try to escape the castle. She'd wanted to find her brother and save him. Every time, she had been dragged back. This whole barrage of scenes from the past flashed through her mind very quickly. Before the flow of her energy struck Hadjar, Elaine cried out in horror, "Hadjar!" The white energy pierced Hadjar's chest, but no fear or pain could be seen on his face. In that cry, full of horror and fright, in the way Elaine pushed off from the column and rushed to catch him, in her outstretched hand trying to grab her brother's, Hadjar recognized his sister. Not the doll that Primus and the governor had created, but his actual little sister. Almost 5 years ago, he'd left the village in the Valley of Streams with only one wish, to save his sister. As his father had taught him, a man always had to complete what he'd set out to do. Hadjar would meet his forefathers with honor now. Elaine didn't manage to grab her brother's hand. Flying through the broken wall, Hadjar fell into the dark lake water. Huge chunks of the collapsing palace followed after him, crashing down on top. They buried both the lake and the lifeless body of Primus, leaning against the tombstone. Leon shuddered when she heard Elaine's cry. She was standing in the middle of the square, which was littered with bodies. That cry meant only one thing: the craziest of the mad general's plans had succeeded. Holding the sword in her hand, Elaine went out to meet the thinned but still formidable Moon Army. How would they greet their general's murderer? She met Leon's gaze, the gaze of the renowned archer and current leader of the army. Would her arrows end Elaine's life? Leon raised the flag of the Moon Army. Elaine was ready to meet her family at the home of her forefathers. She wasn't going to defend herself from what was about to happen. She even wanted it. "The king is dead," Leon suddenly exclaimed, dropping to her right knee. "Long live Queen Elaine, slayer of the false prince!" "The king is dead," the army numbering thousands of soldiers shouted. "Long live the queen, slayer of the false prince!" The soldiers chanted these strange words, but Elaine couldn't understand what was happening. She went over to Leon and flinched, seeing tears on the brave warrior's face. "What is this?" "Everything is going according to plan, my queen." Despite her tears, Leon's voice sounded stern. "You have defeated the false prince and suppressed the uprising. You are the daughter of Primus Duran, the last of the Duran family line. You are the legitimate heir to the throne, the Queen of Lydus. That is the truth that the Empire will be told." "The king is dead! Long live the queen! The king is dead! Long live the queen!" Only the tears, flowing from Leon's eyes, saturated with impotent anger, showed how difficult it was for her to participate in this insane plan of the hero who would forever be remembered as a traitor. Chapter 255. Wearing a red dress, Elaine stood atop the hill where the castle of her ancestors had once been. It had recently been dismantled for stones in order to restore the palace, and construction was in full swing. It was rather quiet in the kingdom. Queen Elaine had received a request for a meeting from the ambassador of Ballium. The two countries had signed several trade and military treaties. They now had a shared border, and an army of soldiers from both countries had been created, intended to protect them. It had been given the name Northern Moon. Then the ambassadors of the Empire came. They'd been greatly dissatisfied with the uprising that had killed the king and the governor, but upon seeing that the young queen had adequately managed the situation, had left satisfied. Ore deliveries were still proceeding smoothly, so the ambassadors didn't make a fuss, simply installing a new governor who was slippery, domineering, and dangerous, just like the previous one. Elaine was well aware that they wouldn't be able to get rid of the mine for the foreseeable future. All she could do was change the mine management system, make it easier for people to work there, pay them not with beatings, but with money. In contrast to Primus, she saw mere mortals not like a herd that could be slaughtered for meat when needed, but like people. Leon became her first military counselor. They had a difficult relationship. In public, they always smiled at each other, but when they were alone, well, they never were. Elaine knew that Leon blamed her for the general's death, and the fact that the bard's songs had changed. Now they glorified Prince Aaron and Queen Elaine, and denigrated the name of the false Prince Hadjar, who'd risen up against the king. Only in the darkest hours, in the most remote taverns, could the old songs about the mad general still be heard, how he'd sacrificed himself to save the people of Lydus, how he'd single-handedly deceived the whole empire. These stories and rumors were punishable by law, and people were sometimes imprisoned for telling them. Elaine couldn't change that. For the sake of the majority's survival, she had to sacrifice the rebellious minority. Elaine clenched her fists, her nails dug into her skin, and blood fell to the ground. "You're a fool, brother," Elaine whispered, wiping away tears and leaving blood-stains on her cheeks. Suddenly, it seemed to her like a warm, calloused hand had touched her face, like in that underground cave long ago. Her imagination was probably playing tricks on her. I like to think that my plan was brilliant. Elaine opened her eyes. A tall, handsome young man in simple clothes stood in front of her. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. In the depths of his blue eyes, a dragon slept, and the muzzle of a white tiger cub protruded from his clothes. "Are you a ghost?" Elaine took a couple of steps back. "I don't know." The young man laughed, grabbed the queen by the wrist, and pulled her toward him. He hugged her warmly and buried his face in her hair. Elaine didn't say anything, didn't ask for an explanation. She simply clung to her brother, feeling peace and tranquility in her soul. Hadjar was sinking into the depths of the black waters. Above him, the heavy stone slabs of the ruined palace were falling in. Isn't it all the same where we die, here or there? Had the Tree of Life predicted this, that he'd be killed by Elaine, who'd forgotten that she had been born to Elizabeth and Havre? Since she'd forgotten her parents, she hadn't been born at all. It was stupid, ironic, far too poetic and dramatic for his tastes. I'm tired of life, and would be glad to see the world crumble with me. Hitting the bottom, Hadjar didn't try to get back up to the distant surface of the water. His strength had left him. Wind blow. Death. I am yours. He would meet his forefathers with honor. He had done everything he'd wanted to do. He'd freed the kingdom from the rule of Primus. He'd entrusted it to Elaine's hands, whom the Tree of Life had chosen to be the queen. He had also saved Elaine. I'm like a bear, chained to a post. All these years, through any storms or hardships, he had followed those simple goals, to take revenge on his parents' killers and save her. He had reached them, and now he felt a deep emptiness in his chest, not one caused by terrible wounds, but by the absence of a goal that he could live and fight for. What was the use of pointlessly wandering along the path of cultivation if you didn't strive for anything? Power had never been Hadjar's goal, only a means to an end. I can't run away, as I'm surrounded on all sides by enemies. Hadjar remembered his desires. He'd wished to travel, to meet new, interesting people, to face the dangers that awaited him on his way to the unknown, to be free. It was possible in this world, and had been impossible in his past one. But where is the one who wasn't born to a woman? Now that he couldn't travel with his friend, his brother, the idea seemed like torture, a terrible joke of fate. If Hadjar had welcomed it before, he was now afraid of it. Only he can take my life. Just as Azria's mother had predicted, Hadjar was burnt out. His revenge had consumed him from the inside out. It was a potent, hot fuel, which he had used to break through obstacles that would have broken most people instead. Now he had nothing left that could make him go any further. Or maybe I, like a Roman fool, will fall on my own sword. Somewhere out there, above the dome of darkness, where a little yellow spot shone, somebody small dived in, swimming down. Somebody white, fluffy, desperately pawing through the water. Azria charged through the terrible abyss, ignoring the falling sharp debris, trying to save her stupid two-legged. Hadjar looked at her. He tried to drive her away, tried to explain that he couldn't keep the oath he'd given to her mother. He couldn't help her become a human, that his life path was at an end. But Azria continued to swim. It seemed like an even more powerful fuel was burning inside her than had previously burned inside Hadjar. But did the tiger want revenge? No. No. Would Hadjar, the mad general, let the prediction of an old, stupid piece of wood come true? Was that how pathetic he truly was? Hadjar twitched. Through the dark haze of pain and death, he assumed a vertical position. He moved his hands for the first time, trying to swim up toward the light. As far as... Suddenly the world changed. The darkness disappeared. Hadjar stood on the shore of a small pond and peered into its depths. He saw his parents' house, and his parents waiting for him in front of it. Nero and Sarah were with them. They called out to him. Then a maiden appeared from the pond. She was very beautiful. She hugged Hadjar and pulled him down inside the pond. But had his parents needed to die? Or fight the demons and sacrifice Leonora? Hadn't that happened because of the mistake made by the Jasper Emperor, the Emperor of the Gods? Hadjar didn't know why he knew who the Jasper Emperor was, but still, because of a mistake made by the heavens, his father and mother had died, and Nero and his wife had died. The gods decided the fate of the people, didn't they? They'd caused the deaths of not only entire families, but also countries, with their mistakes. Who had given them such power? Who had allowed them to toy with the lives of mortals? After all, every practitioner fought for the sake of freedom, for the opportunity to master their own destiny. And then it turns out that all of it was a hoax, the gods mocking them for their efforts. No, Hadjar's hands hadn't weakened yet, the rage in his eyes hadn't dimmed yet. Hadjar grabbed the beautiful maiden's arms, which instantly became bony and rotten. With the roar of an awakened dragon, he forced open the arms of death. His footfalls were like thunder. His sword was lightning. Such strength! Even if the army of the gods descended from the sky, they wouldn't stop his blade. If the legions of demons arose, they wouldn't slow his stride. Hadjar Duran, the prince, blinded by his revenge, was dead. He'd died in battle with his own demons. From his ashes, Hadjar Traves was born. The man who wouldn't stop until he found the seventh heaven, until he reached the Jasper Emperor and broke him. After all, if people suffered for their mistakes, then why could the gods make mistakes and not be punished for them? He would find the gods. He would open the Book of Thousands and correct their mistake. He would bring back all of them. Haver, Elizabeth, Primus, Leonora, Aaron, and Sarah. All of them would sit at the table and feast, but not in the house of their forefathers, but in the palace of Lydas. Hadjar, in whose eyes a roused dragon could be seen, poised to strike, looked into the face of death as she dragged him to the bottom and roared at her mentally, "Go bother someone else." The white, horse-sized tigress carried Hadjar's body out of the lake on her mighty back. She pressed on the general's chest, and a fountain of dark water burst out of his mouth. He wheezed and, trembling, clutched at the tigress. She threw him onto her back, and turning into a white wind, rushed toward the camp of the Moon Army. "Will you come back?" Elaine asked, then shook her head sharply. "No, not good enough. Promise me you will come back. I know that if you promise it, you'll surely keep your word." "I promise," Hadjar nodded. "When you do, let's meet at our usual spot." Hadjar smiled. Elaine hugged him, but was left holding a shadow. The 5 black ravens flew away from her. "I'll see you there," the wind whispered. Legend has it that anyone who wants to see the Queen should come to the lake in the royal garden on the 30th day of every 6th month of the year. There, in the center of the small island, under a tree, Queen Elaine spends the entire day, waiting silently. Every year, centuries pass, but she still waits. Legend has it. On the border between the Sea of Sand and Lydas was a vast field. Once upon a time, Primus and Haver had planted a small tree here. Now Hadjar sat with his back against its powerful trunk. In front of him, a simple iron sword was thrust into the ground, the kind one could buy from any blacksmith. Nearby, Azria was chasing a butterfly. The wind blew, whispering something. Hadjar looked at the distant horizon. Far away, among the hills, foreign countries, mountains, oceans, and cities, there was knowledge to be found about the 7th heaven and the gods. Hadjar would see the entirety of this infinite world if he had to, but he would find the entrance to the kingdom of the gods. He would make them answer for all their mistakes and sins. Hadjar rose, sheathed his sword, and looked at his homeland one last time. He looked at the simple, red wildflowers that covered the field. "Well, let's go, my brother," he said, and patted a small leather pouch tied to his belt. He carried the wedding bracelets of Sarah and Nero in that pouch. Just like his friends had wanted, the 3 of them were going to hit the road and explore all the dangers and mysteries